AITA for not allowing my neighbor's kids to use our treehouse. I 32F live in my suburban neighborhood where everyone knows everyone. My husband 35M and I recently built a treehouse in our backyard for our two kids 6F and 8M. The treehouse is a hit with our children, and they spend hours in it every day. However, our neighbor's kids 7F and 7M started coming over almost daily just to play in the treehouse. At first me and my husband allowed it because it's nice seeing our kids have God friend and a good time together. Their visits became more frequent and they left a mess behind almost every time. Last time I found juice boxes and candy wrappers all over the floor in our garden. I asked their mother Linda to remind her kids to clean up after themselves. She responded with kids will be kids. After this I decided to set some boundaries and I told Linda that her kids can't come over to play unless they learn to clean up after themselves or if my kids invite them over. Linda was furious about this and she started telling everyone I ruined her kids' summer. My husband supports me in my decision but I am starting to feel guilty. AITA for not allowing Linda's kids to play in our treehouse when they feel like it. AITA my mom and her BF have sex the same night I come home. So my mom F36 and her boyfriend M29 always somehow manage to have sex the same night I F18 come home from my dad's. It is literally every single time. Tonight I came back after being at my dad's for 5 days and once again they start fucking right as I'm about to go to sleep. It's honestly starting to feel like they are doing it on purpose and it's driving me mad because I don't have a way to block out the noise. They are extremely vocal. I don't own headphones or anything which my mom knows and I can't afford to buy any since I have rent and food bills and random stuff to not die. The one time I said something and asked them to maybe try to be a little bit quieter, my mom screamed at me from her room, finished with what they were doing and then came into my room to scream at me at 2:30 a.m. She called me rude for interrupting them, which is fair tbh. But I was trying to sleep and they were both aware of that. When I asked them to be a little quieter I knocked on their partially open door. I didn't look into the room because you and asked them to not moan loud enough to wake up the whole street, but a lot more polite. I was upset about that because at this point I had to get up in 2.5 hours to go to work. She started calling me ungrateful since they let me live in the house as if I don't give her money for that exact reason and that they could be doing it a lot more than they do. I feel like this probably bothers me more than it should but I don't know. Was I the asshole for saying something? Did I overreact? Edit I am English. I am trying to save up for headphones or earphones, but to save up for headphones or earphones, but at the moment I genuinely can't afford to spend money on some without having to starve for a week. I can't leave the house as it's around 2 a.m. and I can't watch TV or anything because that would be too loud and lead to me being shouted at and my mom threatening to kick me out, sometimes actually making me leave the house for the night and not letting me take a minute to get a bag. No, they do not fuck every night. I'm awake until around 3 a.m. on nights when I'm working the late shift 2 p.m. 10 p.m. which is most nights. This primarily happens the same night I've come back after being at my dad's. I don't actually think they are doing it on purpose. Sorry, my wording wasn't great with that. Sorry for all of the edits to this. I can't keep up with replying to everyone and making sure that I've explained what happened properly. Starting to think that people aren't reading all of this. Lamau probably a little late to add this on, but my mom is diagnosed with BPD. She has meds. I'd if this is necessary to add, but it's here now. To the people saying I should record them, no, that is a crime, and even if it wasn't, that is disgusting. I have tried to speak with my mom during the day today, and she reacted the same as she did the first time I tried. AITA because I don't make an effort to co-parent with my child's father. I have a son, who will be 2 in July, and I don't put forth a lot of effort for my son to see his father. Father did not want to sign and did not sign the birth certificate. He did not want him to have his last name and doesn't. He didn't come to the hospital when he was born, because he thought he would automatically be put on child support. I will FaceTime a few times out of the week, but he doesn't always answer. If he calls back, it's too late or the next day. And if we meet up, there's always strings attached, like can you take me to the corner store, or can you drop me off of my friend's house. Last time we met up and had a falling out, so I set my boundaries and told him I couldn't take him anywhere. See and spend time with your son, and that's it. Over the year and 9 months he has only brought his son a $70 pair of Jordans, 1 big box of Pampers and wipes. He complains that him not seeing his son is my fault. His son crying when he sees him is also my fault. He doesn't have a car, but he get around everywhere else. Why can't he come visit his son? If I don't call or take the incentive, it won't happen. And I'm okay with that. My son is not without proper male father figures or role models in his life. So AITA so not making an effort to co-parent? AITA because my niece overheard me ranting about how I want sister to stop dumping her kids at my house. My sister, we call each other sisters but are actually cousins. God siblings, has 2 young kids. She is very socially active and often needs someone to watch her kids. Since I live nearby and the kids like me, it usually ends up being me. even though she has other options. When I was working at a real job, she was reasonable, asking if I could watch them, leaving money for food, and picking them up on time, asking only once or twice a month, if that. So I didn't mind watching them. But now that I'm doing art commissions, she views it as me not doing anything. She kept trying to hint to me that she wanted me to watch her kids, and I didn't pick up on it until now because I'm on the spectrum. I don't understand hints. She pretty much stopped talking to me entirely after that, and bypasses me and asks her brother, my roommate cousin, to bring the kids over without telling me, sometimes for multiple days. He leaves the childcare responsibilities to me, saying, that's what their auntie is for. This has been happening every weekend since late May, and it's now July. Today, I wanted to do my workout downstairs where there's space, but I heard the kids screaming and assumed they might be staying over without notice again. I was so frustrated, I ranted to my brother while we were in his room, and my niece overheard, which upset her. All I'd said was, and nobody even told me they'd be here, which I'm sure still really hurt. Now, my cousins are mad at me for damaging our relationship. Ida, I plan to apologize to my niece when she's ready to talk, though I don't know how to explain something this complicated to a kid. Ida, for asking my girlfriend to shower after work. My girlfriend of a year and a half now doesn't like to shower after work. She works at P.F. Chang's. She smells heavily like Chinese food, and I can feel the sweat that's on her body that gets all tacky after it dries. She insists to take a shower every morning, but I feel like it doesn't make any sense. The sheets get dirtier faster and smelly, and I don't feel comfortable really cuddling and touching her as much, because she isn't really clean after a 10-hour shift on her feet making food from scratch all day. Though I am somewhat of a clean freak, take showers sometimes twice a day, morning and night. I told her I don't love her any less, I just wish she would. She gets sad and quiet, or gets angry and says she doesn't want me telling her what to do when she's tired. Ida, for asking a trans man to walk me home. Ida, for asking a trans man to walk me home. I 20F was invited to visit my sister 24 and friends met at university. I knew a couple of them, and one the trans man, in particular, more than others. I did not know some of them. On the second day, we had all gone out for some drinks to celebrate finishing uni. We had eaten out during the day and I suspected I had been accidentally given some gluten. Gluten cross-contamination happened, and so wasn't feeling well, and was feeling worse as the time went on. I have an intolerance, so I was not in danger, just feeling nauseous with stomach pain, cramps. One of her friends, I'll call him Alex, 25-ish, seems to like me, and had been trying to flirt despite me telling him I wasn't interested. I said I was going to walk back to their apartment where I was staying as I wasn't feeling well. I knew roughly where we were and where I needed to go, and was happy to go alone, maybe 10 minutes walk. I also had my phone with Google Maps if I needed it. Alex immediately wanted to walk me home, and I tried to gently say I was fine, he could stay and have fun, etc. Her trans friend Liam, 23, then offered and said he was tired anyway. I felt more comfortable with Liam as I knew him far better, and he wasn't continually flirting making me uncomfortable. I accepted Liam's offer and we left. Alex was visibly annoyed and tried to make me change my mind or let him come too. We insisted we were fine, and then a couple others came over to find him, so he left. Liam did return to the party a while later. Well, apparently I caused issues, being more comfortable with Liam as transphobic as I don't perceive him as a real man and therefore also a danger, and I put him in danger. There's been a lot of back and forth over similar points. There's a rift in my sister's friend group and half are angry at me. Sis isn't sure who to side with, and is T sure what happened exactly as she wasn't there at the time of the conversation. So, Ida, was I homophobic? Ida, for asking my dad why his stepkids and my half-siblings are more important to him than me and my sister. I 17 meters have a complicated blended family history that I should try to explain. Dad and mom had me and my sister Kali, 15F. Mom died when Kali was 3 and I was 5. Dad was never that close to his family, but mom was close to hers, and Kali and I were close to them too. Dad was not. My dad's wife had her oldest 13 before she got married for the first time. With her ex-husband she had 2 kids, 10 and 9. During her first marriage she and her husband took in his nieces 12 and 8. Her ex-husband and his whole family got arrested and her nieces didn't know their father, so she kept them and raised them with my dad. She also took custody of her nephew 7 while she and my dad were dating. I could be a little off on the timeline. This stuff happened, but of course I didn't know her during most of it. Now they have a 4 and 3-year-old together, and they've been married for 6 years. They only dated for 14 or 15 months, and she started dating dad while she was in the middle of her divorce. Of all the kids in our house, my sister and I are the only ones with extended family in our lives. Our maternal grandparents and aunts, uncles and cousins. Dad's parents didn't want anything to do with kids that weren't blood, so dad finally stopped all contact with his family, though his family never cared much for Kali or me either. His wife's parents are dead and her brother isn't around for his son, and the mother of his son and her family aren't involved. Her ex-husband's family are all still in prison, and the father of his nieces are still unknown. My maternal family don't want to be involved in the others, just Kali and me. Which annoys my dad and annoys his wife, and the kids get upset because they want to have more people too. They want to go to BBQs and grandparent sleepovers and cousin sleepovers, but just Kali and I get that. It's become such a huge deal that my dad and his wife tried to tell Kali and me we couldn't see our family as much. And they tried to take advantage of COVID by making us all do family things together in the hope we wouldn't tolerate the other kids being excluded if we loved them more than we loved our maternal side. It didn't work. Dad told Kali and me recently he was putting his foot down and we were not to talk to our family anymore. He said he were a bad influence and taught us to close off our hearts to our family. He said he never should have let things continue this long. He said it wasn't fair to the other kids and what they're going through. I asked him why his stepkids and his younger bio kids are more important to him than Kali and me. Why is their happiness and their wants more important? Dad told me I wasn't being logical or fair to him. I told him we didn't know them cutting off our family for them. I told him he should be putting us first too. That we're still his and we don't have another parent to advocate for us. He told me I should show more compassion and love for my siblings. Not just Kali. Ida for asking my husband not to wake me up in the morning. I'm currently going through menopause and I have terrible insomnia. Most nights I don't fall asleep until 4 a.m. or later. I'm a teacher so I'm on summer break. I would love to be able to sleep in. My husband leaves for work around 6:30 and every morning, he wakes me up so he can kiss me goodbye. It's sweet and all, but most mornings I can't fall back asleep after. I asked him if he could stop waking me up for the rest of summer break. He refused and said I'm mean for asking him to stop. He still does it every morning and I'm somehow the bad guy. Ida for asking my sister to wait at the airport. My sister's flight is landing at 11 and my parents' flight is landing at 1 today, and they asked me to pick up my sister and then go pick them up. I talked with my grandmas and we all thought this was a kinda crazy, so I texted my sister and said, do you mind getting a ride home from the airport or waiting so I don't have to do 2 trips? A few hours later I get a call from my parents and they were screaming at me and saying I caused all of the problems and drama in the family and that I don't help out all because I didn't want to go to the airport twice. My mom said I went behind her back and that she can't trust me and that I'm a jerk and a bad brother. From my perspective this was an honest miscommunication, and I really didn't think this would happen. I feel like my parents overreacted way too much and that they shouldn't have said all of the rude stuff. Ida added I picked my sister from the airport and took her home. Not even 45 minutes later my mom sends me a text to come pick her up. Ida for being tough on my sister when she told me her stepkids but especially her stepson ruined her experience of having her children. My sister Martina 34F started dating her husband Kyle 36 meters 5 years ago. Kyle lost his first wife a year before they met and within another year she had met his 2 kids with his first wife. Her stepson was 7 at the time and her stepdaughter was 4. They found out they were expecting a baby together 6 months later and her stepson had a very rough time with the news, but her stepdaughter also reacted. Though she and Kyle believed her stepdaughter copied her brother more than anything. Her stepson said he didn't want them to have a baby. He said some hurtful things to Martina. He cried a lot and didn't want to celebrate with them. The kids were placed in therapy but it wasn't an overnight fix. And then when she was pregnant for a second time her stepson reacted with more sadness and her stepdaughter reacted with some anger. It wasn't as bad. And the hurtful comments weren't made the second time. But neither kid was happy about it. Martina and Kyle got married after the birth of their first child and before she was pregnant with their second. Things are in no way perfect with them all today. And Martina expressed to me recently a lot of bitterness toward the kids for ruining her experience of having kids with their reactions. She said she felt it was so unfair that they never showed excitement or happiness about their 2 younger siblings. She said her stepson acting sad both times pissed her off because he got help and he still acted like his mom had just died and like they were doing something wrong by having children and getting married. She said he has never been the big brother to them that he is to his full sister. Where I might be the asshole is I told her that no matter how she felt, those kids lost their mom, and her stepson especially remembered their mom and had a lot of change in 2 years. I told her she can feel upset, but those kids had no say in this stuff. I told her she's the adult and she shouldn't have let that resentment build so much. She told me the tough love act is cruel and I should be supportive. Ida for buying myself a present for Father's Day with money I would normally have spent on gifts for my family. May and June are busy months for my family. My wife's birthday, all 3 of our adult children's birthdays, our anniversary, Mother's Day, and Father's Day. My wife is employed, as are all of our kids. For the last 2 years I have received nothing from many of them for our anniversary or my birthday. I'm a big boy and I earn enough to buy whatever I want, so it's not really a big deal, but I noticed that they all buy gifts for each other. I just seem to be left out. So this year, instead of getting them gifts, I got myself the Lego Millennium Falcon. It is something I have always wanted, but my parents couldn't afford when I was a kid. I also bought a display table for it for my den. My wife approached me after I brought it home to say it was weird that I spent $1,000 on myself and didn't get anyone else a present. I asked her what her or the kids got me last year for our anniversary, my birthday, or Father's Day. She couldn't remember, so I asked what they got me this year. She thought about it and realized I got nothing. I wasn't really upset or anything. I just figured I would buy myself something. What's the difference between me spending $1,000 on gifts for them and then them spending $1,000 on me and me cutting out the middleman and just spending the money on myself? She said that I was being childish and that if I had a problem I should have told them. I said that Star Wars isn't childish and that we were all adults and didn't owe each other gifts. Now the kids are upset because I have decided to opt out of gift giving. I really don't understand the issue. Was I supposed to just keep giving forever? My parents stopped giving me gifts when I moved out. I have kept it up for over 10 years. And my wife buys herself whatever she wants with her salary, so it's not like I can get her anything she couldn't get herself. Ida for calling my SEALs friend ridiculous over her opinion of me and my wife's fostering. Hello, I'm not very good with explaining things in text, and yes, my grammar sucks. So I 32 meters and my wife 26F are looking into fostering because she will have a very difficult chance at conceiving. She thought I would be angry at her, but I suggested we foster to adopt, which made her happy. It took us 7 months to pass the foster agency's requirements to become foster celebrate. We went out to dinner with my SIL 26F and her friends, no clue how old. Halfway into the dinner, SEAL's friend let's call her asks what baby are we planning to foster. So me and Jen were not picky as long as the kid's young. I said kids with concerning sound. We explained we are looking for one, and if the kid has a sibling in the system we will take both. I looked baffled and said, how you going to convince people some kids are yours if since they won't look like you should start with a baby? I laughed and said that's ridiculous, I don't care if they look like me, hell don't care if they are black, blind and missing 2 fingers. I started getting emotional and had a lecturing tone. She starts yell at me that why should I foster a black child, since I am not black and don't know a thing about their culture, that I should just foster some forgotten white child and stay in my lane since there is enough white people appropriating others' culture. I called her stupid and out of her damn mind, so I took my wife and left the restaurant. My SIL called and yelled at me for insulting yell at her friend, and she's crying now. Now my wife is depressed and is feeling like we overstepped things in our goal to foster. Ida for calling out my father-in-law when he picked my mill as the winner of a competition over my kids. My mother and father-in-law had a cooking decorating competition for the grandkids, my 2 daughters 10 and 12 and my nieces 12 and 13. My mill also decorated a cookie. Her cookie was very impressive, but I presumed Phil would pick one of the children as the winner. The prize was a gift card and my Phil picked my mill as the winner. I could see my girls were upset. My Phil called my younger daughter a bad sport. I called my Phil out and told him it was weird to pick a grown woman over children and the kids had really tried. He said it was just for fun and I was being silly. My Mill ended up feeling bad and said the kids could share the gift card. My husband thinks I made a scene for no reason and Mill deserved it. Ida for calling the police to get my parents to return my prescription medication. I had a 1 in a million accident and managed to tear several muscles in my chest. I couldn't sit up, use my left arm. Breathing hurt and I won't describe trying to use the washroom. My parents came by to see me during the day while my wife was at work. I have been living in my lazy boy because I can actually get up from a laying position. After they left I couldn't find my painkillers. I was prescribed some very powerful opiates. I called my parents to see if they had moved them. They said they took them because they didn't want me to get addicted. I told them to bring them back immediately. They refused and told me to take Tylenol. I hung up and called the police and told them that my parents had stolen my prescription narcotics. Then I called my parents and told them. They said they would throw them out. I told them that might lead to more charges. My wife set up a camera so she could check in on me from work. So they were recorded stealing narcotics. They came back immediately and returned my medicine. I thanked them, kicked them out of my house, locked them out, and then I called the police and told them that I was in error and that my parents had taken them by mistake. My parents are furious that I called the police. My sister said I was an asshole and that I could have gotten them in a lot of trouble. My wife is pissed at them for stealing my medication. I'm just happy that I can function. Ida. AITA for celebrating Mother's Day with my mom and not staying home with my wife. There is some background to this. My wife and my mother do not get along well. It is due to their personalities. My wife is very gentle-hearted while my mother is more get shit done. There have been multiple times that my wife ended up in tears from really small things. Sometimes it has been things that the other dills have been confused on. It doesn't help that other women in the family have taken steps back due to this. One example is that my wife started crying after a story from when mom worked in the hospital. It really wasn't sad, but she started crying in the middle. I was here for this one and I made me realize what the other women in the family were saying. My sister, for example, explained that she doesn't want to walk on eggshells with my wife or she may end up crying. My mom has taken a step back since she is tired of being the bad guy and causing her to cry when she didn't do anything. She is in therapy for this and it has helped a lot. She has better control over her emotions and got a diagnosis. The main problem, we do not have kids. Mother's Day was yesterday, so I went over to give her a gift and have dinner. I invited my wife but she declined. I got home and she was pissed for leaving her one alone on Mother's Day. My point is that she isn't a parent and her point was I need to be more considerate. I can't ask people I know since they are biased, so I came here. AITA for changing my morning routine. A few years ago when I was living in a small apartment complex, I signed up for a new job that I had to wake up at 5 a.m. for. A thin wall was separating my bathroom and my neighbor's apartment. To be more efficient and predictive, I woke up and took a quick shower and brushed my teeth, which all took about 15 minutes. One day she knocked on my door in the morning looking terribly exhausted and frustrated. She explained that my morning routine is waking her up and she asked if I could make less noise or shift my routine a bit later. I apologized and told her that I can't change it because of my work's demands. I offered to buy her some noise-canceling headphones that would stop all the noise. She declined, saying it's my responsibility to be considerate of my neighbors. Until I moved out, she was giving me the cold shoulder. AITA for sticking to my new morning routine. AITA for choosing my dog. For context, my husband 28 meters and myself 28F have been married for 6 years. I have had my small dog Mia since she was 6 weeks old as a rescue. I had a very unstable childhood and my grandma got her for me as a companion when I was 16. She's 12 now. When I was dating my husband, he had no problem with her being in the bed with us, since she literally was my life and went everywhere with me. Eventually we got our own place together and I noticed more animal rules started happening in the house. And now here we are. My dog sleeps in the garage because my husband hates her and says he doesn't want her sleeping in our room. Well, right now we have a massive heat wave going on. At night my garage is still 85 degrees. He insisted she still sleep out there. We have fought about my dog so many times. And honestly, he is the only person that has negative feelings towards my dog. She's a doll. The sweetest thing. When she gets scared from fireworks, she might have an accident because she has a damaged bladder, but that doesn't happen hardly ever. My husband hates her and she is terrified of him because he makes it so obvious he hates her. Around my other family he hides his hatred towards Mia and is constantly telling her to get away from him and move out of the way. Called her names before. So anyway, I told him today I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. He just said okay. I know we will fight when he gets home, but am I the asshole? AITA for commenting on my friend's weight. Today my friend F25 texted our group chat, mentioning offhand that her boyfriend is at the pharmacy to buy her an emergency contraceptive pill. We live in a Canadian province, it's Quebec. People look it up before confidently and wrongly refuting this. Where Plan B isn't available over the counter and must be prescribed, pharmacist is authorized to write this prescription, so it's still accessible. But this means the woman must be the one who goes to the pharmacy to get it. Cis men therefore cannot buy Plan B here. I let my friend know about this information and she immediately panicked because she doesn't have enough money for Plan B herself. Why it didn't occur to her that it would be the same if her boyfriend just sent her money? I don't know. She asked me how much Plan B is. I told her it's around $40 without insurance. But if you're covered by provincial insurance like me, it's around $23. My other friend in the group chat offered to go to the pharmacy for her and claim the Plan B was for her to save money because other friend is covered by the insurance. They agreed on that plan. That's when it occurred to me that Plan B is less effective for larger people, and larger women need to take 2 or sometimes even 3. The friend who offered to go to the pharmacy can't be more than 110 pounds, so would definitely only be able to get a prescription for 1. The friend who actually needs the pill is at least 200 pounds. My larger friend is very self-conscious about her weight and teeters between being in denial about it and constantly putting herself down for it. I texted the group chat the amount they prescribe will depend specifically on who goes in for the prescription. That confused both of them, so I responded again and said it depends on weight. Neither of them interacted with the group chat for a while. The skinnier friend called me to let me know I really hurt the larger friend. AITA, update for anyone wondering about the weight dosage thing. I can't believe it's become such a heated debate in the comments. She ended up texting me after going to the pharmacy herself where she was given a different pill from normal prescribed because of her weight. So it's not necessarily 2 pills, it's just a different stronger pill. I'm guessing her boyfriend did pay for it. After she realized I was right about weight being a factor, she realized I wasn't trying to be mean and was genuinely relaying information. All resolved. AITA for deleting my aunt's wedding photos. My son's story posted with permission. About a year ago, my son agreed to be the wedding photographer for my sister, his aunt. My sister is flaky at best, has a track record of saying one thing but doing another. My son is no professional but took 4 years of photography in college. He reluctantly agreed, said he would charge my sister $300, which she happily agreed to. On the wedding day, my son arrived early, got those getting ready photos, shot the whole wedding reception, took tons of group photos. 2 weeks go by, no payment, but my sister wanted to know where her wedding photos were. My son said he had them, beautifully edited, but wasn't giving them up until he was paid. My sister said, "Sure, I'll get back to you." About 8 months later, my sister had not paid, asked again about the photos. My son said the photos belonged to him until they were purchased. My sister pulled the hook your aunt up card, tried to get him to gift her all of his hard work. He spent many hours at the wedding on editing. My son said no money, no pictures. My sister hung up in a huff, made no arrangements for payment. Another month went by. My son, in an angry, impulsive action, deleted the entire flash drive. I couldn't believe he went that far, but was also kinda proud that he stood his ground. During all this time post-wedding, my sister had basically vanished from our lives. It was as if she replaced her family with her new husband's family. She wasn't coming to holiday gatherings, not calling, texting, etc. Our mother had a health scare during that time. It was nothing but crickets from my sister's camp. I was going through a divorce during that same time. She didn't even check in to ask how I was coping. My son knew I was feeling rejected, sad at this unexpected turn of behavior from my sister. I think this may have influenced his angry, impulsive decision to delete the photos. Nearing my sister new hubby's 1-year anniversary, she reached out again, asked about the photos again. Not how are you, how are the kids, how is mom, etc. She said she wanted to have some photos from the wedding printed as a first anniversary gift for the new husband, but still no offer to pay. Maybe she contacted me this last time thinking I would persuade him. I told her, "I'm sorry, your nephew deleted them." She flew into a rage, was beyond mad. She acted completely shocked, appalled. I asked if she would have expected a professional photographer to keep her unpurchased photos for nearly a year. She used the "but we're family" argument. She has never been close with any of my children. The relationship was distant at best. She asked if I had any photos from her wedding on my phone. I said I did. I sent them to her, but they were cell phone quality shots, nothing like the magical photos my son captured. So, was my son the asshole for deleting his aunt's wedding photos? He said he feels kinda guilty about it now and wants Reddit's opinion. AITA for disinviting a friend from an event after she gave my ticket to her sister. Back when Era's tour tickets were released, my friend Sadie said she would grab us tickets and I'd pay her back. We made concrete plans and I was excited. I've been a Swiftie for years but haven't seen her live. I had to sell my Rep Stadium tour tickets back in the 2010s because my mom was dying and I needed the money to help pay medical bills. I booked the hotel. This past weekend I was having a little get-together for a bunch of friends and Sadie was of course invited. At some point she pulled me aside and told me that she had news. She is leaving in September. I was heartbroken. We've been friends for years and I love spending time with her. I got weepy and hugged her a bunch and said that we needed to get all our thrifting trips in over the summer and hang out as much as we could. Then she broke the news that as a way to bond with her sister, before she left, she was going to be taking her to the Eras tour instead. I didn't know how to react. She stood in front of me and Venmoed my payment back. She was like, "I know you understand." I said that this was a sneaky move and honestly really shitty of her. And I don't understand how or why she would do that to me. She got defensive and said that they were under her name and that she didn't owe me anything. I was like, yes, they are your tickets. Legally, you can do whatever you want, but this is still a really shitty and sneaky thing to do to your friend, knowing that there is no way I will be able to get my own tickets at this point. She just kind of shrugged and said sorry, but I figured you'd understand. I asked her to leave, and told her to please not come back for the 4th of July party next week. I said I needed to process this and that. I'm really disappointed with her and how she's treated me. This is a girl who I consoled through breakups, job losses, pet losses, etc. She looked shocked and asked if I was serious. She ended up stomping off and leaving and texted me later to tell me that she's around. If I want to apologize for making her feel bad about taking her sister on a bonding trip. I'm honestly heartbroken that I'm going to be watching my show on a grainy livestream instead of being there in the stadium with everyone. I was looking forward to this so much. I checked the resale sites and had a sad little cry about it. I am wondering if I am completely wrong to have just uninvited her. Is that too far? If it was in, say, a month or two, I don't think I would have. I just need time. Hi everyone and thank you for the responses so far. I just wanted to follow this up by saying that I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not going to sue her over this. I don't really think that is a normal reaction or something that I would enjoy doing. Please don't hate me. Ida for doing a half-ass job taking family pictures at a wedding after being told to shut up and stop being a smartass. I was taking pictures at a family wedding as a favor. I was being paid about half of what I normally charge and I was fine with it. The bride is my favorite cousin and her husband is amazing. During the formals the wedding party was great and I got lots of great shots. When it came time to take pictures of different family groups with a couple people were assholes. They wouldn't stop talking or looking away from the camera. I tried politely reminding everyone that the camera was the big black thing on the tripod and that it took still images not video. I was repeatedly told to shut up and stop being a smartass and that they knew what a camera was. I asked my wife to record video of the responses for me. My cousin was delighted with the pictures from the ceremony, the formals, and the reception. She laughed her ass off at the family pictures. In about half of them people are looking off in all directions instead of at the camera. In most of those there are also people with their mouths open. She thought they were hilarious and her husband agreed. I started getting shit on social media from my family about the terrible pictures. I replied that I had tried to explain to them that the camera was the big black thing on the tripod and that it only took still pictures. They said I should have waited for them to be ready. So I started posting the short video clips of people being jackasses towards me. My mom said that I went too far in that they won't ask me to take pictures for them again. I did a fake cry and said boo-hoo. She called me a smart aleck. Please let me state that I do not think I am the asshole in this situation, but many people do. They are upset because they don't often dress up and get together and they didn't get good pictures. Ida for embarrassing my sister and saying she isn't as good as me. I 24F have a younger sister 22F. As long as I can remember my sister has tried to compete with me. My family is pretty athletic. My parents, older brother, sister, and I all played sports in high school and college, though not the same ones. It wasn't abnormal that my sister wanted to sign up for the same ones as me. Everyone thought it was cute that she wanted to do the exact same sports as me. Later it also became band and debate team. Everything I did, she had to do. That itself isn't the problem. My sister is super funny, always a hard worker, and generally a great person. The problem is she always did this to compete specifically with me. She made it known even when we were on the same teams that her mission was to outscore or outrace me. Even if she came second to last, as long as I was last, she would be happy. Even grades. She always got solid as or A but I got as or A. She was more interested in my GPA than her own. Her problem is, that never happened. Not once in almost 15 years. She's talented and a great athlete, but she could never beat me. I really didn't care. To me she was just like every other girl on the field pool. It died down when I went to college. I went to a private school on an athletic scholarship full ride. She decided to go to same school and join the swim team as well, but she didn't get a full scholarship, which was the first blow. My parents thought it was sweet. I knew it would be a problem on the first practice and she said something like, "I'm not second best anymore." Like, okay, good for you. Just swim faster than the other team and I'll be happy. Fast forward to this past 4th of July. We had a barbecue at the lake and she asked to race her for old time's sake. We were just standing around. I wanted to swim and said sure. I swam pretty leisurely. I didn't care if she won. I was just wasting time. I still beat her back to shore and she didn't speak to me for a while. Then she said we should change our wedding days to the same day to see who more people choose. I told her I just needed my fiancé and the priest, which my family agreed with. She said I was no fun. I said, no, this lifelong bulls is no fun. It's exhausting. She said deal with it because I'll always be her competition. I said that's funny because she's never been mine. My family says I went too far. Ida. Update: I spoke with my mom on the phone about therapy and if they'd asked her about it and she said yes. But she called to tell me not to update my sister on the wedding and maybe not invite her. She and her fiancé broke up over remarks yesterday. Ida for expecting my friend to pay for my sunglasses. Hi, I'm 22F and me and my friends went to a park with a lake to sunbathe and drink together. I arrived later and at some point I decided to swim with my girlfriend and a few other friends that had already swam and convinced us it was a nice temperature. I kept my sunglasses on my head because I wasn't planning on getting my hair wet anyway. However, a friend of mine 20M was having a bit too much fun and although I told him to stop he pushed my head underwater. When I got back up, I touched my head and realized I lost my sunglasses. I tried to find them but the water was very unclear and there was a current so it was kind of a doom try to begin with. He laughed when I made clear I really liked them and found them in a vintage shop so I couldn't just buy them again, which I felt bad about because they were the only sunglasses I felt confident in. He did say sorry. Afterwards I asked if he'd be okay with buying me new ones for the summer holiday, but he said no, and that it was an unreasonable thing to ask since he didn't make me lose them on purpose. Ida for fat shaming a girl? I'm a pretty slim guy, about 135 pounds at 5 feet 11 inches. I've been hitting the gym and have seen some progress, but generally I'm still pretty skinny. Recently I've been seeing this girl, Vanessa, casually, and her friend isn't a fan of this, because she's made it known that the past Vanessa has dated a lot taller, buffer guys. I was hanging out with Vanessa today, and her friend showed up uninvited and was talking again about how I'm twiggy and short. This annoyed me. So I told her that I didn't want to hear a word from a woman with a bigger waist than me. She got angry and said I was fat shaming her. Vanessa agreed with me that her friend had it coming, but some mutual friends say I'm TA. Ida for forcing my son to buy a more appropriate swimsuit. This happened about a week ago but wanted to ask. My wife and I and our son Jax 18M went on a week-long Caribbean cruise right after his school ended. Jax is a great kid. He seems to have a confidence issue. As in too much confidence lol. I've never seen anything like it. He's the most self-assured guy in the world. It's not unfounded, he's great looking and athletic and definitely a Mr. Personality type, but still a bit goes a long way. He's also something of an exhibitionist I think, which brings us to the problem. Usually he's so charming it seems harmless and he gets away with it but in this case not so. We arrive on the ship and set sail and Jax gets ready to head to one of the pools for the first time. Let's just say his swimsuit was not appropriate at all. Definitely a flaunted type of suit. I told him to put on something else. He had nothing. The kid has packed nothing but those for a week-long cruise. What was he thinking? I told him he had to go to one of the onboard stores and buy something else. He protested. I won. He went to a store and came back and got ready to go again but he had bought another Speedo-style suit that was a lot better than what he had before but still not appropriate. And of course he couldn't return a swimsuit. I told him to go back, buy a proper suit, like trunks or boardy shorts or whatever, which he reluctantly did. He whined about it, begged to wear his original, but I said no. As I said I have to admire his confidence as he would have no issue being at the pool like that and will chat up girls all day long. He is a shameless flirt but there's a time and place. He was mad at me and said I made him waste $100 on 2 new suits he didn't need. He didn't exactly call me an asshole but he wasn't happy. I didn't want to ruin his vacation but I wanted him to be decent. So and should I have just let him wear what he wanted? OBTW if anyone is curious I made him give me the listing for where he bought the original. Although this link might not be totally appropriate for work. A screenshot added to clear up a few things. I'm not a prude, not even close. He can usually wear what he wants, I don't care. He has sneaked in friends for skinny dipping parties at home, I don't care. He and 2 friends once went streaking in the neighborhood, and were caught by an hoa cop, and I don't care. He has sex, I don't care. In fact I buy him condoms and have for a while. I order them because he has a wicked latex allergy. I'm not a prude. To be honest, I really don't have a problem with the actual Speedos, even though they are not my style. He and all the boys on their team wore them for water polo and no one cared, and he will occasionally still wear them in the pool etc. That's fine. I think I had a knee-jerk reaction when he bought them on the ship because he knew that I was asking him to buy regular trunks but he tried to get as close as possible to what he originally had to pull one over on dad, and I wasn't having it. I will pay him back for the boardy shorts he bought which he actually likes. Also, say what you like but the original briefs were very inappropriate. If they had been black I might have let it slide, but not with the baby blue. They are literally marketed as hey look at my big dick. Even more so, they went well beyond that. There was zero mystery as to what's what in them, detail-wise. As one responder said, yes you could even determine one's circumcision status. Clearly. And they weren't even wet yet. If not wanting my kid to wear those in public makes me a prude, so be it. Thanks to all who responded. Ida for getting in an argument with my wife and telling her that she needs to pay me back for the brisket since she couldn't spend a minute taking it to the freezer to defrost. From the freezer to defrost, my wife is extremely picky about what meats she eats. She usually will only eat chicken and fish. Red meats she refuses to eat or cook, which is fine. Tomorrow is the 4th of July and my family is having a barbecue. I volunteer to bring the brisket. Smoking a brisket takes 12-18 hours and the meat needs to be thawed. It takes about 24 hours to thaw completely in the fridge. My job called me out on Monday to a site and problems caused me to stay over 2 nights. I was planning to use the frozen brisket from the freezer, but it needed to be thawed out beforehand. I bought a 1/4 cow and I froze it so I wouldn't have to buy red meat for a year. On Tuesday I realized that my job was going to keep me and asked my wife to move the brisket from the freezer to the fridge so it can thaw out, a task that would have taken a single minute. She told me okay and I thought that was it. I came home today and it wasn't in the fridge. It was still in the freezer as hard as a rock. I can't use it, so I go to the store and have to buy one. I asked my wife why she didn't do what I asked even though she agreed to it. She told me she thought it was gross so she didn't. This started an argument. I am pissed that she agreed to do me a simple favor, and then didn't, and I had to buy one from the store. I told her she needs to pay me back for what I bought. She thinks I am being a huge jerk and overreacting. Added we have a shared account for the bills and whatnot. The meat came out of my account, which is why I want her to pay me back. Ida for getting my niece's haircut without her parents' permission. My niece 8 years, we'll call her Jenny, lives 9 hours away from us and is visiting our family for the summer. Her mom, my sister, we'll call her Lexi, and her husband, we'll call him Jason, are not the best parents and are honestly neglectful. They have 3 other young children ages 6, 4, and 1. The only boy is the 6-year-old. Well, my niece Jenny is biracial and Lexi is Caucasian and she still doesn't know how to take care of Jenny's hair even though it's been 8 years. Both Lexi and Jason rarely ever comb Jenny's hair and it's almost always tangled. The 4-year-old also struggles with the same thing. I could go on and on about all of the things they're doing wrong, but that's a whole other topic. DCFS has been called on them before due to medical neglect, so yeah, that's just the basics. So Lexi brought Jenny to my mother's house and told my mother that there was some tangling in Jenny's hair and said that she hoped we could get it out. Come to find out, the entire mid-section of Jenny's hair was completely matted. We attempted to get it out for days and we got a little bit of it out, but to no avail. We knew that matting didn't happen overnight. It had to have taken weeks or even months for it to get like that. We hadn't seen Jenny in over 8 months, so we had no idea it was that bad. We told Lexi and Jason that we couldn't get it out, so they suggested we take Jenny to a salon to get the matting out, and they offered to pay. So I took Jenny to the salon and showed them the matting, and they were giving me dirty looks and immediately asked how on earth did that happen? So I had to explain that she wasn't my child and that I was only trying to fix the problem, so we set up an appointment. The day of the appointment comes and I take her and they start to comb the matting out. Jenny was in extreme pain and was crying. The stylist suggested to cut it all out since Jenny would end up losing a lot of hair anyways, and it would also save time and money. Jenny wanted it cut and her hair was already thinning. She had a lot of split ends, etc. So I said okay. Jenny fell in love with her hair, even though most of it was gone. Her hair went from shoulder length to above her ears, but it looked a lot better and she was so happy about the matting finally being gone. I showed Lexi Jenny's hair and Lexi was very angry. She cursed me out and said I should have told her and that she didn't want her hair cut. So I told her that if she took care of her child's hair then we wouldn't be in this predicament in the first place. Ida in this situation? Ida for getting our own hotel room after our friends expected us to sleep on bunk beds. So basically my 26F and my boyfriend 27M went to Orlando Universal for a weekend for one of our friends' birthdays. 3 couples in total. Let me preface this by saying that there were 2 rooms. One room had 2 queen-sized beds in it and the other had just 1 bed. Obviously birthday girl and her boyfriend slept in the one room, and her boyfriend's brother and his girlfriend were going to stay in the other room with my boyfriend and myself. This was planned beforehand. As soon as we got to the hotel, my boyfriend and I were checking out the room and I said, "So which bed do you guys want?" And the brother said, "What? No way," and claimed the entire double room, basically implying that he wanted privacy to bang his girlfriend all weekend. I said, "Wait a minute, where are we supposed to sleep?" They said the bunk beds in the hallway. I didn't even notice them, but basically there were 2 twin-sized bunk beds in the tightest squeeze of a hallway and they expected us to sleep on those when there was a perfectly sized queen bed in one of the rooms. I would have fit on one perfectly fine because I'm small, but my boyfriend would have definitely been uncomfortable. We also would have had to share the bathroom, which was inside their room, so how would we go about using it in the middle of the night with their door locked? Or in the morning waiting for them to wake up? Mind you, I've been on vacation multiple times with many friends and we've always shared rooms, couples and everything, so this threw me off. If a couple needed privacy, we'd let them be for a bit and just hang out in the living room. Also, you really can't spend 2 days without sex? I thought about it and I just decided to get our own room. This put a damper on the whole vacation because birthday girl wanted us all to be together. And my boyfriend, though he stood by me publicly, later told me I was being in a hole. So, was I the AITA for going on a holiday while my wife is pregnant? Me and a group of 3 friends are all scuba divers and have wanted to do a 3-week Mediterranean tour for a few years. Last year we made plans to travel to the Mediterranean in September 2023 and go diving, but my wife was having a stressful time at work with job interviews at the time, and asked for us to postpone it to this year so I could be around to support her. I said that I would, but that since we were planning to try for a baby this year 2024, I would prefer if we waited after the trip to go off contraception so that 1, my wife could come on the trip, and or 2, I wouldn't have to miss out again to stay home and support her. My wife said that she didn't want to come on the trip anyway, and that she wouldn't mind if I went even if she was pregnant so long as I wouldn't miss the birth. I agreed to this, and me and my friends booked the trip for September 2024 and my wife went off contraception in May so that even if she did become pregnant, the due date wouldn't be until after the trip. Surprisingly, she fell pregnant quickly. She has tested positive, and some calculations regarding likely date of conception show that she is already approximately 4 weeks pregnant, which means that she will be approximately 3 months pregnant when we go on the trip. She is now asking me to cancel so I can be home to support her. However, I think that's unfair since I initially said we shouldn't try for a baby until after the trip, and it was her idea to start trying to conceive prior to the trip. It's just 3 weeks away and I'm sure she will be fine. She said that the situation has changed since she is now pregnant and it would be unfair of me to hold her to her word, and it would be unfair of me to go away on a holiday and leave her behind. AITA for insisting to my husband and his parents that I need help with our kids and we need to hire someone, and it's not me trying to pawn my stepdaughter off on someone else. My husband and I have 3 kids in our home. My stepdaughter is 9. I have known her since she was 2 and I became her stepmom when she was 4. We also have a 3-year-old son and a 10-month-old daughter together. To give some background info, first, my stepdaughter's mom was not in the picture when I met my husband. She never wanted to claim any parental responsibilities, and when I met my husband, his ex had accumulated a lot of child support debt and had not seen my stepdaughter since the hospital. I signed up for being a second parent and I love my stepdaughter, and in my heart I consider her one of my kids just as much as my bio children. We had such a good relationship. She would sometimes call me mom, sometimes my name, but she'd always say my husband and I were her parents, and she adored her brother when he was born. Over 2 years ago her mom came back into the picture and said she wanted to see my stepdaughter. My husband said it would need to be a gradual thing, but my stepdaughter had a right to know her. His ex didn't like that and sued for full custody. And yes, after having nothing to do with her for 7 years, she lost, but this started us on a step-up plan for her to gain some custody. It's been hell. My relationship with my stepdaughter suffered badly because of all this. Her relationship with her siblings has also suffered. She is rude to me now, refuses to listen to me, and rejects the 3 of us. It's always worse after she sees her mom. My husband took this issue to court and the judge made it clear he will never sever the relationship between mom and daughter, no matter what. I'm struggling. If I give her the time and attention needed, it comes at the cost to our younger kids, but if I focus just on them, it's not giving her the time and attention she needs, and the counselor told us she needs to see I'm not going anywhere. She really emphasized that it was important. The counselor even spoke to the judge, a different one this time, and the judge said he was going to follow the previous judge's decision that contact is never to be severed between mother and daughter. My husband brought this issue back to court because it was getting worse. So now we're at a point where I can't be in charge of all 3 at the same time all day. Especially now school is out, but even during school time it's too much. I told my husband we need to hire some sort of helper for me with the kids. He was against it and told me it was a big expense after we spent a fortune on court and therapy. His parents heard us talking about it the other day and they jumped in to say I wouldn't do this if all 3 were my bio kids and I just wanted to pawn my stepdaughter off on someone else. I insisted this was not true to all 3, and I insisted I needed help, because the kids will suffer in the long run and so will my mental health. My husband felt guilty because I got very emotional, but his parents said I just proved I wouldn't do this if they were all really mine. AITA for kicking my boyfriend's family out and refusing to let them move back in after finding out his brother has cancer. I 32F managed to buy a house in 2020 with my savings from working as a nurse when home prices and interest rates were low. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend's mom, his ex-convict brother, his brother's wife, and their 2 kids moved in with me. Initially, things were okay, but problems started when I began working night shifts 6 months ago. Every time I came home, The house was a complete mess, dirty dishes, trash everywhere, just total neglect. It became increasingly stressful to return after long shifts to such chaos. To add on to that, they were super loud during the day, so I couldn't get any rest for my following shift. It was just too many people for a small 2-bedroom home. Despite numerous conversations about cleaning up after themselves, nothing changed. On top of that, I felt like my hospitality was being taken advantage of. They didn't contribute financially, and I started feeling like a free hotel. I finally reached my limit and told them they needed to find another place to live. My boyfriend is upset, saying I should be more understanding, especially since his brother recently found out he has stomach cancer after I forced him out. Now, he has no way of getting to his doctor's appointments. Even though his brother doesn't contribute, my boyfriend pays for around half the bills. The house is solely under my name and he didn't contribute to the down payment. Despite this, he feels I'm being too harsh. Reddit: am I the asshole for kicking them out given their current hardships? Throw away for reasons. AITA for kicking my nephew and brother out of my home during their visit. My brother and his son Josh 16 are visiting for the 4th. We have a small apartment near Disneyland. We was supposed to see the fireworks from the 4th at my place. We are a lesbian couple, so we never had to deal with this, but there was constant pee on our bathroom floor that my wife and I have slipped and stepped in the first day they was here. I kindly asked them to stop, but it happened again and my wife told them to fucking sit down to pee if you can't control your stream. The next time I went into my bathroom there was a huge puddle of piss on the floor and I showed my wife and my brother. We was angry because we rent and are above people and I would hate to explain piss dripping down to ceiling to my neighbors. I told my brother and his son to GTFO since they can't respect my home. Josh is old enough to know better, so it's absolutely no excuse. The hotel near us, since it's a holiday, are stupid expensive and my brother can't afford it and he isn't leaving until Sunday night. It's going to cost him upwards of $1,000, or he could go to a less expensive location, but he doesn't have a car and renting one would be inexpensive. I'm really disgusted at my nephew, but my mom acts like we should forgive him because he's a teenager. It's been a nightmare of arguing and screaming because my brother still has to get to LAX Sunday afternoon and we still aren't really on good terms with everything going on. And my wife refuses to let him or Josh back in the house, and I don't know if things will ever be civil enough to take him back to LAX on Sunday. AITA for kicking out my pregnant 18-year-old daughter. I am 40, raised my daughter F18, Sarah. She's pregnant. I was disappointed, to say the least. She's barely out of high school, and now this. We had a heated argument, said things we didn't mean, and she stormed out, saying she'd handle it on her own. I thought she'd come back, but she didn't. Instead, she's couch surfing at friends' places, not knowing what to do next. It's tough seeing her like this, but I had to make a tough call. I told her she couldn't come back home until she could prove she could handle things on her own. Now, some people are saying I'm being too harsh, that I should be there for her no matter what. And yeah, part of me feels that way too, but I also believe she needs to learn from this experience and take responsibility for her choices. So yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, but I stand by my decision. I just want what's best for her and the baby. So, am I the asshole here? AITA for labeling my food my name do not touch in the office fridge. Hello all, I 23F got my first in-person job at a CPA firm 2 months after I graduated college. I've worked professionally before but never in public accounting, always in smaller team settings with a more laid-back type of operation. I'd say I'm adjusting fairly well. Everyone I work with, at large, is at or nearing retirement age. There's more of the older generations than people my age, but I don't mind. The office has a small kitchen area with a full-size fridge for employees to store their lunch, snacks, coffee creamer, etc. I noticed pretty early on that my snacks, parts of my lunch and my coffee creamer were being used. I don't know if this is normal, I feel like it isn't, or because I didn't label my food once again. Reminder: this is my first by-the-book corporate job. I take it upon myself to write Maddie's "Do Not Touch" on all of my food items in the fridge from now on to avoid having to go out and buy lunch. I'd avoid my snacks being mistaken as office snacks. Let the record show, there isn't just snacks laying around for people to have, so I'm genuinely unsure why someone would take food from the office fridge and assume it's fair game. Today my boss catches me at the fridge grabbing one of my snacks that's clearly labeled, and she tells me that's extremely rude and poor office etiquette to label my food Maddie's "Do Not Touch," and I instead should have labeled it "Please do not use." She told me I work with these people, my co-workers, every day, and I need to be nicer. So if labeling my food in the fridge is poor office etiquette, what do we call stealing my snacks and lunch on multiple occasions? I truly don't think I'm being a dick here. I'm not sure if this is a generational difference issue or what. The mental gymnastics my boss is going through to make me feel like an asshole when I'm the one who has had their lunch stolen on multiple occasions makes no sense to me. Am I the asshole? Ida for leaving my 15-year-old daughter on the bus. I 41 female have a 15-year-old daughter, let's call her Beth, with my husband. On the weekends after work during the week primarily use public transportation. Most of the time Beth rides with us on the bus. She refuses to sit next to us in normal teenage fashion and prefers to sit as far away from us as possible. She also has a bad habit of putting earphones in and zoning out, not paying attention to our bus stop, so my husband and I have to squeeze through the packed bus and get her attention so she gets off the bus with us. We've had talks with her about how dangerous it is to be completely unaware of your surroundings, especially on a public bus, but she refuses to pay attention to the bus stops or sit closer to us so we can easily get her attention. Additionally, she has been asking us for more freedom. She wants to spend a paycheck on her own bus pass, which we are seriously considering for certain bus routes at certain times, but we are hesitant due to the fact that she does not pay attention, which could easily become a problem. That brings us to Saturday. When we got on the bus, Beth chose to sit in the very back while I sat at the front. The bus was unusually empty that day and I got an idea. The next bus stop was the stop in front of her house and I exited the bus, but Beth did not. She wasn't paying any attention. Immediately after I booked it down the road to the next stop, the bus terminal, and met the bus there. I was prepared to board again to get her, but she exited. She was angry, saying that I had abandoned her on the bus and that she was terrified when she looked up and didn't see me there. I apologized for scaring her but explained how dangerous it is to not pay any attention to what's going on around you. I told my husband at home and he agreed that it was a justified lesson to teach. When Beth went to her grandparents' house, my parents and told them and a few of my sisters about the incident, called me an asshole. Our side, Beth wants her own city bus pass, but when we ride with her, we have issues getting her to pay attention and stick with us. I left her on the bus at the second to last stop of a bus route that I knew was guaranteed to stop at the terminal and booked it there. She was not alone for more than 4 minutes on a bus that had very few people on it, and I was pretty confident she would get off at the stop, as it's our usual. This was a last resort after me and my husband have had several talks about being safe in public and being responsible. My daughter parents' sister's side, I left my young daughter on a public bus by herself and did not tell her she was going to be alone. It was cruel to punish her by leaving. I should have resorted to other methods that did not involve me getting off the bus without her. Anything could have happened in the 4 minutes she was alone, and it was completely irresponsible to leave her. So, Ida for leaving my 15-year-old daughter on the bus. Ida for leaving the restaurant with my kids while my parents were visiting. I've never had a great relationship with my dad. I've never been able to have my own thoughts, feelings, or opinions. I've been called names for holding different beliefs, and overall it's been rough trying to figure out who I am as an adult. My mom and I have a better relationship, but she co-signs his behavior. She says you have to love people where they're at, and that's just the way he is. I moved to OK about 4 years ago. My parents live in Oz. I have 5 kids and do things differently than my parents. I don't discuss politics or religion with my dad if I can help it. I can have those discussions with my mom, because we're able to listen to each other. My dad is a different story. I get called stupid, a doomba, brainwashed, or worse. I do my best to avoid anything remotely political. Sometimes things that aren't political end up being political with him. My parents came to visit and last night was their last night in town. We went to dinner and overall the visit was okay. We had a couple small incidents, but I had kept my mouth shut, ignored it. While we were at dinner, we were on one of the safer topics with my dad, which is movies, TV shows. I brought up the Interview with the Vampire series. Admittedly, I have not seen it but wanted to. My mom likes Interview with the Vampire and I wanted to ask her if she had watched it. She is actually the one who got me into Anne Rice. Before my mom had a chance to answer, my dad cut her off and said we aren't going to be watching that. I was a little confused and asked why. He said, in front of everyone in the restaurant and in front of my kids, because it's a F show. I was shocked and said, Dad. He said, what? Gestured to the restaurant behind him, then said, I don't care who heard me, it's the truth. I said, well, I care, and I don't want that kind of language used around my kids. To which, kids? To which he replied, oh, so your kids can run around saying oh my god, but I can't say F? My reply to that was, we are not a religious family. I wanted to say more but got very anxious. Similar interactions have become very nasty. I didn't want to make a scene. I had talked to my kids about what they could and could not say in front of my parents. I also corrected them, and so had my parents. Anytime if they said it in front of them. He then said, if your kids can run around saying oh my god, I don't see what the problem is with what I'm saying. It's a F show. I got up, took my kids and left. My mom called later and pretty much defended him. She said my kids had been disrespectful and we were both in the wrong. She called me prideful and stubborn. She said that I could have a conversation with my dad to try and resolve it. I laughed and told her to sit down with him and have a conversation with him about anything he deemed controversial and let me know how it went. She didn't have much to say after that. I'm feeling very conflicted, but this is not the first time he has done something like this. AITA for making my plane seat neighbor uncomfortable. I 40M just got off a long flight, the kind where even the comfiest seats feel like torture racks. Now, I'm a big dude. Not yet booked 2 seats level, but enough for plane seats to be absolute hell. Booked a window seat, figured the extra space would help. The flight attendant assigns a woman to the middle seat. Nice person, we exchanged greetings, no problem. Here's where things get tricky. Nature called a couple of times during the flight, and let's just say squeezing by in that cramped space is an exercise in contortionism at the best of times. The woman in the middle seat politely refused to get up whenever I needed to use the restroom. The lady in the aisle seat was very accommodating and would get up anytime either I or the lady in the middle needed to get up. Now, I get it. Nobody wants some sweaty dude brushing past them. I tried my best to minimize contact. Literally sucked in my gut and held my breath like I was underwater, but even with all the contorting, there was some unavoidable brushing past. At the end of the flight, the woman makes a passive-aggressive comment about personal space and how uncomfortable I made her feel throughout the flight. Honestly, I felt terrible. Didn't mean to make her feel that way. But what else was I supposed to do? Hold it for 8 hours? Ask her to physically get up? Since she repeatedly didn't get up and indicated I should squeeze by, I had no reason to think she was too bothered by it. AITA for making her uncomfortable? AITA for missing my mom's funeral. My mom recently passed away while living with my younger sister. I was present during mom's final moments, and am grateful that my hero and angel is now at peace. My mom had stage 1 cancer last year. Her team of doctors believed it was curable. My sister, however, encouraged her to follow a holistic cancer therapy recommended by a chiropractor. He prescribed juice, daily coffee enemas, and periodic blood tests. I told my mom the therapy was considered ineffective. She replied that she would try it until she knew for sure. Last October and again in March, the chiropractor told mom she was nearing remission, because his blood tests showed a miraculous reduction in cancer cells. Mom excitedly told many people about her results, and gave his number to anyone who asked. In April, mom had a stroke, yet my sister, who was her healthcare proxy, refused to bring her to the hospital. After finally admitting her to the hospital in May, the doctors recommended hospice, because imaging tests revealed the cancer had spread throughout her entire body. My sister told me not to visit her home while my mom was in hospice there. We disagree on politics, philosophy, and most everything else. I defiantly made the trip, and spent several days by mom's bedside, telling her sweet things like how much I loved her. I tried very hard not to anger my sister, yet almost got kicked out when I told her my dogs had better end-of-life care. My sister prevented mom from seeking proper care for over a year, and further denied the comfort medications prescribed by hospice, despite her flailing in tears. Instead, she forced her to eat applesauce, thinking this would restore mom's health, but it ultimately led to her last breath. My other siblings are in denial. They are anti-vax, pro-insurrectionists, who blame the hospital for mom's death. And they all reminded me, this was mom's choice. My sister has planned a celebration of life, in mom's hometown, where I still live. I will not be attending, because I will not endure the misinformation that will be shared at the event. And even though I was invited, I was warned not to share my story. I'm choosing to celebrate mom's life by reporting the chiropractor for practicing oncology without a license. I am choosing to spare my sister. I will not report her and her family for elder abuse, because it would destroy what's left of my dear mom's family. I send them peace, love and blessings from afar, until I can actually begin to speak with them again. Your thoughts? AITA for naming 4 of my kids' names inspired by all 4 grandparents but not naming my 5th child for my stepmother. My husband and I have 5 children together. Our last baby was born 5 weeks ago. We chose to give our first 4 kids names inspired by their grandparents, our parents. Their names are not directly the same name as our parents but inspired by the person. Summer for our oldest, for my mom, whose name meant summer and was a summer baby, which our daughter is also Robin for our second. For my Phil, it's a play on his name and robins are his favorite birds. Luca for our third. For my Emil, who always loved that name but felt it was similar to hers and didn't. It was similar to hers and didn't want to do that, and she loves the name for a girl. Phoenix for our 4th child. for my dad and has a nickname in common with my dad's name, and my dad always found Phoenix's cool. Lol. For our youngest we ended up with a name inspired by my grandma and my husband's grandma. They had the same first name, sort of both used the same name, but one had a longer, more formal name while the other had it as their given name, which made it easier. My grandma was the woman I saw in a motherly capacity after my mom died while I was young, so honoring her was special to me. But we wanted to give our kids their own names, hence the way we chose to honor. The choice for our youngest child's name was controversial with my stepmother. She and my dad met when I was 8, married when I was 12, and my mom died when I was 6. For context, she saw me as her daughter for a long time but stopped seeing me that way mostly when she realized I didn't return her affection in that way. Because while I like her enough, I don't regard her as my mother figure and never ever considered calling her mom. I never considered honoring her with one of my kids' names, but this has upset her given our youngest's name. Also the fact she has 2 kids with my father but both are disabled and won't be having their own children, so she doesn't get to experience it like my dad did. She told me all of this and she expressed that she feels like I was disrespectful to her in her efforts to be a mother to me. Efforts I always rejected, but she feels I should have shown love and appreciation for in the naming of my children when all other parents were honored. Ida for not allowing my kids a snack after dinner. I 28F and my husband 32 meters have 3 beautiful boys together aged 8, 7, and 4. Almost every evening we sit together at the table as a family and enjoy dinner. We have a strict rule that if you don't finish your plate, you don't get a snack later or dessert. If our kids are full before their plate is gone, we let them leave the table but save their plate in case they ask for a snack later. This really hasn't been an issue until recently, and specifically tonight, where my husband and I got into a fight in front of the kids, disagreeing if they could have a snack or not after dinner. For background purposes, financially I would say we are equal when it comes to income. My husband makes twice as much as me and pays all of the bills except the mortgage. I pay the mortgage, our youngest daycare, and I buy our groceries and any household necessities. We don't fight about finances. Recently my husband has been not allowing the kids to have a snack after dinner even if they finish their plate. I've been arguing back saying they finished, they're allowed a snack. Tonight our 7-year-old asked for a snack after dinner and my husband flipped saying don't ask. Again, you're not having any more food tonight. I told him he was being unreasonable and snuck my 7-year-old down to have a clementine and a banana. My husband thinks I'm the asshole for undermining his decision that the kids won't have snacks, but I think he's being unreasonable, and if we have the means to feed our kids dinner and snacks after, why wouldn't we? So am I the asshole? Edit: I titled this wrong. I let my kids have a snack after dinner. My husband didn't. Sorry. Ida for not allowing my sister's family members her dogs at my family party. I hosted a Cinco de Mayo family party last weekend. I recently remodeled my backyard and pool, plus being Mexican, I thought it would be the perfect weekend to show off the updated digs. I invited any family that lived in the area. It's the first party I've held since before COVID. My sister and I are opposites. She is a dog mom, and I hate writing that to an extreme degree. My wife and I are not dog people. When she got the invite, she reached out and said her boyfriend, and 2 dogs, small 10-pound dogs, would be there. I was annoyed and called her to tell her no, her dogs are not allowed. She asked if kids were going. I said yes, some were. She said well, her dogs are family and they should be able to come. I told her I don't consider your dogs family. In fact, I think you're crazy for thinking that your dogs are my family. She argued her dogs were just as much family as the kids were. She said her dogs wanted to see their uncle's new backyard. I told her to shut up and never say that again to me. I reaffirmed that her and her boyfriend could come, but nothing else from their house. She got angry, but I eventually hung up. She didn't go to the party, claiming I was rude and an asshole to her. Apparently my parents even agree with her, which fucking blows my mind. Heard a rumor she is hosting an event and is seemingly excluding me from the invite list. Ida here? Ida for not bringing Indian food to a potluck? I, 27F, recently moved to the US from India for my master's. I have been working part-time and my experience so far has been a mixed bag. My first week at my job, I faced many microaggressions, particularly towards my cultural background. I am aware that India doesn't have the best reputation, but some remarks on Indian food and culture from their end was completely unwarranted. The entire conversation was followed by 2 other colleagues commenting on how they changed their mind about trying Indian food after watching videos on TikTok. I told the manager after a day of being hesitant, and he told them privately not to make such comments again. It has been some time since that incident, and they, although aren't the most friendliest towards me, they haven't made comments or remarks that made me uncomfortable again. More here. That was until my manager's wife threw a potluck at home and invited all of us recently. Since everyone was bringing some dish, I made chow mein and brought it to the potluck. Now, I have an Instagram page dedicated to my cooking. It isn't popular by any means, but I had shared the to 2 girls I work with. Most of the food I have posted about is Indian, and I believe the girls have shared my Instagram page to the others, or at least talked about it. Once we were invited, they made a passing comment that they wanted to eat Indian food that I have cooked for them before. Context: after the first week at my job, whenever I bring some food with me in tiffin box, I eat it alone. However, one of the girls, saw me and asked if she could try it. It was dokla, a Gujarati food, and she had loved it, so I brought it for her the next day. The day of the party, I had brought chow mein that I made, knowing that Chinese food is very popular and well liked by all of them. Nothing happened in the potluck until almost at the end when B made a comment on how she expected that I would bring Indian food. That sentiment was resonated by some others, so I said that I wasn't sure everyone would enjoy it. Here, since I know for certain that some don't like Indian food and are not open to trying it. Was it petty? Yes, but I didn't want anyone to feel entitled to me cooking Indian food for them after my first week at the job. I told A and B later that I would invite them to my house and cook them some of my favorite Indian recipes, and they seemed very happy. But the next day at work, things seemed awkward and my manager said that my comment at the potluck had made his wife feel bad. Another person, C, stopped me later and said that I need to get over what happened, or otherwise it would ruin the atmosphere for everyone again. I feel slightly angry at the situation and embarrassed. Ida for not cooking a different meal for my picky stepsister. I 14F have been getting really into cooking lately, and I decided that I wanted to cook a nice meal for my family as a treat. I bought all the ingredients with my own money and started on the dinner. It came out amazing: braised pork and lime, tacos, homemade salsa, and a cool strawberry fresca drink. My stepsister 8F didn't even try my food before she decided it was gross. She told me the food looked bad and that she wanted something else. I was hurt because I had worked hard on the meal and was proud of it. I asked her to try a bite, but my stepdad intervened and said that she didn't have to if she didn't want to. She again demanded that I make her something else, and my stepdad asked me to go make her a meal. I was going to refuse but decided to not stir the pot, and so I got up and made her a grilled cheese. When I put the plate down, my stepsister looked happy, but my stepdad complained that the meal was unhealthy and that I needed to make her something more nutritious. This made me really upset because I was not the family's personal chef, and especially not for his picky daughter. Her nutrition was not my responsibility, and that I had no obligation to make her anything in the first place. I told him all of this, and my stepdad chastised me for arguing at the table. He sighed dramatically and got up to make his daughter something else, making himself look like the victim. I'm upset because now everyone thinks I'm in the wrong for refusing to do it, even though cooking anyone's dinner wasn't my responsibility, and especially not cooking my picky stepsister a third meal. Ida for not dropping child support. Throwaway account because my family follows Main using mobile. Excuse the format. I have 2 children, B and James 23, from my first marriage. We divorced when the kids were 4. In the divorce I got full custody and he was supposed to pay child support plus half medical, dental and every other weekend visitation. He never showed up to the court proceedings. For the first 2 years he would sporadically come by to see the children. He rarely paid CS and was locked up a few times for non-payment. We went back to court and they reduced his child support to $200.00 a month for both kids. He never paid. He owes close to $90K in back child support, and obviously he never paid any medical dental bills. I found out a week ago that my ex Bill reached out to James to talk on behalf of my ex. My ex wants to reconnect. It's been 17 years, but he is worried about the back CS that's owed. James has talked to me and asked me if I would drop the back owed CS so him and his father can start a relationship. I spoke to my current husband and he said it's up to me. I believe that my ex is just using our son to get the CS dropped. I doubt I will ever receive any money that's owed. It's just the principle of it. I haven't told James my decision yet because maybe I'm just being petty. I have spoken with close friends about it that say I would be the Ida if I did not drop the CS case. FYI, my ex works under the table and also has a wife and a SD that he provides for. He's been living fine throughout the years, he just didn't want to pay CS. Also, he did not reach out to B, just James. The reason being, in my opinion, is because B is a girl. B doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Ida for not fulfilling my grandmother's dying wish. I have 22 am an only child, and have started dating my now boyfriend. Also I'm only child, am 24, almost a year ago. Majority of my family loves him dearly. Some members don't know him at all due to distance issues, but do know about him. Him and I are both Slavic and so are most of our families. Just like him and I live abroad, some of our family members live in the same city as us as well. I have met all of his immediate and extended family and can say that I am well accepted into the inner circle. He hasn't met my grandmother F71 and my grandfather M73 for a long time. not due to distance, but because they simply did not care to meet him. I've tried multiple times to introduce him and have finally managed to introduce him to my grandfather, who, most of the time lives abroad. He was very happy to meet him and kind to both him and I. Recently I tried introducing my grandmother to him and she flat out refused, saying he's not the one for you. I'd understand if she had met him and noticed bad traits about him, but she hasn't. So I asked her what she meant by that. He's not from the same village as us. He's not the one for you. While we're both from the same country, we're both part of two different recognized minorities, so the cultures differ in some aspects. I told her that doesn't matter, since we're not living in our home country anyway. She did not stop complaining about him being from a different part of the country and him being an only child, fearing that if we get married I won't be coming home but only visit his side of the family. This a very traditional view and neither him nor I live by those views. Very early on in the relationship we decided to visit family 50-50 and not favor one side. She's been trying to convince me to leave him for a few weeks now and has been bad-mouthing our relationship to family and friends of mine. I've only learned about this through my cousin when he texted me, "Do you know what grandma is saying about you?" After a lengthy talk I went and talked to my grandmother, telling her she couldn't stop my father or uncle from marrying someone from outside of their culture, so she doesn't need to try with me. The response I got was, "Why don't you want to fulfill my dying wish?" She may be 71 years old, but is healthier than a 20-year-old. Even doctors said she still has 10 years ahead of her. I've brushed her comment off, but haven't heard anything from her since, and she won't answer my calls, but answers when my father calls, so she is doing well. So, am I the asshole for not fulfilling her dying wish? TLDR Ida for refusing my grandmother's dying wish to marry someone from my culture? Ida for not going to my brother's baby's gender reveal party. I have a kid and my brother does. My brother is now having another kid and did a party to reveal the baby's gender. I was invited initially but I said I won't be able to attend it as me and my partner had a child-free afternoon. A relative was taking our daughter to a party elsewhere and we finally had some time to go for some lunch in the countryside. We very rarely get time together without our daughter. It's hard work. My brother didn't think I wouldn't actually show up and now is very angry I didn't as it was important to him. A lot of my family are also having a go at me and said I should have been there. Ida for not going to my brother's gender reveal party. TBH I've always tried to make an effort to catch up with my brother and get our kids together to play with each other but I've kind of given up lately as if I don't make the effort I don't get nothing back. It's always me trying to sort it. Ida for not helping my best friend and his fiancée while they face homelessness. So my best friend who I've known for years and have been more involved with his family than my own has hit a rough patch. He lost his job and his health has been in decline. The medical bills are burning through his savings and it's looking like he won't be able to afford rent this month. Now, I love him as a brother, more than any of my own blood. His mother was always good to me and he hasn't wronged me in any way that couldn't be patched up. I would do anything for him. I've even offered to let him stay with me and I'd help him get healthy and back on his feet like his mother did for me in the past. But there is a condition: his fiancée would be on her own and not welcome in my home. See, I also have a history with his fiancée, one that goes back further than the one between me and my friend. We went to high school together where she didn't just bully me but went out of her way to ruin me and try to end my life there. I faced legal charges due to her physical harm because of her, complete and utter isolation because of her, and ultimately had to change schools because of her. All because I was the weird new kid who tried to make friends in her circle and tried to stand my ground against her. She spread false lies that I was a pervert taking pictures of girls as they changed, that I was trying to take pictures under their skirts. She'd come up to anyone I hung around with and say I hurt animals, that I spoke about heinous actions. It was so bad I was attacked by other students and completely isolated. I even had to deal with the police when the staff caught wind of what I was supposedly doing. Conveniently she doesn't remember me or anything she did. That aside, she hasn't really changed since then. She's been a terrible influence on him, constantly trying to hold him back to be a loser like she is. I've put up with her over the past year since they met and got together because I hope people can change and I want to respect my friend. However, anytime she's around it takes a lot of effort to not be an outright dick to her, to not act on the rage and trauma she caused me. I know I wouldn't be able to tolerate her for 2 days in my home. I recently told him about all the issues of the past between her and I when I gave him the stipulations for the first time, so I want to help him, but he's freaking out on me for holding what happened in high school against her now, especially given the situation. I'm trying to stand my ground but I can't help but feel I'm failing him somehow because I can't get over the rage and trauma she causes me. So Ida for not inviting my husband's friend's wife. There have been strong opinions regarding this situation, so I'm needing outside perspective to determine if he oughta. Recently a group of us went on a trip, fake names for clarity. The group consisted of my husband, Nathan 29M, myself 27F, my husband's best friend, Lenny 29M, Lenny's wife, Cassie 25F, and 2 of Lenny's male friends 22M and 31M. Lenny and Nathan have been best friends since grade school and talk weekly. Cassie and myself are friends by association and talk maybe 1-2x per year. Not close, but we get along fine. The guys golfed every morning on the trip, leaving Cassie and I to entertain ourselves. We did brunch in the mornings and hung out by the pool in the afternoons. When asked if there was anything Cassie was interested in doing on the trip, she said no, just wanting to enjoy the pool. Noted. Events that led to my decision: 1 minute or golf was a scheduled group activity. Mind you, it's outdoors in Arizona in July. I said that I would not be participating due to having my baby and not wanting baby in the heat for hours. I went with the group to the mini golf location and mentioned I might pop over to Target next door for the AC until they were finished, then we would have dinner as planned. Cassie, who already paid for mini golf and was heading to the first hole, overheard and said, "If you go, come find me and I can go too." I'll admit that I was looking forward to just browsing and recharging my social battery with just my baby and I. After her comment, I decided not to go to Target. I realized Cassie is the person that will say yes to anything, even if she isn't truly interested. 2 After brunch on the morning of, I asked if she wanted to the mall. She said yes. We arrive and I noticed she didn't look around, but instead hovered. I asked if she wanted to shop at any store in particular. She said no and continued to stand next to me while I browsed. I felt bad for suggesting this idea when she clearly wasn't into it, and we went home shortly after. The AITA situation happened near the end of the trip. The group was lounging in the pool and I briefly mentioned that I wanted to go thrifting. My husband confirmed keeping the baby. While I was getting dressed, he texted and asked if I invited her. I said no. I kinda want time to myself, and that was it. I headed out and came back 2 hours later to an angry mob. Cassie made a comment about how she must have missed her invite. I asked if she enjoyed thrifting. She said no, but I still would have gone. I mentioned that I would have felt bad making her wait on me doing something that I enjoy, but she does not. She continued to push and was clearly offended, even announcing that. She told Lenny I'm getting more mad the longer she's gone. I'll admit that I purposely did not extend the invite given the recent mall experience and knowing she would have said yes to going thrifting. To sum it up, I took heat from the group the rest of the evening about how I was wrong for not inviting her, and it wasn't about whether or not she enjoyed thrifting. It was the principle of not inviting her. My spouse said I should have let her know my plan, but informed her I want alone time. Could I have done this? Yes, but I didn't feel the need to explain myself, and from what I know about Cassie, I don't think it would have been received well. So, AITA. Added 1. I appreciate the feedback. I've spent the last few days self-reflecting and trying to decide if I truly am an A that lacked self-awareness. I see several comments regarding my husband, so this is where he stands on the situation. His defense is that he was loyal to the decision, not the person. He looked at it from a morally right v. wrong stance. I was upset with him for knowing I need me time after too much socialization, and not acknowledging it in front of his friends. He states it wasn't fair for me to put him in a situation to defend me. Added 2-1. The trip was 4.5 days in Scottsdale, which nobody had been to before. It was unexplored territory for everyone too. The guys had a tea time every morning and were home by 12:01 p, so I spent every morning, 7 a 12 p, with Cassie and my baby 3. I spent 0 time by myself. Except for the 2 hours I left to go thrifting for. No other wives or babies were there. 5 Brunch in the morning was Cassie's idea. 6 When I pulled the Irish goodbye, everybody was in the pool, including Cassie. It wasn't like I left her stranded with no car and no company. Edit 3 When I say I returned to an angry mob and took heat from the group, this is how it went down. I returned to the B&B, left my shopping bag in the car, walked out onto the pool deck to a slow clap from the group with comments such as "Welcome back, how was thrifting? Must have missed my invite, did you get anything good?" Cassie was not very happy. I was getting more mad by the minute. "You didn't even tell me you were leaving," etc. Everyone was still outside in the pool on the pool deck where I left them 2 hours prior. AITA. For not inviting my sister to my wedding after she ruined my proposal. I 29M recently got engaged to my girlfriend 28F, and it was supposed to be one of the happiest moments of our lives. I had planned a romantic proposal at our favorite spot, a secluded beach where we had our first date. I had everything ready: flowers, a small picnic, and a photographer hiding nearby to capture the moment. When the day came, my sister 32F insisted on tagging along. She said she wanted to take a few candid photos of us before the proposal. I was hesitant but agreed, thinking it might make the moment more special. Big mistake. As we reached the spot, my sister started acting weird, making snarky comments and trying to direct the whole scene like a movie. My girlfriend could sense something was off, and the mood was getting ruined. Then, out of nowhere, my sister grabbed the ring box from my pocket and yelled, Surprise, look what he's going to do. My girlfriend was shocked, and I was furious. I managed to salvage the proposal somewhat, but the moment was tainted. My girlfriend said yes, but we both felt the proposal was ruined. Later, I confronted my sister, and she just laughed it off, saying she was just trying to help and that I was overreacting. Fast forward to our wedding planning, and my fiancé and I decided not to invite my sister. We wanted our day to be about us, without any unnecessary drama. When my family found out, they were furious. My parents called me heartless, and my sister is playing the victim, saying I'm tearing the family apart over a little joke. Now I'm feeling conflicted. AITA for not inviting my sister to my wedding after she ruined my proposal. Added here are a few other, not so minor, instances. Instances in which my sister has done me wrong. 1. My sister has a long history of attention-seeking behavior. She's the type to fake fainting at parties just to get everyone's attention. She once accidentally set off the fire alarm at my fiancé's birthday party, causing the whole place to evacuate and ruining the celebration. 2. This wasn't the first time she's crossed the line with me. When I got my first big promotion, she announced she was pregnant at the same party, only to later admit she was joking. At another family event, she spiked the punch with alcohol knowing I was on medication that strictly prohibited drinking. AITA for not inviting my sister's wife to a family event because of her previous comments on my son. My husband Sam 39M and I 39F are celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary via inviting our family members for dinner. We decided we just wanted to be surrounded by the people we love. I love my sister Charlotte 35F very much. However, her wife Kate 38F has never really fit in with our family. We all love and respect her of course, but just for context, most of the misfit stems from her being a conservative lawyer and marrying into her super liberal family. Now I usually would definitely invite Kate to this event, along with Charlotte and their kids. However, during our last family dinner at my parents' house, she made rude comments about my 18 years old identifying as non-binary. Kate insisted she was still a she, that this whole thing is made up, etc. She ultimately stopped her comments by Charlotte's intervention, but I doubt her views have changed now because of how she insulted my kid, and how hypocritical I think it is of her to be Marty too, a woman, and still say these things. I decided not to invite her and only invite my sister and their kids. Ever since the invitations have been sent, Charlotte is very mad, and says she would no attend the party, nor would their kids, unless I apologize and invite Kate too. I explained how her behavior affected my kid and they were very deeply hurt, and I pointed out how Kate never apologized. Charlotte is usually a sensible person, but I would be lying if I said Kate's behavior hasn't rubbed on her a bit. My parents agree with me, Sam agrees with me, but some family members insist I shouldn't be so hard on Kate. Was what I did a move? AITA for not letting our daughter not travel to my ex-wife. In 2012, I was sent by my company to work in the US, which was planned for 6 years. At the end of 2012, I met a woman there who was already pregnant. We dated until 2015 and got married at the end of 2015. When we got married, I adopted her daughter. Some background on my ex-wife: she used to have drug issues in the past, but when I met her, she was clean. Confirmed by multiple doctor appointments over the next 8 months, she got pregnant by a one-night stand, and she didn't know the father's name. In 2016, I noticed that she started using drugs again, and when I confronted her about it, she said that she recently started using again because everything became too much for her. That same week, when I got home from work, she had packed some of her stuff, left our daughter with a neighbor, and just vanished. That was the last time I talked to her until recently. After having no contact with her for about half a year, I initiated a divorce, which ended up being a default divorce because, after a PI that I hired served her with papers in another state, she vanished again and never responded to anything I or the court did. In the divorce, I got full custody of our daughter. So in 2017, after the divorce procedure ended, I had my company transfer me back to Germany so I would have family close by that helped me raise my daughter. Recently, my ex-wife contacted me again and told me she had gotten clean and had stable work and an apartment again. We talked over the last few months and she asked if I would let my daughter to the US for 2 weeks over summer vacation so they could spend some time together. I categorically refused that and told her if she wanted to travel to Germany and meet our daughter, that could be arranged, but I would not send her to the US. The problem is that I learned that if I sent my daughter to the US and my ex-wife would file for custody, she would not be allowed to travel back to Germany until the custody case was handled. I would have to travel to the US to fix the custody case, and the fact that I would want to take her back to Germany again would mean the chance that I would retain custody would be very low. That is just not something I am willing to risk. My ex-wife is now angry because she cannot afford to travel to Germany and also can take that much vacation. And while I could afford to send my daughter to the US or fly my ex-wife to Germany, it would be a noticeable dent in my savings, so I refuse to pay for either. Ida for not liking my dad. So I found out yesterday, Mother's Day, that my dad is cheating on my mom again. This is probably the third time. I encouraged my mom to leave him, but she loves him too much and I feel like she doesn't want to do anything about it. She is having nervous breakdowns, is not sleeping at night, and has lost a lot of weight. I'm super worried for her that this could endanger her life. She is beautiful and aged gracefully. I think she could totally redo her life with somebody else that loves and appreciates her, but she just doesn't want to do it. I know he is my father, but I'm starting to feel that I hate him. He is really hurting my mom and I'm worried for her. Ida for not making a bigger deal out of my half-sister celebrating the end of my parents' marriage. My parents announced 2 months ago that they're getting divorced. I 16F did kinda see it coming, but it still makes me sad. My half-sister 25F has been celebrating ever since she heard. She cheered when our dad told her. She has gloated in my mom's and my faces. She told mom she can forget about being a part of her life or going to her wedding now. Half-sister is engaged. My half-sister always hated that dad remarried after her mom died when she was 5. And she said she never wanted to have my mom or me around. She was always praying for the end of the marriage. She used to try and break them up in the past. Dad would get so mad and frustrated with her, but she never let the dream die, and now her dream has come true. The last time mom or I saw my half-sister was when dad was moving out. She stopped by briefly and she gloated so hard. This was also when she told mom she was no longer invited to the wedding and no longer going to be a part of her life. My mom was upset. Despite my half-sister's dislike of her and constant disrespect, my mom loves her and she's sad to see it all end before they had a chance to be even friends. Though my mom always wanted to be family to my half-sister, my maternal aunt saw my sister had posted on social media a party she threw and it turned out she was celebrating the divorce. My parents were upset. I could shrug it off because I knew she'd be so happy about this, and her celebration does not surprise me at all. But my parents asked me why I'm so calm and collected about this. I told them I expected her reaction and I always knew she wanted this badly. They said they would expect me to be upset. I told them maybe if I expected different from her, but I didn't. I pointed out that everyone in her comments knew too. There were loads about how she always called it and how glad they were she got this win. To me it's so dumb. My aunt confronted me afterward and told me I should be making a bigger deal out of it, because it looks like I don't care about the weird and over-the-top reaction from my half-sister. She said mom must feel like I don't care about her heartache at all, that it's rough to see a child she loved and helped raise cheer on the fact she's getting divorced from dad. Ida for not making a name art piece for my future niece's nursery when my sister asked, even though I made one for my son. At 27 meters am about to become a dad. My wife Ellie 26F is pregnant and our son is due in August. Ellie has always been really supportive of my art, something my family never was, including my sister Rebecca 32F. Rebecca is expecting a baby girl in October. Ellie and I had talked about me designing something decorative for our son's nursery, and when we chose the name and talked about wanting his name in the room, I thought up something I could design and paint and would fit nicely. It took me a few weeks to finish because it's big and detailed, but we love it. Ellie thinks it's extra sweet because I made it for our son instead of us buying something. During our baby shower we did a co-ed baby shower. We showed off the nursery and the art piece to some friends and family. Rebecca was among them. She was extremely jealous and asked me why I never offered to make one for her daughter as well. I brought up the fact Rebecca has always been so unsupportive of my art. The fact she always said it was a girly hobby or a gay boy's hobby and always backed our parents and other siblings in shitting all over my interest in drawing and painting. She told me then she wanted me to make one and asked what she'd need to get for me to do it. I told her I wasn't going to make it for her. She decided to buy art supplies and ask for it again anyway, and I still said no. I refused to take the art supplies. She left them in my house and I promptly left them back in hers. I told her she was being too pushy about it and should consider how she treats me before asking for something so time-consuming to be done. She told me I could do it for my niece and accused me of caring more for boys than I do girls, of thinking girls aren't worth the effort. She basically did the biggest reach known to man, and threw a lot of claims of sexism my way, but also said some pretty sexist stuff herself, like how if I'm going to do a feminine hobby then at least I can let it benefit my family. I told her I didn't want that attitude around my son, and I wanted her to stay away from me and my family. Then her husband contacted me, and we've always been cool and he's less of an ass than my sister, but he tried to sway me into doing it, and asked me not to be petty or unkind like my family has been to me, which made me realize I want none of them around my son. Ida Ida for not returning a $100 bill gift given to my daughter. 7-year-old's birthday party invite said no gifts, but a few people brought wrapped presents. When the last parent's fake names Josu arrived, my daughter asked if they brought a gift. Sue saw the other gifts and looked clearly embarrassed for not having brought one, and said she thought the invite said no gifts. We were standing in front of the other parents who had just given their gifts, so I didn't make a big deal about it, and I said something like no, you're right, we didn't ask for anything, she's spoiled enough as is, haha. Unbeknownst to me, Sue quickly made a card and added it to gift pile. After cake, Joe and Sue's son ran up in front of everyone and asked my daughter to open the card. We had not planned on opening gifts at the party. My daughter pulled out a $100 bill and everyone gasped, basically, and of course my daughter was elated, followed by my daughter opening the other very small, inexpensive presents. Joe seemed upset and withdrawn the rest of the party, and Sue acted like this was a completely normal gift. My partner had none of this context, and so later when I told my partner how this all transpired, they were upset we may have done the wrong thing by not returning the gift, because Joe and Sue clearly felt guilted into it. Ida for not sharing my bed with my roommate. My roommate's mother, brother and aunt are coming to visit her for 10 days, which I feel is already asking a lot of me. We have 3 bedrooms with queen-size beds each, so her mother and aunt will sleep in her bed, her brother in the spare room, and she wanted to sleep with me in my bed. I said sorry, there is no way, I can't sleep next to someone. I am a very light sleeper. On top of everything, I am writing 2 exams in that week and I need my space. I feel like she can share a bed with her brother. So now her aunt, who is like super old, said she'll sleep on the couch. Now I am supposed to feel bad? We also have a friend who offered to lend her an extra mattress. She just has arranged transport. I am sorry, I am standing my ground here. Am I the asshole? Ida for not showing up to a Mother's Day lunch with my extended paternal family. So this is the first year where I 18 meters don't live at home anymore, and was the first time it was up to me what I did for Mother's Day. I was invited to celebrate with my extended paternal family, including my dad's wife, but I chose to say no to their invite and I spent some time with my 2 maternal aunts instead. This decision was controversial because my dad's wife married my dad when I was only 8 and I grew up surrounded by my paternal family, and I was always there every year before this, except for when my mom was alive. Mom died when I was 6, for context, and we used to spend Mother's Day together with her sisters and my cousins. So here's the thing, I hate my dad's wife. I hate most of my dad's family. My dad isn't someone I respect very much. Dad's family hated my mom. They felt like she wasn't good enough for my dad, and they didn't like her parenting choices, like not getting me into a sport from a very young age because sports are huge on dad's side, getting me in the kitchen when I was so little I don't remember it starting. I just remember that being something mom and I did, and this is because they don't believe boys men should be in the kitchen. They also didn't like how dad would defend mom and would put them in their place if they brought up concerns with her. They thought mom was using dad because he used to bring her a bunch of calla lilies once a week and he'd make things for her, like a keychain she used until she died and even a bracelet. They thought dad was being weak with her and that she was turning him into someone who only cared about her. I know all this because dad's family and my dad's wife talk shit about my mom a lot, and they do so around me. It has led to fights. I used to be told my dad's wife was a much better wife and mom, and I would tell them she's not my mom. She'd tell me I was a silly little child who didn't get adult issues, and I told her she was a silly adult who wouldn't accept that she would never be important to me, and I would trade her for mom every single time, and I would never love or accept her, and she wasn't half as good as my mom. I was told she gave me something, which is something my sterile mother couldn't do. My dad let it happen because when mom died he leaned on his family. He ended up being soaked back up, and while he doesn't talk crap about mom, and he tells me it bothers him, he won't do anything about it, so I have no respect for him. He's such a coward, he leaves calla lilies on my mom's grave every week behind their backs. I went very low contact at 18 and only got the invite because I didn't block them. I sent one reply that I would not be there and said nothing more even after messages. But yesterday when they realized I wasn't coming, I got so many texts about how shitty I was and I blocked them. But then my dad's wife found me on social media and told me I should be there to celebrate her, and how dare I not spend the day with my family. Ida for not taking my stepsister to practice cause she refused to get in my car that was too dirty for her. Me and my brother share a car. It's not all his fault, but the car isn't clean in the slightest, more by him than me. It isn't that disgusting, but the seats are old, sorta stained, and we have our backpacks, schoolwork kinda scattered in the back. One of our chores is taking our stepsister to softball practice. Usually my brother does it cause him at practice for much sport when hers starts, but I had an off day while my brother was taking a nap, so I had to take her. My stepdad said I could take his car if I wanted to, but I wanted to drive mine. When I pulled it up, my stepsister refused to get in cause it was so dirty. I told her to get over it, but she kept refusing, and I guess my brother has been taking our dad's car whenever he takes her to practice. She kept annoying me about how gross the car is and refusing to get in, and I just had enough. This is where I might be TA. I told her to go ask her dad for a ride and drove off cause I had places to be too. About 5 minutes later my dad calls me and is pissed, saying I am too old to be acting this way and how I should have just taken his car. I told him that the car isn't bad and she's overreacting, but he didn't want to hear it and wasn't happy. I'm just confused by this whole mess and wondering what others think. Ida for not wishing my hateful husband Sil a happy Mother's Day. Ida for not wishing my husband's hateful sister-in-law a happy Mother's Day after disrespecting me. I'm starting to think my husband Sil, let's call her D, is obsessed with me. When I first met her, I was okay with her because I didn't know her well. However, she's over 10 years older than me, so there isn't a lot we can talk about since she's a mother and I'm not. During the early days of my relationship with my husband, D seemed overly eager to get close to me. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then she began to express frustration that I wasn't sharing enough secrets with her. My husband had warned me about her, as she had conflicts with everyone in his family, but I didn't see it initially. Some history. One significant incident involved her trying to sabotage my career after I got a job at a good company. She went as far as asking them to retract the offer and insulted me through text, and previously insulted my then boyfriend, now husband. At a party where I received compliments on my attire, she criticized me the next day, displaying her envy. When my husband and I got engaged, she immediately diverted attention to herself by discussing her own marriage. It feels like she always tries to make everything about her. However, I remained cordial for the sake of the family's harmony. Fast forward to Mother's Day, when we planned to celebrate with my mother-in-law. Dee chose the restaurant, and when we arrived, she, my brother-in-law, and their kids were already there. I greeted her, but she ignored me and looked me up and down. As we sat down, we immediately sensed tension. She began making remarks about where I chose to sit next to my husband and not her, and it escalated when my in-laws arrived. She passive-aggressively got up and said Happy Mother's Day to my mill, and when my mill said Happy Mother's Day back to her, she acknowledged my mother-in-law's Mother's Day wishes and used it to make her next aggressive comments, implying that I was rude for not saying it earlier and how all her friends texted her Happy Mother's Day. For almost 30 minutes she kept making remarks saying things like this is my day and this day is all about me, I'm a mother. We tried to ignore it. Things escalated further when she accused me of being obnoxious for not wishing her a happy Mother's Day. My husband stuck up for me and told her that we're here to celebrate Mother's Day with my mill and that not everything is about her. He emphasized that she can't force people to say things to her or like her. I tried to stay out of it and remain silent, but she pointed her finger at me and said this is obnoxious. I responded by asserting that where I come from, we only wish our own mothers and mothers-in-law, and that I've never wished Happy Mother's Day before, so why is it now becoming an issue? My husband continued defending me and told her to leave me alone. She then continued making nonsense childish comments about how she has more friends than my husband does, which is childish. Am I the asshole for refusing to wish her a Happy Mother's Day after her rude comments? Ida for objecting to my roommate having guests stay overnight for 5 days. I live in 3-bedroom house with 3 roommates, and we are all in the Navy. One of the guys has had his fiancée living with us for the past week, and he also dropped on me today, saying that he is having his mom and 2 sisters 19F7F coming into town. I said, cool, where are they staying? He replied that they were staying at our house on the pull-out bed in the living room. I obviously objected to this because our house isn't that big, the living room is connected to the kitchen, and because we are in the Navy, we are up and about at 6 a.m., which means we would cause a stir. It also means I won't be able to wind down at the end of the day and watch TV in the living room. I then suggested they stay at the Navy Lodge, which is far cheaper than places out in town, and he brushed off my idea and said, well, they are to see me. It's frustrating how someone can be such a cheap ass, especially since he's an officer, stubborn, and inconsiderate. I told him I wasn't okay with this arrangement, and then we got into a fuss, and he thought I was the one being unreasonable. What do you think? Any ideas on how to delicately approach this? Ida for paying child support to my ex-wife. My wife 35F and I 35M have a great relationship. There is one recurring point of contention in our relationship. My ex-wife, with whom I have a 7-year-old boy. My previous marriage was not a happy one. Looking back on it now, there was a lot of verbal and emotional abuse, which culminated in her cheating on me. This finally gave me the kick in the ass I needed to leave. And I'm honestly grateful for how everything turned out in my life since. Our son splits his time 50-50 between both households. For reference, We live in an Eastern European country and I make a good living and would classifies us as upper middle class here. From the moment we separated I paid my ex-wife child support voluntarily amounting to somewhere around 12-15 of my pre-tax income, which in our home country amounts to slightly above what a minimum wage worker would earn. According to the legal system in our country I owe her no money, since my son spends half the time with me and is provided for. The other half is up to her. I should also mention that I was fairly generous with my ex-wife during the divorce and left her with a house in the countryside and a small online business we had started together. My ex-wife does not have a proper job. She sees herself as an artist, designer, photographer and will take the occasional project like designing a logo for someone or taking some pictures, but has never pursued any of these domains with enough determination and seriousness to be able to earn a proper living from them. She has some additional small income from the online store I left her in the divorce. We will often run into her in the city being out with friends, drinking coffee, etc. This bothers my wife because she feels like I'm financing all this and my ex-wife is benefiting of me. This is not a financial issue for my wife, as we are in no way struggling and she has her own income. My intention for this money was never to support my ex-wife, but rather to ensure that my son has a good life when he is with his mom as well. I also don't want him to grow up in an environment where financial struggle is a constant issue. To add to this, I grew up in very similar circumstances: divorced parents, well-off father, struggling mother. My father paid the minimum amount of child support he could get away with and I have distinct memories of my mother struggling while living a life of excess with my father. I always felt my father should have helped my mother more. My wife tells me I'm making her pay emotionally for my childhood trauma, which I feel is unfair. I'm also worried that if I stop paying child support my ex-wife might try to gain sole custody, which would be a way to force me to pay her child support, though still significantly less than I'm currently paying her. Unfortunately our legal system is quite backwards and if it came to this she would likely win. I will admit that in a sense I also paid this money to appease her to a certain degree. So Ida for poking my tongue at a little girl? Me, I'm 28 and my sister F30 were getting fish and chips from a store. When I'm in line I see a little girl with her. I assume grandma, and I poke my tongue at her and smile. She looks aghast and turns to her grandma. I think nothing of it. I do it with most kids and get an 80 smile rate. As my sister and I are lining up to order, this grandma cannot keep her eyes off me and is giving me the glare. I say to my sister, I've messed up. This is awkward. Fast forward 10 minutes and we're eating our food. Grandma is still there consoling her granddaughter when she storms over and leans over our table. Did you poke your tongue at my granddaughter? I reply, yes. I was just trying to make her laugh. She is going through a domestic assault case and is scared of men. She doesn't even want to look at you right now. Now, I'm sorry, that's not fair. I didn't know that. Would you like me to apologize to her? No. God no. She doesn't want to look at you. She then touches my arm and I glance down at the contact. Yeah, see? You didn't like that, did you? Same thing. It's not the same thing at all, I reply. She then walks back and takes her granddaughter out of the restaurant. I think she was worried I would yell assault, which I wouldn't, but I did do the obvious glance down. It was all so awkward, and people were looking at me like I was some kind of villain, so my sister and I left. She says I should just stop poking my tongue at kids, and I say that's no way to live, and grandma was out of line. Ida for purposely leaving a huge mess before I went on vacation. Throwaway account because my 27 meters girlfriend 24F follows my name. For some context, my girlfriend and I have been together for 5 years and living together for 3 of them. During COVID, not long after moving in together, my girlfriend was laid off from her job. She claims so her income is on the lower side. I make 6 figures and am well established in my career. I pay for the groceries and pay for the mortgage. The house is under my name. She covers utilities as she is at home most of the time and can't afford to pay for much else. Right after she lost her job she applied to different places, but no one was hiring, and then after 6 months she stopped applying. I love her and I don't mind being the main provider, although it does bother me that I haven't seen her even trying to apply for jobs. I have brought this up and she gets frustrated, angry, and the conversation doesn't last long. So I've stopped bringing it up. We have had an unspoken agreement. She cooks and cleans because she is home all day and other than utilities doesn't contribute anything else to the household. This brings me to the main issue. In the last few months she has stopped cleaning. She has simultaneously started playing a virtual cleaning game, which infuriates me. Last week I came home to her still in her clothes from the night before and laying in bed playing this game. I don't think she had even left the bedroom. Our laundry is overflowing. There is a sink full of dishes, and the floors look disgusting. I lost it. I was supposed to be leaving for a 5-day work trip the next morning and had no clean clothes to pack. I screamed at her for being lazy. This where I may be the asshole. Out of spite and partial pettiness I dumped 2 of our houseplants out, I dumped out 2 of the trash cans and the bottles, and finally tore apart the laundry basket to find my work clothes. I was seeing red and I told her if she wants to play that ridiculous game instead of doing actual housework, then I'll continue to make the house as disgusting as the virtual rooms she cleans. I took the clothes I thought I may need and went to stay at a friend's house for the night and left for the trip in the morning. I came home yesterday to the house clean, except for the mess I had made that night. She packed a few of her things and has decided to stay at our parents' house for the moment until I realize what in a hole I am. I'm not sure I even want to apologize or if I feel sorry. So Reddit, did I take it too far? Ida for reading romance books despite having a boyfriend. I F24 have been dating my BF M25 for just over a year, and a few days ago we had an argument that's left me a bit perplexed. I have always been a massive reader, but stuck mostly to fantasy and sci-fi. But 3 months ago we read a romance for my book club and I really enjoyed it. So I've been delving into romance. My boyfriend doesn't read, but will read over the blurb if I leave one of my books around. Nothing wrong with that. I finished reading Delilah Green Doesn't Care last week, and left it sitting on the kitchen bench. Well, a couple days later my boyfriend asked me why I read it. I explained that I enjoyed it. Then he started expressing he was disappointed because he knows that romance books tend to include sex. This one does, so he isn't wrong, and he feels really disrespected that I'm reading that sort of thing. He continued saying that it made him feel like I must be unsatisfied and thinking about other people, and that since it was AFF story, he can't even fulfill those needs. I tried to explain that isn't true and it's just a story, but he didn't stop there and went on to say that he didn't feel comfortable with me reading that genre anymore. It's been a few days and he won't let it go. To say I'm a little shocked is an understatement. But what's getting me more is that he told some of our friends and they are taking his side. They all seem to think he has good points and that I wouldn't be seeking out fictional romance stories if I felt secure and happy. I really didn't think this was an issue, like at all. But I'm starting to doubt that. Am I the asshole? Ida for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she secretly dated and got engaged to my ex-fiancé. Alright Reddit, buckle up, because this is a roller coaster. I 28F was engaged to my ex-fiancé Mike 30M for 2 years. We were together for 5 years in total and were supposed to get married last summer. About 3 months before our wedding, I found out that he had been cheating on me with someone else. It was devastating, and I called off the wedding immediately. Mike moved away shortly after we broke up, and I thought that was the end of it. I was heartbroken, but I slowly started to move on with my life. Fast forward to last month, I get a call from my younger sister Lily 25F saying she has exciting news and wants me to come over to our parents' house for dinner to share it. When I arrived, Lily and my parents were all smiles, and she drops the bombshell she's engaged to Mike. My head was spinning. I felt like I was going to pass out. Lily and Mike had been secretly dating for the past year, and now they were engaged. My parents had known about it for months but decided to keep it from me to protect my feelings. They actually thought I'd be happy for them eventually. Lily tried to justify it by saying she and Mike fell in love after our breakup and that their relationship is meant to be. She insisted that they didn't start dating until after we were officially over. But I felt betrayed on so many levels. I told them all that I wanted nothing to do with their wedding and stormed out. Since then, my parents and Lily have been bombarding me with calls and texts, calling me selfish and saying I'm overreacting. They claim that true love is rare and I should be supportive of Lily's happiness. Now, the wedding is in a few months, and the pressure is on. My parents have even threatened to cut me off financially if I don't attend. Some friends think I should go to keep the peace and show I'm over it, while others are appalled and say I have every right to be angry and to stay away. To add insult to injury, Lily recently asked if I would be her maid of honor, claiming she wants to mend our relationship. This request has left me torn. I don't want to ruin our family dynamic further, but I can't shake the hurt and betrayal I feel. So, Ida for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she secretly dated and got engaged to my ex-fiancé. Ida for refusing to cook for my roommate. I used to cook dinner for my roommate, Jack, in exchange for him handling the cleaning. Recently Jack became increasingly demanding, leaving me recipes and grocery lists for expensive or hard to find meals, never offering to help with the cost or effort. One night after a long day I made a simple stir fry and Jack complained it wasn't good enough. Frustrated, I told him he could cook his own meals if he wanted specific dishes. Since then I've stopped cooking for him. He now eats takeout or cooks for himself. Ida for refusing to cook for him. Ida for refusing to cover my co-worker's shift for her special occasion. I work at a small marketing firm. My colleague Barbara is getting married and will be on her honeymoon for 2 weeks. Our team is pretty tight and we usually cover for each other when in need. However, I have been overwhelmed with work lately and had a recent health situation that I have not really recovered from. Barbara asked if I could cover her work while she is gone. At first I said sure, but then I thought it all over and realized it would be too much work for me and I couldn't do it all because of my work and the current state I'm in. I explained this and offered to help with important and urgent tasks, but that I couldn't take over everything. She seemed a bit disappointed, but she said she understands. Some of my coworkers think I am being unsupportive and selfish for not taking her side of work. Ida for refusing to cover my coworker's shift during her honeymoon. Ida for refusing to do yard work after my wife built a garden. My wife 29F and I 31M bought our first house this past winter. The house is in decent shape, but the yard needed a lot of work. We spent the winter planning what we wanted to do with the yard in terms of landscaping. My wife has always wanted a garden, but I have a severe bee wasp allergy and I did not want to plant a bunch of stuff that would attract those insects to her yard. She kept begging me to let her build a garden and told me that there are going to be insects in our yard anyway. I carry an EpiPen with me pretty much all the time when I'm outside, but I would prefer not to have a deadly threat in my yard at all times. I went out of town for work for a week about 6 weeks ago. When I got back, I saw that my wife had done a lot of work in the yard. She had bought a few raised planting beds and started a little vegetable garden. She had also dug up a couple areas on both sides of our driveway and planted a bunch of native plants and flowers as pollinator gardens. I'll admit, my first reaction probably wasn't the best. It was something along the lines of WTF are you thinking? We got into a pretty big fight about it because she kept downplaying how much of a problem it would be for me. She kept saying things like they won't sting you unless you bother them. They are going to be in our yard anyway. Native pollinator plants are important. You have an EpiPen anyway. Now, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with any of those statements, but to me, she is inviting deadly threats into her yard. And to make it worse, she is telling me it's not a big deal. I told her that if she wants to keep all of that stuff in our yard, she just signed up for doing all the yard work by herself because I am not going to put myself at risk just so that she can grow a few zucchinis. I am not going to mow the lawn or pull weeds if it means I might get stung. She told me I am overreacting, but since she wants to keep everything she planted, she begrudgingly agreed to do all the yard work. Well, now that summer is in full swing, she doesn't like that arrangement. She complains that it's too hot and the yard work would go a lot faster if both of us were doing it. She complains that the grass grows too fast and doesn't like having to spend time every weekend mowing. But then she will also post videos on social media about all the bees that our pollinator garden is attracting. This past weekend she told me she was too tired to mow and asked me to do it. I told her that we already agreed she would do all the yard work since she wanted to keep her gardens. She again told me I am overreacting and that I need to help. I told her that I am not putting myself at risk when we both know there are more bees in our yard now because of her gardens. I have taken on a lot more of the household chores to compensate for her doing the yard work, so it's not like I'm slacking off. She refuses to see things from my POV. Ida for refusing to eat what my GF's mother made for us. Just for some quick context, both me and my GF have Caribbean ancestry. The main difference between us is that she embraces her heritage and I don't. Growing up, my GF had a lot of Guyanese food that her mom would make, and her mom would oftentimes give us a lot of the food she cooks. Something else I have to mention as well is that I have ARFID. My GF and her mom know this. Anyways, on Saturday I cooked us 7 days worth of food and I was very proud of what I made. My girlfriend's mom came over on Sunday to spend Mother's Day with us and she brought this dish she made. Honestly, looking at it I knew right away I wasn't going to like it. It was okra submerged in what looked like a very thick viscous white soup. I didn't ask what it was called, but it's something my GF has had a few times. We sat down to dinner and I put out my food and my GF's mom's food. During dinner my GF was trying to get me to try her mom's food. Not wanting to be rude, I told her I'd try it. I put a spoonful in my mouth and it was probably one of the most foul things I had ever put in my mouth. I made sure to get as much okra as I could just so I could have something to chew, but it didn't help much. My GF looked at her mom and said he doesn't like it and I just said I just don't think it's for me. My GF's mom was cool about it and my GF told me that I should try it with the food I made. I told her that I didn't want to do it and her mom said I'd probably like it a bit more if I combined the food together. Again, to be nice, I tried it with a spoonful of my food and hers and it was still the same. Her mom said, well, at least you tried. This morning as my GF was getting ready for work, she told me that what I did last night was rude. I asked her what I did wrong. She told me that when a guest brings food to your house it is complimentary to eat their food and not your own. I was also making faces. I didn't know I was doing this. That made it look like I was in pain eating her mom's food. Lastly, she told me I insulted her culture doing that. I asked her what she expected me to do. I tried it, didn't like it and got pressured into trying more. If I don't like something I'm not going to like it. She then told me that my parents didn't do me any favors by keeping me from my cultural food. I got really mad that she did a dig at me and my parents like that, and I told her to get out and I wouldn't be talking to her for the rest of the day. I knew I was going to do some tit for tat, but I know it's not conducive to a healthy relationship. AITA for refusing to give someone an item out of my shopping cart. My wife and I were shopping for some plants for our backyard. We picked out a tree and put it in our cart along with our other items. About 10 minutes later, a woman walked up to me and said that she had just purchased the tree, the one in my cart. She said she wanted that specific one. To be clear, there were 2 trees left, so she had other options. I asked her why she didn't take it with her when she decided that she wanted it. She said she removed the tag, paid for it, and intended on coming back to the garden section to pick it up. To be clear, it was not off to the side, nor was there any indication that it was reserved in any way. I told her that similarly, my wife and I had picked this one out, and I pointed out that there's another tree, she can just go grab that one. She said, seriously? I said I could say the same thing. Seriously, you're asking another customer to give you an item out of their cart? AITA. Additional info at its store was Walmart. Tree was a Japanese maple about 3-4 feet tall, probably 15 pounds. Tree was missing the tag. She did not show me the receipt, nor did I think to ask for it. Yes, there was an open register in the garden section about 40 feet away. This is my first AITA. I hope I'm not breaking the rules, but I think it's important to share my reaction when she approached me, which was, I can't believe she's asking me to hand her something that my wife and just picked out together and is in my cart. AITA for refusing to help my daughter after her husband's affair since she supported her mother's affair. I was paying for my daughter's tuition when my ex had an affair. My daughter, Elena, was 22 at the time. She spouted off some BS about patriarchy. She wasn't upset with her mother at all. In the 5 years since, she has still not changed her stance. She seems to think that her mother cheating was some sort of protest vote against female enslavement. My wife had a full-time job. We had a cleaning lady. I did more than half the remaining chores. My ex was far from a slave. Elena's husband left her after 2 years of marriage. No kids, thank Christ. But while Elena is employed full-time, her ex has like 3 times her income. She is unable to maintain her lifestyle on her salary alone. My ex is currently in Australia for 6 months, so Elena called me. I have maintained a cordial relationship with her, but not much beyond that. She said that she is running through her savings and that she needs help while she figures out what to do. I said I would be unable to assist her, as my retirement had left me on a fixed income. She said that she knew how much my pension was and that I had savings beyond that. She pointed out that I just bought myself a $100,000 truck. I said that wasn't really her concern, but that I hoped her relationship righted itself. She has been calling everyone to badmouth me. My family all knows how she feels about my divorce. My parents think she is their dumbest grandchild, and that's saying a lot. Her brothers both asked me if I would help if she apologized. I said yes. They told her, and her response was that she had nothing to apologize for. I love the kid, but her head needs a shake if she thinks I am going to help her out of a mess of her own making. AITA for refusing to let my brother-in-law's GF have her hair and makeup done at my wedding. For context, my mill asked her if she wants her makeup and hair done, before asking me if there is capacity or if it was okay with me. I have nothing against her, but I'm paying for my bridesmaids to have their hair and makeup done, and we'll all be getting ready together in one room. She is not a bridesmaid. I have only met her once. It is a lot of hassle for the moos to pack up their stuff and do her in another room, so she will have to have it done in the bridal suit with us. AITA for refusing it? AITA for refusing to let my family move in because my 16-year-old son doesn't want them to. About 5 years ago, my husband cheated on me and then abandoned our family. It was an incredibly difficult time. I was left alone to raise our son, who was just 11 at the time. None of my family members offered any help or support. We were essentially on our own. The only person who helped us was my father, who was a great support system both emotionally and financially. When my father passed away 2 years ago, he left me a significant inheritance. This money allowed me to buy a house and provide a stable and comfortable life for my son and me. Since my husband left, my son and I have become very close. We've been through a lot together, and our bond is incredibly strong. I would do anything for him. Recently, some of my extended family members have fallen on hard times and asked if they could move in with us. Given our history, I was initially hesitant. I discussed it with my son, and he was very much against the idea. He remembers how nobody was there for us when we needed them the most and feels strongly that they shouldn't benefit from our home now. Understanding his feelings and valuing his comfort, I decided to tell my family that they couldn't move in with us. Now, they're upset and accusing me of being selfish and ungrateful. They say that I owe them support because we're family. I don't think I'm an asshole and honestly don't care what they think as long as my baby is happy, but I still want to hear other people's opinions. So, AITA for refusing to let my family move in because my son doesn't want them to, especially considering the way they treated us when we were the ones in need. AITA for refusing to let my younger half-sister have the something borrowed that she asked for. My younger half-sister Leah 19F is getting married. Our dad and her mom are paying for the wedding and this will come in a bit later. I 27F was asked by Leah if she could borrow a necklace I wore on my wedding day. That was my mom's before me, which she wore to her wedding to my dad. This was a sore topic. Even though my mom had wanted all of her jewelry to go to me, Dad had given Leah a few things when she was a child. He told me I had no say in the matter and he loved my mom and wanted both his daughters to have pieces of her even though Leah is not my mom's child. I still dislike that she has some of my mom's jewelry, but I know Dad has built her up to see it as something sweet. So when she asked me to borrow the necklace I wore on my wedding day and Mom wore on hers, it stung again. I told her she could not borrow that, but I offered to let her borrow some of my jewelry, stuff that isn't connected to my mom. Leah told me that wasn't fair and she wanted to get married matching me on my wedding day in some way. She asked if I'd feel differently if Dad and her mom weren't paying for it. She told me she knows I don't like her parents and she doesn't think I should take it out on her. I said no, it's not that. It's that I don't want to share my mom's jewelry with her, that I never wanted her to have some of my mom's stuff. That was all, Dad, and I wasn't giving her another piece even just for one day. She accused me of gatekeeping my mom. She told me she had just as much right to it as I did. I asked her why when she has her own mom. She told me because everyone knows Dad only ever loved my mom and her mom is less than second best. And clearly sharing something from my mom means he loves her. Leah is an actual daughter despite him not loving her mom. That she wants to feel like I love her as a true sister and not some half thing that I wish didn't exist. She told me letting her borrow the necklace can show that. I still said no. AITA for refusing to push my obese cousin around in a wheelchair for a day. My cousin is approaching 600 pounds and requires a mobility scooter, as walking even short distances is very painful for her. In July, she has an out-of-state wedding to attend, and I was asked to taxi her to and from the event, as I'm not currently employed so my calendar is open. Unfortunately, my car will not carry a mobility scooter, so my cousin will be required to use a wheelchair. The problem is that this event is being held in a public park. I can barely push her wheelchair on a paved surface, let alone across grass and dirt. I tried contacting a couple rental agencies in the area but they would not lease scooters in this case because of the off-road use. My aunt and uncle have also declined to loan me their truck, which is how my cousin normally gets around, because I have a pretty shitty driving history. I did look into renting a vehicle that could carry the scooter, but my cousin cannot afford to pay for that and obviously with me being jobless, I can't either. The distance from parking to the event area is about 40 yards, which my cousin cannot handle walking. About the best solution anyone's come up with is that the party has a flatbed they're using to tote supplies from the cars, but my cousin says she would feel humiliated having to be rolled in like that. My cousin is furious with me, saying I'm shaming her by saying I cannot push her, but I feel it's the honest truth. Like 100 the thin wheels of the wheelchair are going to dig into the ground, and I am not strong enough to handle that. My cousin has done a lot for me in the past, so I do feel bad saying no, but I feel like I've looked into every option at this point. AITA for not being willing to just go and give it the college try. Also, please don't degrade my cousin. I know I can't stop you, but it's all been said before. Please and thank you. AITA for refusing to retire or move teaching spots and telling my DIL to suck it up. I am a teacher at a private school. The public school in the surrounding areas are crap. I have been working there for 13 years and I should retire soon. Probably in 5 years. I have a few grandkids but this is about Ryan and her mother Jenny. Jenny and I do not get along. We avoid each other at family events and just try to be civil. I find her to be extremely entitled and I am sure she has plenty to say about me. I teach kindergarten and since the private school is small we have a single class. You have to apply for the school. The school plans to expand but right now it is small. So I teach all of them. Jenny informed me that they applied and Ryan is supposed to start next fall. He will be in my class, and Jenny wasn't okay with that. She asked me to move positions or to retire. I told her no and this started an argument. She doesn't want me to teach Ryan and I told her to suck it up or not go to the school. She called me a jerk and my son wishes for me to apologize. Added I am going to work so I will not be able to respond. AITA for refusing to sleep on a pull-out couch during vacation. I 28F planned a family trip with my parents and my brother 25M. Before I officially booked the Airbnb that we would all be splitting the price on, I sent each of them the listing, showing how many bedrooms, what accommodations, etc. I made sure to double check with my brother as the house is only 2 bedrooms. One room has 2 full-size beds, the other a king bed. I asked if he would mind sharing a room with me as 3 bedrooms in this area were harder to find. He said it was fine because we'd each have our own bed and asked me to book it. Once our parents signed off on it, I booked it. When we arrive, before we even have our first night's sleep, my brother declares he thinks he and I should alternate sleeping on the pull-out couch in the living room. I say I'm not going to do that. If he doesn't want to sleep in the room designated for us, that's fine. But I'm not sleeping on a pull-out on vacation when there's 2 beds. I asked why he doesn't want to share a room and why this didn't come up sooner. He said we were adults and he was too old to share a room. I asked why he didn't bring this up sooner. He said he figured I'd agree to the pull-out situation. I said he shouldn't have assumed or at least had a conversation with me. He kept insisting and I said no. If he wants to sleep out there a whole vacation, fine. But I'm not alternating when I paid for a bed. Him sleeping on the pull-out led to several conflicts with our parents as he'd get mad if they came into the living room in the morning while he was still sleeping, but as they pointed out, it's the living room, a public space. If people wanted to hang out in the living room at night, he'd start bugging us to go into our rooms so he could sleep, as early as 8 p.m. We're on vacation. We're going to stay up a little later and hang out. I always offered to let him sleep in the extra bed in the room, but he refused unless I promised that I would sleep on the pull-out that night, which I didn't do. By the end of the 7-day, 6-night trip, he was irritated with all of us over this. My parents and I feel that he's the one who put himself in the situation and that there was an alternative to him sleeping on the couch, but he chose not to. However, my brother is insisting that I should have swapped with him. Ida for not sleeping on the pull-out? Ida for refusing to take my neighbor's packages as it keeps happening. It's been about a month since I 24F have a new neighbor. He has yet to put his name on his mailbox, so every one of his packages are either going into mine or are directly given to me so I can pass them to him later. At first I was okay with it because he's new and working, so he probably didn't have time to think about it, but he has yet to do it despite me telling him multiple times. I even proposed to do it myself if he didn't got time. He said no and that he'd do it. It happened again yesterday. He received something and as I was home they asked if I was taking it for him. I said no, but they could put it in the mailbox that has no name cause it's his. They replied that they couldn't as they couldn't be sure it was really his mailbox. They said they'd just take it to the post office and he'd have to come get it. My neighbor got home and I told him for the package. He got mad and said I was selfish for not taking it as it was costing me nothing and that because of me he'll now have to find time to go and get it. I said sorry, but it's not my job to get your package. You should just put your name on your mailbox and everything would be fixed. He called me a bitch and left. I told my sister what happened and she said that my neighbor was right. I could take his packages if I was home cause that's what a good neighbor would do. Ida for refusing to take my sister to rent fair because of what she wants to wear. I, 25F, am the oldest of 4 kids. Brother, Sam 20 meters, and sisters Maddie, 17F and Kiara, 12F. I have been going to rent fair since I was 16. Usually with friends, but once Sam and Maddie were 13, I started taking them with me. Kiara just turned 12 a few months ago and said she wanted to go to rent fair this year. I was hesitant but asked our mom and once she gave the okay, I actually got excited because very sad about this. Sam is in the Marines and can't go this year because he is deployed. That is, I was excited until I found out what she wanted to wear. Maddie and I have been planning and making our outfits since last rent fair. We are both avid seamstresses and offered to help Kiara design her outfit. Kiara is really into furries lately and has started making suits and masks, but I made it clear that rent fair isn't the place for that and I was uncomfortable taking her in that. She agreed. We came up with a few outfit designs and set a day to go shopping for all the stuff. She then came to me a week ago, gloating, saying that our mom said yes to her wearing a furry suit to rent fair. I told her she absolutely could, but again, I wouldn't be the one taking her if she chose to wear that. She got upset and said I was being unfair because I was still taking Maddie. I told her again that rent fair isn't the place, and who I take with me is up to me. She's now very upset with me and is trying to get our mom to make me take her wearing her furry suit. So, Ida added to add there are several reasons as to why I stated not the place. Main being that it is still going to be in the 80s during rent fair, and she wants to wear a full neon pink furry suit, head and all. Second, this isn't a big rent fair where you see all kinds of costumes. We live in a small town and aside from some tourists, it's mainly just people in our town. There's been plenty of creature costumes, but nothing like what she wants to wear. We offered to help her do a fantasy creature type costume, but she's doubling down. My mother isn't trying to make me take her, just said she was allowed. Also, I'm not embarrassed with her wearing this. I told her she can absolutely wear it next year when we go to Comic-Con. AITA for refusing to talk about my hospital stay. A couple of months ago I was in hospital for nearly 4 weeks. I got diagnosed with a condition that is being managed now, so I am fine. Once I got out of hospital I was quite weak, but I'm not pretty much back to exactly how I was. My girlfriend and I went out for drinks with a couple of her friends at the weekend. I had met these friends before and they knew I had been in hospital and know I was there. Things started off well. They asked how I was and I told them I was fine and just glad to get back to normal. One of them kept bringing up the hospital stay, saying how boring and awful it must have been being stuck in hospital. I just said I didn't want to talk about it and that I was glad to be out. She then started asking if I had to change my lifestyle much, and I again just said I didn't want to talk about it. She questioned if drinking could affect my medication, and whether I should be drinking alcohol at all. I got annoyed at this point and told her that I have come out to enjoy myself, not sit and talk about my hospital stay, and that I'm leaving if she is just going to keep questioning me. She argued that she was just concerned, but I just pointed out she ignored my repeated point of not wanting to discuss it and that my hospital stay is none of her business. At that point she said she was leaving, and we all ended up just going home. My girlfriend was annoyed at me and said I shouldn't have snapped at her friend, but I just pointed out that I didn't go out to be interrogated. I just wanted to enjoy my night. My girlfriend said she'd like me to apologize, but I refused. AITA for snapping at my partner's friend. AITA for refusing to use his old baby blankets that his mom gave us. TLDR, we're expecting our first baby and my mill dropped off my husband's newborn blankets and they reek of mothballs and chemicals. I've washed several times and can't get the smells out. It's unlikely that we'll be using these for the baby, especially given the research about mothball toxicity. I know she'll be disappointed and I don't want to start a fight with my husband. For context, the mothball smell in my mill house has always been overwhelming. I dread staying at her house and my husband says it's rude to stay at a hotel when we are in town. I'm very sensitive to the smell and it makes me sick, but I have to just suck it up. Now that I'm going to be a mom, I don't think I should have to, and I don't want my baby exposed to it. It's upsetting because even when she comes over she brings the odor with her and I have to work overtime trying to rid the house of the smell after she leaves. My husband says he does smell it, but he's used to it and it doesn't bother him. I'm not sure what the solution is, but my immediate reaction is that she should stop using mothballs if she wants us to visit with the baby. I'm happy to help her find alternatives. AITA for refusing to wear the dress my mother-in-law bought me. About 2 weeks ago was my brother-in-law's wedding and they were very clear that it was a formal event and they wanted everyone dressed nicely. My mill told me that the dress I planned to wear wasn't formal enough and offered to buy me one that would fit the occasion better, since I don't exactly have the money to buy myself a fancy dress right now. Let me be clear that I love my mill and I was very grateful for her offer. I sent her a link to a dress that I liked and she agreed to order it and have it shipped to me. The dress came the other day and it's not the one I asked for. It's nice, but it's not what I wanted. It's a completely different cut and color from what I asked her to get. Even though it's a nice dress, I hated the way it looked on me, so I just wore the dress I was originally planning to wear. It didn't perfectly fit the dress code, but I figured it was close enough. Apparently not, because the moment my mill saw me she was asking why I wore it instead of the dress she bought me. She was very upset at me for not wearing the other dress, considering she paid for it, which I understand, but it still wasn't what I asked for. When I told her it was the wrong dress, she said that she ordered a different one on purpose because she thought it would fit me better, which it didn't because it looked awful on me. She also said the one I sent her was a bit pricey, but she's not exactly living paycheck to paycheck. She has the money for it. She let it go after a while, but I'm starting to feel bad for it. I wasted her money, and looking back, what I wore did stick out a bit. Nobody has mentioned it since, but I'm still wondering. AITA for ruining my former best friend's dream wedding. Sarah 32F and I 32F have been best friends since we were 7 years old. We met when her family moved into town. Our parents are also good friends. Sarah has always been a party girl. She loves dancing, bar hopping, having casual hookups for the thrill, etc. I am the opposite of her. She always called me her vanilla sister. I'm a homebody. I enjoy nature, and my idea of a night out is going to an upscale restaurant. Despite us having different interests, we were best friends through all the ups and downs of life. I got married to Liam 34 meters 8 years ago. I am an only grandchild, so I inherited my grandfather's family home shortly after getting married. It's a 4,000 square feet southern farmhouse with wrap-around porches, a guest house, a barn, etc. It's a dream home. I've hosted some events, including my Sil's wedding and my cousin's baby shower. When I moved in, Sarah told me that she wants to get married here, and I told that as long as we are friends she is welcome to have her wedding here. Here is where things went south. Last year Sarah got engaged to Greg 32 meters. Greg comes from a religious Christian family, so she has changed to fit in with her new family. 6 months ago Sarah told me that she and I can no longer be friends because I remind her of her promiscuity. I reminded her that her promiscuity had absolutely nothing to do with me. We ended up ending our friendship that day. I haven't talked to her since. 2 weeks ago a mutual friend, Anna, sent me a screenshot of Sarah's wedding invitation. She listed my home address for cocktails and the reception. It is important to note that Sarah and I had not discussed any wedding plans while she was dating Greg or after she got engaged to him. I emailed Sarah and asked her what's the deal with the invitation. She said that 7 years ago I agreed to it and the agreement must be kept. I reminded her that I said, as long as we are still friends. Anna followed up with me a few days ago and said Sarah is still telling guests that she will have her wedding at my house. Yesterday I sent an invoice to Sarah via email. It is as follows: $3,000 barn fee for a reception, $1,500 lawn fee for $1,500 lawn fee for cocktails, $1,500 guest house bathroom fee, $500 lawn care, $1,000 cleaning fee, $300 driveway rental fee for deliveries. She replied last night calling me every name in the book and said that I am ruining the happiest day of her. I replied back and told her that I will authorities involved for trespassing if she and guests show up without paying the invoice. Today Greg and his parents called Liam and told him that I was being too harsh. Sarah's sisters called me an asshole and a hater. They've been ranting on social media and people have been agreeing with them. Reddit: Ida for ruining Sarah's wedding, Ida for screaming at my mom for shaving my dog. I 23F have a gorgeous black long-haired German Shepherd. I have waited years to have this dog, done the research on how to care for long-coated dogs in hotter areas. I do live with my mom and we both share a house equally. She loves my dog Coda, but at the end of the day, he's my dog and I pay for everything related to him. Last week I was invited to a 3-day girls trip with some friends and I asked if my mom would be okay taking care of my dog. She said no problem. 1 day later she says Coda is too hot where we live and wants to get him shaved. I tell her no, his coat will never be the same again and could actually make him sick. When I come back the 3rd day I come into my house and notice my dog hasn't run up to me to greet me as usual. My mom comes up to me and says I have a surprise for you and opens the door to another room and out comes my dog, shaved to the skin. I froze in absolute horror. I talked to a groomer and she said his coat will grow back fine so there is no reason not to shave it, is what she said. The groomer obviously just wanted the cash cause no one in their right mind would shave a beautifully groomed German Shepherd like this. I just blew up. Why on earth would you do this after I said no? Even if it does grow back, which it won't, you never take someone's dog to just get it shaved. I said some other things I'm not proud of but in the moment I regretted nothing. My mom ended up crying cause she thought she did good by talking to a groomer first and now is mad at me. I still don't want to forgive her let alone me apologize. So just wanted to hear some thoughts. Ida for shouting at my girl best friend for touching my PNS. Alright, so here's the deal. I 22M have a best friend, Sarah 22F, and we've been super close since high school. There's never been anything romantic between us, just a solid friendship. Last weekend, we were at a party and had a bit too much to drink. We ended up crashing on the same couch. At some point during the night, I woke up to find Sarah's hand on my crotch. Half asleep and panicking, I shouted, "What the hell, Sarah?" She woke up startled, immediately apologizing, saying she must have been sleepwalking or something. The whole party woke up because of my shouting, and now everyone thinks something weird happened between us. Sarah's been avoiding me since, and our mutual friends are saying I overreacted. They think I should have handled it quietly without embarrassing her. I feel terrible, but I was shocked and didn't know what else to do. Ida for shouting at my best friend in that situation. Ida for snapping at my family and essentially ruining Mother's Day. Hi, I'm 23F. Yesterday I broke down in front of my family and basically, I ruined Mother's Day. I personally feel like I am not the asshole but my family thinks otherwise. Important context: my mom died 13 years ago. After she died I pretty much took on the mom role at 10 years old. I pretty much raised my brothers and became my dad's emotional support, which has become a huge burden for me. I can't go into too much detail but I cook, clean, take my brothers to appointments, I've attended parent-teacher conferences, etc. I may not be a mother, but I sure as hell acted like one for the last 13 years. So, yesterday morning, I expected I'd get a break from cleaning, and cooking, doing the dishes, everything. Maybe this is selfish of me but I expected flowers or something, but no. The first thing said to me yesterday morning was do this dishes and clean the kitchen. I was upset but I did it. Then later, my dad told me to cook dinner for everyone. That's when I lost it. I started sobbing in front of my entire family and, yes, I screamed at them. I just let everything that I've been holding on for 13 years out. I told my family I was sick of them being unappreciative, and how extremely unloved I felt. My brother stayed silent as my dad yelled at me and told me how ungrateful I was, and that on Father's Day he doesn't expect to sit around and do nothing. I went down to my room sobbing. Nobody came to check on me. Nobody sent a text asking if I was okay. And then, they ate dinner without me. So, AITA for ruining Mother's Day? Edit. I also want to add that usually, we take flowers to my mom's grave on Mother's Day. This year, my dad didn't get any flowers. So I went and bought some myself and pretty much had to drag my family out to her grave with me. Maybe that was insensitive of me. There were, probably reasons why they didn't want to go. It just felt strange that they were willing to simply not do something we've done every single year. AITA for spying on my wife when I thought she was cheating only to find out something else. AITA TLDR thought my wife was cheating so I set cameras to catch her. Found out she hired a housekeeper to clean and do laundry instead of doing it herself. No kids home during the day and works half of what I do. AITA so I thought my wife was cheating. Nothing specific but I just had a hunch something was going on. Did a little snooping but didn't find much. But I did see some transactions into another account. I don't do the bills so I wouldn't normally see it. My wife works about 24 hours a week. And I work 40 but often do 48. Also, my neighbor asked why my brother-in-law was over the house as he saw a car in the driveway. No as weird. No as weird as it sounds, no hard evidence, but I decided to get some of there was some time find. So I went online and bought 3 hidden cameras. 2 were plugs and 1 was a phone charger block. I figured I might catch someone coming that shouldn't be there. Well, I did find someone. My wife, who has 2 school-age kids that are gone from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. 5 days a week and in summer camp all summer, was hiring a housekeeper to clean and do laundry. The payments were to this woman for $300 a week. We had discussed a housekeeper years ago when the kids were younger and she was home with the kids during COVID, but we didn't want to spend the money. So I confronted her with the evidence 2 weeks ago. She flipped out on me for putting cameras in the house, but I feel justified as I was suspicious and was ultimately right that there was something up. She had hired this woman in 2022 and had paid a total of $36,600, money that could have gone to retirement, a vacation, payoff, or avoid credit cards, mortgage, or savings. We aren't housekeeper level income, and after she bought a brand new $50,000 SUV, I wanted to buy a nice vehicle too since I commuted much more, but she said we couldn't afford it. So I bought a 2-year-old smaller car. She is still mad at me for spying, but I feel justified in being suspicious and pissed off for her lying and using money we didn't have to hire someone we didn't need. Again, she works much less than I do, is home all day alone, and we split the chores 50-50 when I am home and even give her days off when I have a day off. I'm not budging on this. AITA for switching the office coffee brand without asking. I handle supplies for our small office of 12. Recently I noticed our usual coffee brand got expensive, so I switched to a cheaper option with good reviews. I didn't think it was a big deal because it's just coffee. I know the taste might vary but nothing special. After the switch, some colleagues started bringing their own coffee. In our weekly meeting, many said that they don't like the coffee and that I should have consulted it with them since it is so important in their routine. I explained the budget concerns and that it was a minor change. The office is now divided. Some agree with me because of the budget while others are upset about not being consulted. AITA for making the switch without discussing with them. Fist. AITA for taking my daughter on a shopping spree. Context: I 35F have 2 kids, one being 13F and the other 10M. My husband just took my son on a boys trip to Michigan and I just got promotion. My son had been wanting to go on the boys trip for months and my husband and I finally made the plans for it. Once they left, I told my daughter, let's go to the mall. She got all excited, which made me excited, and we hopped in the car. We went to Bath & Body Works and I got her a candle. And we went to American Eagle and she wanted a pair of jeans and earrings, so I got them for her. Then lastly, we got Starbucks after I took her to Ulta to get her a new mascara. I wanted to treat her since we couldn't go on a vacation. She was super happy and grateful. I wanted to use my promotion for good. Once the boys got home, my daughter was so excited to show her brother what she got, and he got so upset that she got all these cool things and he got nothing. My husband also said that I shouldn't get her all of these things and that it's not fair to my son. They had went on a week-long vacation. I don't want my family to pick sides. AITA for taking my nephew and niece horseback riding even though their mom, my sister, said not to. Alright, so the reason she said no is because she doesn't support animal cruelty, which I totally and 100 get, but my nephew and niece really wanted to go because I was watching them and I said fuck it. We can go, but don't tell your mom. One of them accidentally let it slip and now I'm in a lot of trouble for my sister because she clearly told me no. She's vegan but her kids are vegetarian, so I would obviously never give them any kind of meat, but horseback riding seemed like a fair thing because I was doing it as a one-time thing for them to have fun and I won't do it again. The kids had a load of fun and they want to do it again. Is it really that much of a big deal? Ida here, Ida for telling a friend to stop watching so much PRN. I 19F have a twin brother who I am very close to. Let's call him Jay. We hang out together a lot and I consider him to be one of my best friends. We became a lot closer during high school when we found out we were both bisexual. Making friends doesn't come easy to me and I really only have 2 close friends. 3 if you count my best friend's childhood friend that hangs out with us sometimes. My twin is very social and has a bigger group of friends that he hangs out with all the time since most of them go to the same college. Last week when we were hanging out with some of our mutual friends from high school, one of them made a comment about my shirt, saying it looked like one my brother had in high school. I told her it was the same shirt, and she gave me a kind of weird look. I brushed it off because I didn't think she meant anything by it. My brother and I sometimes share clothes because we have a similar enough style and are about the same height and build. For us it just means we have a lot more clothing options. Yesterday, I ran into that same friend after one of my classes and we stopped to talk. My brother called me in the middle of our conversation to ask if I wanted food. Since he was ordering anyway and before I hung up I said bye. I love you. He said it back and my friend gave me a strange look. She didn't say anything at first but then when I asked her what was wrong, she said it was just strange that I said I love you to my brother. I laughed it off and asked her if she didn't say it to her siblings. She said no because that was weird. I didn't know what to say so I just left it there and told her I needed to go so I could meet Jay at home before he left for his friend's house since they were planning on hanging out. She then started talking about how weird our relationship was and how it wasn't normal for siblings to share clothes or say I love you, hug, hang out so much or do any of the things we do, and how high Chula was weird since we were always together and talking to each other. She also brought up a comment I made in high school in response to a question about what I vowed to if my twin died. I said that I didn't think I could live without him because he was a part of me. This question was asked to another set of twins we were friends with and they both had the same answer. The whole time she was going on, I just stared at her because I really couldn't believe what I was hearing. Eventually she stopped and I just blurted out, "No, you should really stop watching so much PRN." She was very embarrassed and went off at me for saying that. I just left and went home. I told Jay what happened and he just laughed at me while I felt like I was dying inside because I couldn't believe I said that. I asked my friends what they thought and they laughed at me and told me I'm not the asshole but I still feel like am. So Ida for telling a girl she's ugly in front of her coworkers. I have a friend who's obsessed with beauty. By which I mean bone structures, lip width, and other anatomical stuff. She spends a lot of time on those weird groups where they analyze celebrities' facial features. They think that most are mid-lol. Anyway, it's weird, but I don't mind that. I mean, I read Simpsons fan theories and look for clues when watching the show later. My point is that some people have strange obsessions, and it's okay as long as they're healthy. Sadly, her obsession isn't healthy, in my opinion. Sometimes, when we hung out, she would bring her cousin, who's objectively pretty. She got a modeling offer without even stepping into a modeling agency. She's nice, so I didn't mind, but then, my friends started comparing us, which is super random. I mean, she's skinny, has dark blonde hair and blue eyes, and I'm overweight, with black, curly hair, and overall, we are completely opposite. So my friend would tell her cousin how pretty she is and how she's jealous of her getting this modeling contract. She was talking about how beautiful her body is and would ask me to confirm. For example, her face structure is superb. Do you agree? No wonder she's a model, right? I mean, she is pretty, but like, who cares? I just don't get why it's important. Now that's the part where I got angry. She would also often say things to me like your face is so fat and your boobs are way too big or your nose is weird. Well, you get it. But once she said that I look like a used 30-year-old, which is old according to her. Used? I asked. And she said yeah, you look like a 30-year-old woman who drinks and sleeps around a lot. You know, used. I can't believe you're actually so modest and don't drink. It doesn't look like that at all then. She laughed super loudly like it's a really funny joke. Now this kind of thing happened a few times but it was way less extreme. This time it was not only unhinged but also in front of a group of people, most of which are her coworkers and her cousin. Now that's where I might have crossed the line. I said she might be analyzing all of those faces but it doesn't change the fact that she's ugly. She looks like sad horse and in order to change that she would need plastic surgery. Lots of it. At least I can improve my face with makeup. She can't. Honestly, I felt guilty immediately. And some of the people in the group later said I should have let her have it because she's just some girl from a village who doesn't always know boundaries. I mean, I get that, but it's time to learn those boundaries because being this clueless is crazy. It's not being brutally honest, it's just being brutal. I know that she's the asshole, but am I? Maybe I shouldn't get on her level and be the bigger person? TLDR, my beauty-obsessed friend kept critiquing my looks and comparing me to her model cousin, till one day I snapped by saying she looks like a horse and it made her sad. Ida for telling family members I won't respond if they use just my middle name anymore. My parents named me 17F Sawyer. My middle name is more obviously a girl's name, but I love my first name and I don't love my middle name. Most of my paternal family hate my first name though. They hate that I'm a girl with a boy's name. Some family members have tried to convince me I should use my middle name instead. I always told them I love being Sawyer though. I'm willing to compromise and have people call me by both first and middle name. But that's about it. Only this isn't good enough, and of late more family have been calling me just my middle name. I told them I didn't like it and they said my first name doesn't fit me at all. That I'm so girly and sweet that I should have a name that screams girl. I told them Sawyer fit me perfectly and I always loved having my name be a little unexpected. That it bothers me when people call me by my middle name because I don't like it at all. This did not make them stop. So I told them last Saturday that I won't respond anymore if they just use my middle name. I was told I was behaving childishly and my middle name is still a part of my name and they should be allowed to call me that. I told them if they don't respect my wishes, then why should I respect theirs, when this is my name? Ida for telling my 14F parents they could either let me change my name now or I would do it when I'm 18. For a really stupid reason, my parents named me Candy. I've never liked the name, but I've really started hating it this past year, my first year in high school. People give me weird looks whenever they find out that's my name, and the boys at school keep sexualizing me because apparently I'm going to be a stripper anyway. I've been telling my parents all year about all of that and that I wanted to change my name to Candace, so that I have an actual name but they can still call me Candy if they want to. But they just laugh it off and say that I'll get over it. But I was really mad about all of this yesterday, so I found the legal form to change your name, printed it out, and filled it in, and then gave it to them and said that they can either submit that now or I'll do it the second I turn 18. They were really sad about that and said that they didn't want me to have a boring name and Candy is a cute name. It'll be something that always sets me apart from the second someone learns my name. I get mad easily and cool off easily, so now I feel kind of bad. Ida for telling my aunt family that they've lost access to my sister. A few days ago, I 23F was supposed to pick up my little sister 7F whom I have sole custody of, but my aunt 32F overstepped and said she would pick her up and drop her off to me. She took 45 minutes to do so, although I lived 10 minutes away and was only 5 away from pickup. Fast forward to the next day, my little sister informs me that while she was with her aunt, she saw her estranged mother whom is only allowed to be seen during supervised visits with CPS only. I texted my aunt and asked her if it were true. She began telling me there was no need for me to tell you because that is her mom, and she began attacking me verbally. She said she isn't wrong for hiding it. She invalidated how I felt. She disregarded how crucial it is for me to know these things. The rest of my family also began to text me. My grandma even took her side. I told them that they have lost access for not understanding the sacrifices I've made for my sister, not understanding that I've committed the rest of my life to this, not respecting my wishes. Ida for telling my aunt to reach out to my half-siblings to invite them to my parents' anniversary party since it's such a big deal to her. My parents will be celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary in a few months, and my sister 24F and I 26 meters are throwing them a party to celebrate. The thing is, both parents were widowed before they met. Both had lost their first spouses early and had children from them. Dad had 4. Mom had 3. They tried to make a happy blended family, but their first kids never wanted them to marry again and never wanted to be a blended family. 30 years later and we still feel the repercussions. My sister and I don't have a relationship with our parents' other children. We have no contact info for them. We are not social media friends, and yes, we tried. I can't even remember the last time I saw them. Mom still sees her kids and dad sees his, but it's never a family thing. I know most, if not all, of them have kids. Never met their kids. Never got invited to their weddings. Never met their spouses. My aunt, my dad's sister, knows about the party and was saying it should be all of us planning. I told her only one set of kids wants to celebrate my parents' marriage, and that's my sister and me. She somewhat acknowledged that neither mom's or dad's kids would want to take part in hosting this, since the marriage was never seen in a positive light by them, but she wants them to be invited. I told her I had no way of doing that I have no details for them as adults. She was very persistent and pressed the issue on multiple occasions, which led me to telling her to reach out and invite them herself since it's such a big deal to her. I told her she knows dad's kids. She speaks to them, which is more than my sister and I do, and she might actually get an answer from them. She told me to stop being so sarcastic because she was just thinking of what my parents would want. I told her I understood, and didn't she think I thought of that? But I'm aware that I will be ignored, and I'm aware they have kept me from having contact with them, and that makes it very challenging. So the choice was hers if she wanted to do it or not. She didn't like my attitude at all, apparently. Ida for telling my best friend's wife, that I get it, she is insecure and it's quite sad. I have been best friends with Dave for about 17 years. We became friends in middle school. He married at 26 and I was the best woman at this wedding. His wife, Emma, has never liked me. I only met her a few times so far and each time she is cold and snappy. I invited him and his wife to a get-together at the beach. In total it was a group of 9 people. Emma has been snappy towards me the whole trip. It got to the point where people were asking me what was up with it. It was also some people's first time meeting her, and they do not have a good opinion of her. We were at the beach and everyone was just relaxing. I noticed we were out of drinks and I was going to the car to grab some more. I was asking everyone if they wanted anything specific. I asked Dave. Emma chimed and told me that he can get it himself and doesn't need a half-dress server. I was in a bikini. At this point I had enough and told her, I get it, you are insecure and I find it quite sad. This started an argument and she accused me of trying to steal her husband and me, pointing out we have been friends for years, that I don't want to fuck him and never have. Some think I shouldn't have gone for the throat even if it was obvious what her issue was. Emma wants an apology. Dave hasn't given me an opinion. Ida for telling my boyfriend it's weird he uses his hazards while braking in traffic. My boyfriend 28 meters and I 25F have just wrapped up a very long cross-country road trip. While traveling, we naturally encountered traffic jams and during some of the more abrupt stops, he put on the hazard lights of the car whilst braking. I brought it up that I find it kinda weird that he does this, and maybe it isn't necessary. I guess beyond the fact that I've never heard of someone else doing this, I worry about other drivers around us. I told him, what if the person behind you takes it the wrong way? But that's probably me overanalyzing. It seems like a bit of overkill. He got frustrated with me for being a backseat driver and asked me to stop nitpicking, paraphrasing his driving. I get that. I guess I just still think it's weird. So, Ida, do people think this is normal? For clarification, we both live in the US. He grew up in the Midwest. I'm from the Easy Coast, and we were mostly on major highways during our drive. Ida for telling my brother to dump his pregnant GF. My 41F little brother 38M has a penchant for loving crazy women. He's far from perfect, a total bachelor, a bit immature, but has a heart of gold. It's a pattern. He loves broken women, tries to fix them. Drama follows. Enter the latest girlfriend. My brother started seeing a woman a year ago, a divorced mother of 2. Around the time he moved in with my parents to recover from knee surgery. He said he wasn't into her, just for while he's in the area. My parents have only seen her in the driveway a handful of times. Something is off. He normally loves loudly. I'm over and he comes home from work and says he wants to show us something. It's a fucking sonogram. I haven't even met this woman and I know my brother is by no means mentally or physically prepared, wants to start a family. 2 men later and walks the GF. We get to know her. She's sweet. She shares some things with me, how hard it is to connect with my brother, to get him to commit. How he wasn't happy at first hearing she was pregnant and it was an accident, birth control pills didn't work. She stays for dinner. She talks crap about her ex and how she has sole custody. How her eldest son is severely disabled and she earns her living on state income caring for him. That he's her angel. She leaves with me knowing that she's a great mom, and that my brother is going to go from independent bachelor to a father of 3. Days later shit hits the fan. GF has set up a photo shoot to announce their pregnancy on Instagram with her other 2 kids and my brother. She told him to get a haircut, shave, and wear all white. She's 13 weeks pregnant. They don't live together. He's never been involved in caring or interacting with her kids. He's convinced it's for the ex. He also is 100 anti-Instagram, anti-share every aspect of your life and despises the idea of doing a cheesy family photo. He starts sharing the reality of their relationship, text messages where she is berating him, insults, cussing, threats of destroying his life, narcissistic control and gaslighting. She is clearly emotionally and verbally abusive. Then the real clinger, my brother, admits she's been begging him for a baby for months. He was adamantly no. He doesn't want marriage or to start a family. He says she'd beg him for a baby every day. Then joke about what if I get off birth control, haha. She forcefully entrapped him into becoming a father unbeknownst to him and against his will. He says he'd rather die than live in a house with her and her other kids in XYZ town. She fucking scammed him. Hours before said photo shoot I told him simply don't do the photo today, tell her to wait till she's 8 months. He apparently doesn't do the photo and escapes town for a few days, resulting in their 100th breakup. My parents are convinced 50-50 he'll go back to her. So Ida for wanting my brother to stay the hell away outside of the child? Ida for telling my dad, grandma and my dad's wife that my mom never put me in the middle. They did. My parents divorced when I 16F was 3 and my brother Shane 18 meters was 5. Shane remembers them fighting a lot back then. I remember none of it. What I do remember is my dad would always stay far away from mom and would sometimes skip things if mom was going to be present. He'd tell me or Shane, or both of us, that he didn't want to be mom's friend, so thought it would be easier to stay away. When I was 6, dad met Kim, and within 4 months, Kim and her daughter Lila, now 13, moved in with him. Within the next 3 years, dad and Kim had my 2 half-siblings, got married. In between, and Kim moved her mom in to care for her until she died. So it was chaos. Dad also lost his job and made less at his new one. Shane and I were back and forth between mom and dad. We'd spend a week with mom and then a week with dad. We hated going back then though because it was so chaotic. Mom was the stable parent for us. She was able to afford to give us a good quality of life that dad struggled to provide. Mom paid for an extracurricular activity for me and Shane each. She made sure we always had enough supplies for school. She bought us nice gifts. We had game consoles at mom's and other stuff that we didn't have at dad's. Over time, as Lila got a little bigger and so did our half-siblings, dad and Kim started asking mom to send them money for us or to buy stuff for Lila and our half-siblings too. Mom refused. Dad and Kim hated that. They tried to say mom was okay with us suffering, and grandma especially said mom should be making sure we didn't feel bad because we had more. Shane and I never felt bad. We knew we had different things because our mom and Kim was our half-siblings and Lila's mom. So different families and different households too. I never felt guilty that we did so well with mom. I never felt like she owed my half-siblings or Lila gifts or food or clothes. Grandpa used to say him and grandma should do more since they were actually family and our mom wasn't, and I agree with that. I know Shane does too. A lot of stuff happened since, but a few months ago, mom brought me and my 2 best friends to a concert. Dad knew I was going and he told Kim and Lila about it, knowing Lila had wanted to go as well but they couldn't afford it. This became a really big deal. Lila got so mad at me for it, and my dad and Kim got mad at mom because I didn't apologize to Lila. They said mom put me in the middle of divorce stuff. Then a couple of days ago they were talking about it with grandma and all 3 said mom made me feel bad by putting me and Shane in the middle and making us watch our other siblings suffer while we did so well. Grandpa called them crazy. I told them mom never put me in the middle. They did, and she never made me feel bad for having more because I never felt bad. I knew that comes with having different families. They told me to stop defending mom. Grandpa told them to stop acting like Shane, and I need to hate our mom because they do. Ida for telling my dad he's not allowed to give his speech at my wedding. My fiance and I, both 20s, are getting married in a month and there's a dispute with my dad now and he claims I'm being unfair, but I wanted to get some thoughts on it. So dad decided he was going to give a speech at the wedding without saying anything first. He had shared the contents of said speech with his sister, my aunt, and she knew the speech would not sit well with me and mentioned his plan to me. So in this speech he already wrote, he talks a lot about how his wife is the love of his life, how amazing she is, etc. It's very similar to the speech he gave at their vow renewal 10 years ago. He hasn't shied away from expressing in front of me and to me that he never loved anyone like he loved his wife, how all his past relationships pale in comparison, and that includes my mom, who was his first wife, who left him widowed with an 8-year-old son at the time. To make it even more difficult to hear, the vow renewal was held on my 18th birthday and I got to celebrate my birthday by hearing dad talk about how mom meant nothing because his second wife was so much better. They were married 8 years at the time, but a lot of family and friends didn't attend their actual wedding and they decided they'd basically have a second one to celebrate, and they decided my birthday was the perfect time to do this. Anyway, the speech he wrote for my wedding had a lot of this content from what my aunt heard from my dad and read herself. She knew on my wedding day the last thing I needed to hear was how much he adores his wife when he does so in a way that basically said my mom meant nothing to him. I told him I knew about the speech and he didn't have permission to give the speech at my wedding. Dad asked why not and I told him I didn't want him to use my wedding to praise his wife. He said she means the world to us, so why would I say that? I told him she means the world to him, but she pales in comparison to my mom, who meant the world to me and still does. I told him he might have decided mom meant nothing, but that didn't mean I shared his feelings. He accused me of being sensitive and then said it seemed like I didn't care about his wife at all. And then he said she was a good mom to me for the 8 years she raised me. I told him she was never anything more than his wife. My mom died when I was 8 and I didn't get a new one, and the last thing I need to hear is how little she meant on my wedding day. Dad told me to be reasonable and the parents of the bride and groom typically say something. I told him nothing he had to say had a place at my wedding, that this is mine and my fiance's wedding, not his. I told him to get married again if all he wants to do is praise his wife, but it was not happening at mine. He told me to stop acting like a little boy and grow up. I left. Then his wife called crying about the fight dad and I had, which led to dad calling me again and telling me to grow up again. Ida Ida for telling my dad I'm not a toy he can take out when he needs me and discard once I've served my purpose. I'm 22 meters a twin and I have a twin sister Ren. When Ren and I were 4 our mom died from liver cancer. She was 30. I know that would be difficult for dad. Going from a happily married father of 2 to a widowed father of 2 with no family close enough emotionally for support would be a lot, but he was a better dad to my sister than to me, and that started before mom died. It just stood out more after. My dad was an affectionate and caring father to Ren. She was his little girl and cherished her. If she fell he would pick her up, kiss her tears and clean her cuts. He was gentle and compassionate with her. When she was upset she could sleep in bed with him. He'd snuggle with her on the couch. He'd pull her out of school sometimes and take her for father-daughter dates. When she was bullied, he was riding the school hard to deal with it, and he fought so hard for her. He went out of his way to make sure she was loved and supported. Growing up I heard the words tough and strong a lot. I heard the word man a lot and I was still so young. He never cuddled me or kissed away my tears or carried me. He never even said I love you to me. There was nothing gentle about him when it came to me. He was rougher, harsher. He expected me to be tough, to be a man, to be strong. If I had a nightmare I was sent right back to bed. When I got bullied horrifically in high school my dad didn't want to know. There were times Ren and I would both fall. We'd both be young too. And even if I was bleeding more, she was the kid he comforted. It was never me. Not if it was both of us falling, and not if it was just me. He never did father-son dates. The most interest he ever showed in me was when I could help him do guy chores, like moving stuff. I tried to approach this with him on a few different occasions but I never got to finish. He always cut me off for one reason or another. It got to a point where I expected it if I tried. I moved in with my best friend's family after I finished high school at home. Ren lived at home for 2 more years. Dad only called me when he wanted something. He did it again the other day and I decided this shit had to end. I told him I'm not a toy he can take out when he needs me and then discard me once I've served my purpose. I told him I'm his son, not his helper. And I brought up how he never says he misses me, or says I love you. He never ever showed me love or affection and I wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. Dad sent me an email in response. He emails better than he texts saying I was being very harsh. He said I was never his little girl and boys are raised different. I replied I was never trying to be his little girl, but I was his little boy and he should have shown me love too. He responded again that I accused him of discarding me like a possession, which was unjustified. Ida for telling my daughter her fiancé is selfish and deceitful for buying her a cubic zirconia ring and letting her believe it was a diamond. My daughter's boyfriend asked for my husband and my blessing to ask my daughter to marry him. He said, I have a ring and I have a place picked out and I would like to ask your daughter to marry me. We said yes and I asked if I could see the ring. He said I thought your daughter would like to be the one to show you. They went. He asked her and she said yes. About a week later she asked him where he bought the ring. She thought she recognized it and found it on Amazon for $19.99. He said I bought it on Amazon, and she asked how much he paid for it. He said $100, $150. He didn't remember. He said he probably would have told her eventually. He said he told us it was a placeholder when he asked us for our blessing, which he did not. I am furious at the selfishness and deceit he has shown, and feel she deserved a real diamond even if it was small. Ida for telling my daughter to leave the TV settings alone. I 43 meters got some fancy TV with like 8 gabillion settings on it. It took me like 5 hours to set this thing up, between Samsung Online, all my streaming services, address verification crap, and like 8 other weird things that no one should have to deal with just to watch TV. So I've been noticing that the picture seems to keep getting darker and darker until the screen is nearly invisible in the daytime. I am generally pretty good at electronics, mechanics, all that kind of stuff. I'm the guy people call when they need tech support, but this damn TV is ludicrously convoluted in the amount of menus it has. I swear there's multiple menus that deal with picture quality. After messing around in the menus for like a week, I say screw it, and reset the TV back to factory. Another 3 hours to set it up. This time, my picture is back to perfect. 2 days ago, I'm walking through the living room, and I see my daughter 17F diving into the picture menus. I ask her if she has been changing the settings. She says yes, because she feels the TV is too bright when she's watching it at night with all the lights off. I ask her to not change the settings, and explain the issues I've been having with it. She asks if we can share the settings, by way of me turning it up when I want, and she can turn it down when she wants. The last thing I want to do is mess around with the picture menus every time I turn on the TV, so I ask her to just leave the settings alone, or watch the TV with the light on, so it's not as blaringly light. She melts down at this point. Why can't we share it? I don't like having the light on at night. You're being greedy and acting like a dictator. My wife apparently agrees with her, told me I'm being too obstinate. I truly did not think I was being out of line for telling the daughter that I really don't want her messing with the settings. because I don't want to go through the whole setup crap again if she messes it up and can't fix it. Ida here? Ida for telling my daughter's father that he can't make me transfer colleges. Throwaway account BC. My ex knows my main Reddit. I 20SF have a daughter kindergarten through Cal Sage with my high school boyfriend 20SM. I am a D1 basketball player in Texas. This is needed for context and sorry if there is any spelling or grammar mistakes. I jammed my finger at a practice and it's still wrapped up. My whole family and ex-boyfriend are from and still live in Phoenix, Arizona, and me and my daughter live in Texas from July-March to school and my basketball commitments. This arrangement was decided when I committed to my college and has been held true the past 3 years. I went to Phoenix for 4th of July to spend it with my family and so my daughter and her father could be together for the weekend like we have since I went to college. Everything was fine and amazing until Saturday night when me and my ex, my dad, stepmom and daughter all went out for a nice dinner together. After the dinner my ex pulled me aside and told me that I have to transfer colleges and programs since he can't keep doing this and he wants us to be a family again. The thing is, this time of year is the only time he sees her, to pity him being the one to push me to keep Sage when I found out I was pregnant. I give him plenty of chances to see her all year round since my mom has offered to take her back and forth between us and DX. He just never has and blows her off for God knows what. I'm also a lesbian. He's known that for 2 years now. He barely calls or texts her, and only asks about Sage when his mother tells him to. All around he's a pretty absent father, so I don't get the switch up. This is where I might be the asshole. I yelled at him that even if I could transfer colleges and programs I can. The portal is closed and I don't want to leave. I love my college, my teammates, my girlfriend and coaches. And that if he wanted to have a say in Sage's life he shouldn't be such a fucking deadbeat who dodges child support, and that he's lucky I haven't taken his sorry ass to court. That I'm not uprooting a 5-yo just for him to play happy family with and throw us away when he gets bored again. Has done this once before too. He's always been jealous of my D1 commitments. He's very vocal about it, but this is the first time ever I've cursed him out. He spends all of the money that is due for child support on sports cars, vapes and sex workers too. My stepbrother thinks I'm the asshole for cursing him out for wanting to be a more involved father. My dad and girlfriend are on my side and suggested I post this here. Everyone else is staying out of this. I just want to get outside opinions on if I was the asshole or not, since I do feel bad for cursing him out, but I don't feel bad for what I said. More context: I do online schooling, so once my team is booted from March Madness we leave for PHX again. My daughter has online classes with a professor at my school 4 times a week when we're at PHX. My ex has visitation rights 10 weeks out of the year whenever works for him, so he can see her. My girlfriend and best friend watches my daughter when I have to leave, so she is always cared for, and my mom will also watch her if she can come to DX. Edit: I'll be answering any questions, comments I get. Edit: PT2BC. I forgot this happened until I posted this. We had another fight about me wanting to go into the WNBA a year or so ago, where again he told me I have to be drafted to Phoenix Mercury so he can see Sage more, where I repeated the try to be more involved first statement. Ida for telling my friend I won't watch their kid until they can wipe their own butt. My friend asked me if I would watch her daughter for a weekend while she went on a trip with her boyfriend. So fast forward, my friend drops her daughter off at my place and everything seems to be going great. I see her daughter all the time because her mom is a friend I'm really close to, so she wasn't uncomfortable or shy at all and made herself right at home. A few hours go by and she tells me she needed to use the bathroom. So I show her the toilet and leave her to do her business. After about 15 minutes I hear her calling my name, so I'll go running to the bathroom worried that something had happened. I open the door and ask what's wrong and she replies I need help wiping. This confused me because this is a 7-year-old girl we're talking about, not some toddler or baby that's still potty training. I say, what do you mean? Did something happen? And she says no, I just went poop. So I tell her I'm not going to help her wipe. She's a big girl and should know how to do it on her own, but she was not budging and refused to do it herself and said that her mom wipes for her because she says if she did it herself she wouldn't get clean enough. Ultimately I was disgusted, and maybe I'm in the wrong. I understand all parents raise their kids differently and all children are on their own time frame of learning new things and such, but being a 7-year-old and still not wiping your own ass was just beyond me. After a while of telling her I won't be wiping for her and she is going to have to sit on the toilet until she decides to do it herself, she starts hysterically crying, telling me she can't do it herself because it's gross and she won't get clean. At this point I call her mom and explain the situation and making it clear that I will not be wiping her butt for her, thinking my friend would understand my reasoning for not wanting to and tell her daughter she needs to do it herself this time. Boy was I wrong. My friend and I got in a huge argument over this. Her telling me how immature I am for not wanting to wipe a little kid's butt and telling me that I was seriously going to ruin her trip over this because she would have to come back home and get her child because I'm making her feel bad about how she does things. I got extremely frustrated over this whole thing. Told her she would need to find someone else to come pick her daughter up and watch her if this was going to be such a big deal because there was no way in hell I was wiping her 7-year-old's ass. My friend screamed at me about how insanely immature I am, hung up the phone, and about 40 minutes later the daughter's grandma was at my door to pick her up. So LTA for not wanting to wipe a 7-year-old's butt for them after every shit they take. Please let me know. I don't have kids of my own and never plan to, but I sure as hell know that when I was 7 I was definitely wiping. AITA for telling my friend she has to stop punishing me for what her BF did. My friend Ally and I have been friends since we were 11-15 years. She's my oldest friend. We're different but that's always worked for us and through when Ally started dating her ex, Jake, I was really happy for her. Jake was fun, interesting, and he pulled Ally out of her shell, which was nice to see. The three of us would do a lot together since Jake and I had similar interests. For a while we were a good trio. I freely admit, I was a bit blind to the signs that Jake was infatuated with me. I thought he was a nice guy who was trying to make his GF's chronically single friend feel included. A lot of people clocked it, I thought. They were overreacting and being disrespectful to Ally. It was only when my roommate mentioned it that I started to think seriously about it. Unfortunately it was too late to do anything because Jake made a move on me less than a week after that conversation. It was actually fairly public so it wasn't even me that had to be the one to tell Ally. Ally and I did talk about it, and I thought we were sticking together. She even came and stayed with me for 3 weeks after the breakup. I did everything I could to support her, but after 4 months it never seems to be enough. She is constantly making comments about me, what I wear, how I act, everything I do just seems to annoy her. She keeps pointing out everything I do, saying that is what gives guys the wrong idea. She doesn't seem to like going places with me anymore either. If we go out together she leaves early. If I get male attention, which I don't invite, I've taken her out for spa days, dinners, done everything I can to make her feel special, but I'm sick of feeling like Hester Prynne. This came to a head on Sunday when I went to Ally's housewarming party. She greeted me, but I could see something was off, so I just left her to it and talked to other people. While I was talking to one of her colleagues, Ally pulled me aside and asked me to change my outfit because it was drawing attention. Spoiler, it was not. I refused to change into clothes she wanted to lend me, so she said I had to leave, and that after what happened with Jake she thought I would try to be more conscious of how I am. I kind of lost it and told her she needs to stop punishing me for what Jake did, because I didn't do anything. I reminded her that she didn't see anything wrong either, so it's not like I was the only naive one and that she was the person who brought him into my life, not the other way around. I said I was sick of her acting like she a victim of something I did and that she is being a brat. And then I left. My roommate feels I'm absolutely in the right and has been sick of how she treats me since she stayed with us. But I feel bad. The whole situation was fucked up and maybe I'm not giving Ally enough grace for feeling weird around me now. But at the same time, she could just take some space rather than being rude to me. AITA for telling my friend that her business proposal seems unfair to me and I don't really need her to open up an Etsy. I 22F like to paint and draw as a hobby. My family and friends have suggested that I opened an Etsy shop and I have considered it, but wanted to focus on my career first since I majored in something completely different, finance. My friend 22F has been struggling to find a job and move towards starting a small business as a way to make money. She's considered dropshipping, Etsy, and etc. She's been trying to convince me to open up an Etsy with her by selling stickers, since I made stickers for myself and my friends for fun and they really liked it. Based on her idea, I would design and create all the stickers, while she and I would both manage the shop and sell them. We would be business partners and split the proceeds equally. I told her that I'm not interested in opening up an Etsy shop right now because I wanted to focus on my career first, but she keeps insisting and tried pushing me to create some designs to get started. She insisted that I needed a side hustle if I was going to survive in this economy and I needed her for the administrative aspect of selling stickers. I thought about it some more and the whole idea kinda seems unfair to me, so I told her that if we started this, it sounds like I have more responsibility than her, so the profit split seems uneven. It takes a lot of time to create designs. Technically, I wouldn't really need her to start an Etsy since I could do the admin portion myself. I may have been TA for saying this because my friend's mad that I don't value her skills and for suggesting that I would provide more value to the business because I have artistic skill. AITA for telling my friend that his BPD isn't an excuse to keep on harassing me and my real friends. My online friend, let's call him Alex14M, he keeps doing things that ruins our friendship, like saying he's gonna dox me, saying he is sending people to SWAT my house, saying that he's gonna put my bloodline in danger, and every time I speak up he keeps saying I'm sorry but I'm unmedicated as an excuse and I have to suck it up because I don't want to be the asshole that seems inconsiderate. He asked one of my real friend, if you tell me his address I will do anything to be in your favor. And my friend was like, WTF, he's not gonna send out my address like it's candy on Halloween night. My friend immediately messaged me with screenshots of what has been sent to him. I saw them and I was obviously scared. I confronted him and he kept using his BPD as an excuse, which I don't even know if he even has. He lies a lot, which I will talk about now. He likes to lie about the littlest things up to major things, from getting a lot of money on a block game to his father having cancer, or kidney failure, or he having cancer. He harassed a victim with said hope your boyfriend gets you pregnant and you miscarry, and I have to sit there and can't say nothing because then I seem like the inconsiderate friend. I told him he can't keep using his BPD as an excuse and he said that he doesn't care. He said in the exact words, it was nice knowing you even though you dragged me down, you piece of shit hating bastard. I obviously erupted. I'm not going to let someone try to provoke me when I know that I have no wrongings in this. Well, at least not as much as him. Added he keeps saying that without me he's gonna commit suicide, which I'm guessing is manipulation. And he keeps saying if you need anything I'm here for you if I'm still around, which I find absurd. Cuss first all this hatred towards me, then he says this. I'm genuinely puzzled. Ida for telling my friend that most women would not marry him, mocking his minimum wage job. I am a short guy, around 5 feet 4 inches to 5 feet 5 inches. In my 30s, my friend Ian is around 6 feet 1 inch. I'd met him sometime back at an event, although he's really good looking. He works as a waiter at a restaurant. On the other hand, I make quite a lot, to put it mildly. Ian has a girlfriend, Julia. We were hanging out at his place yesterday along with some of his other friends. I am a teetotaler, absolutely loathe alcohol, but the others were getting drunk and began to make jokes. One of the jokes was about how short I was, and I'm still single. Ian said, dude, I am not surprised that you are still single. You are really short and most women would pass on you immediately. The others laughed, including Julia. I was momentarily startled, but then snapped, at least I don't struggle to make ends meet and work a minimum wage job. I added, most women won't consider you marriage material. By the way, Ian got extremely mad, began to argue with me, and so did the others. We had a huge verbal sparring. I asked them to fuck off in the end, left the place. Ida for telling my friend to not bring his sister on our Disney trip. So a few days ago I surprised my best friend with a trip to Disney World. He's excited to go, but his mom wants to add his little sister, a 4 years old, to our trip. For some context, we are in our 20s and are only going to Epcot. I told him to tell his mom to not book anything cause we will not watch her, but she went ahead and booked the flight for her. So if I decide to hang out on my own for the duration of the trip while he basically babysits his sister? Ida for telling my girlfriend she needs to get a real job and she will never be a famous comedian. 31M and my girlfriend is 28. Her and I have been together for 6 years and have been living together for the last 2. Going to attempt to keep this short, so Plaza ask for details if I leave something out. GF has always enjoyed doing comedy and has done open mic nights since we've met shortly after college. She had a real sales job though, that was her Monday Friday 9-5 job where she made decent money. I have a good but hard job and make almost triple what my GF was making when she had her job. I said head because last August she quit her job because it was taking away from her comedy ventures. She told me a year from now she thinks she can really make it. I was a bit skeptical, but since I make enough to support us, I encouraged her because I want to be a supportive boyfriend. Since she quit her job, she began doing Uber and DoorDash, which is where she makes 100 of her money. Her comedy has gotten us $0. Over the past few months I have started to resent her though. She constantly complains she has no money, yet drives for Uber or DD maybe 3 times a week for maybe 4 hours at a time. I have been paying a lot more for household expenses and I'm not saving as much as I'd like to anymore. She sleeps till noon because sometimes her open mics run real late before she even gets to perform. And when she gets up she just bums around on TikTok and YouTube looking for inspiration. She also gets very moody with me if I don't come to 90 of her open mic performances. Even after working a 14-hour day she will get mad if I don't go to her open mic at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. Last night, I did the unthinkable. I asked her to consider going back to a full-time job. I said she should still do her comedy, but I'm struggling with taking care of our expenses all by myself. When she gave a dismissive answer, I told her firmly that she will never be a famous comedian. I said she's 28 and it's time to grow the fuck up and join the real world because this is totally unfair to me that I bust my ass while she lives in La La Land, and that she can't be this naive at this age by thinking she's going to support herself with this. She stared at me in silence for a few minutes, started crying and went to stay with a friend. She called me a fucking dickhead asshole and I'm the worst friend ever. She has not answered her phone today yet. So am I a fucking dickhead asshole? Ida for telling my grandparents they should have been better people if they wanted to be invited to my graduation. I 18 meters graduated high school at the end of May. I had my parents and my stepdad there. My family is a little complicated for some, so I need to give background before getting into the why of not inviting my grandparents. My grandparents are lifelong friends. My two grandmas knew each other since kindergarten and my two grandpas knew each other since high school. They always lived close by each other and they raised their kids to be close as well. My paternal side had just my dad. My maternal side had 4 kids. So my parents were born 7 weeks apart and became best friends really young. So of course everyone in their lives started thinking they should be together and shipped them. But my grandparents were the worst. Dad knew he liked nobody though and he's ace, which means no sexual or romantic attractions or interest. Mom was the only person he told. She was understanding. They tried to assure everyone they were just great friends, but the pressure built more and more after high school, and when they were 20 they gave in and tried dating for 3 months and then broke up. Then they found out they were expecting me and everyone thought they would get married for my sake, but they didn't and their parents were awful about it. My grandparents were weirdly obsessed with my parents being together and gave them a lot of shit for years about it. Like, the more I think about it the more gross it seems to be that invested in your kid's sex life. I always knew dad was ace. They always made sure I was aware and would answer any questions I had. We were a little family even if we weren't a traditional family, and my parents were always super amazing at being my parents. I never had a formal custody thing with them. I spent time with both and could move around freely as I needed to wanted to. My dad eventually came out and my grandparents, both sides, were awful. They said some truly hurtful and disgusting things to dad. They pressured him a lot to seek help and stuff because they wanted me to grow up without that in my life. They said he needed to do better by me. Everything got worse again when my mom met my stepdad when I was 8. The fact my dad and him get along so well and became best friends too. The fact all 3 of them were so close. We saw way less of my grandparents over the years and I was glad. They always tried to reach me but my parents protected me, and in rare cases where they got around my parents I would tell my grandparents to stop, which is why I never invited them to my graduation. But they were expecting it. Each side contacted me in their own way to tell me how wrong it was. So I made a group chat just for the 5 of us and I told them if they wanted an invite to my graduation they should have been better people. They blew up the group chat in the last week. Ida for telling my husband entitled wannabe work wife to fuck off after she told me I was trying to kill my unborn child. For content, I 30F and my husband 30M are having a baby. I'm 8.5 months pregnant currently, so I am not working for obvious reasons. But in my job I earn significantly more than my husband. My husband works at a small company and I really get on with most of his co-workers apart from one, his work wife 24F. I put work wife in quotes as he does not call her this despite her desperately trying to get this title. She has degraded me to him before, her main complaint being when I was working I worked too much and am clearly trying to emasculate him, which he very quickly shut down. Now I am pregnant and not working. She's voiced concern to him that I look too thin for a pregnant woman. I am a healthy weight, she's just a larger woman, and I assume while not trying to be too egotistical that she felt a bit jealous, probably hoping that I would get bigger than her during pregnancy, and her other concern being that I'm too old to be pregnant. She's done both of these in creepy subtle ways as to not look like the outright bad guy. Anyway, on to the incident. My husband's boss was having a garden party to which I was invited. During this event my husband was having a glass of gin and tonic, one of my favorite drinks. He remarked to me that it was particularly good. I took his glass to take a small sip. I could see work wife's beady eyes on me as I handed the glass back. She then came rushing up to us to tell me about the dangers of fetal alcohol syndrome. I explained I just had a small sip and it's really no harm at all. But this wasn't enough for her to just leave it. She continued to go on about how worried she is, to which my husband defended me, repeating that I only had a tiny bit and there really is no harm there. She seemed to be offended by this response and turned to me and said if I want to kill my baby I should just have an abortion. My husband and those in earshot were stunned by this. Before I could think about what to do I instantly told her to fuck off and mind her own business. Luckily no one heard and she sort of just looked uncomfortable and left shortly afterwards. Following this very mild response in my opinion and in the opinion of my husband and others I've told, she has sent my husband 7 emails calling me and him every name imaginable, tried to call 40 times, leaving a variety of insane voicemails. My husband has reported this to HR and she resigned shortly after. Despite this she won't stop calling and leaving abusive messages. We've tried blocking her but she just makes new account. Her persistence makes me worried for her mental well-being and I feel like a bit of an asshole for pushing this clearly disturbed women over the edge. Ida for telling my husband that his mom deserves nothing if he were to die in an accident. Recently my husband has been talking about taking out a life insurance policy. I am in favor of this, as we have a baby. He is pursuing a career as a pilot. This weekend he walked into our bedroom and said that he had researched a policy he'd like to get for $3 million. He then says, I think I'll set it up. So half is for you, half for my mom. I am American. He is Cuban. His mother, the rest of his family currently live in Latin American. They do okay for themselves, but the standard of living is a bit different from the US, though not crazy. She's not happy there, and we've been trying to sponsor her to come to the US. I like his mom, and we have supported her in many ways, such as paying for multiple trips to Cuba, paying to send suitcases parcels with clothes shoes to them, cash gifts when we visit, etc. When he says this about splitting the life insurance policy, something in my gut felt weird. I think it showed on my face because he asked me, and I said that it seemed odd to me, that it seemed like these kind of legal financial things should be set up for our small family, and that I would not just leave his family hanging if anything were to happen. He was defensive, asking why I didn't want his mom to get anything. I wasn't saying that, but I didn't really have words to explain what I was feeling. I was clear that of course I would want his mom to receive funds if something so tragic happened, but that it seemed like legally this policy should be set up for me, our kid, future kids. Round and round we went. My logic say he passes away in an accident in 20 years. We have 3 kids. His mom is still alive, pushing 80. 1.5 million is excessive for someone of her age lifestyle. For this example, it gets split evenly between the 3 kids. A lot of money, but obviously you can't do as much with 500k as you can with 1.5 million. I think it's logical to say that cost of life living for an elderly woman versus for a young family of 4 is very different, and that different quantities of money should be allocated because of this. Also, I want to be part of this decision. Him waltzing in and telling me what he's going to do doesn't fly with me, especially as we are equal earners in our home share finances, so I am paying for half of this policy. His logic, I should think of it as 2 separate policies. 1.5 for his family, 1.5 for me, our kids. That our kids will get 500k, which is a lot of money. That 500k is better than nothing, and isn't it good enough that he's thinking of us and setting us up for a good life? He continuously accuses me of not wanting his mom to get any money. He also called me selfish, implying that I just wanted more money for myself. He says of course his mom would share this money with the rest of his family, dad, sister, nephews. I don't have great words for how I feel. It just doesn't feel normal to me. Ida for telling my husband's girl best friend she can't host my baby shower. I 22F and my husband 23 meters got married young. I was 18, he was 19. Both of us knew we always wanted to get married and start a family young. I started college 2 years ago, and he just graduated with a Bachelor of Biomedical Science. My husband has a girl best friend 23F, who I'll call Sam, who he met in college. Both of them grew up Baptist, and while he's left the church, they had a very similar childhood and bonded quite quickly. Despite what you may be thinking, her and I got along really well. She and I liked the same music, and we were both studying in relatively the same field, so she became a friend of mine as well. Since I found out I was pregnant though, some issues have started to arise. We announced our pregnancy on social media after we told our parents. Sam texted my husband a congrats text and then told him to pass on her well wishes to me. She's been texting him non-stop with baby advice and what she likes to call advice for mama, which includes sometimes relatively targeted jabs at what I should eat. Honestly, I kept brushing the texts off, but it got a point where the conversations were less about the baby and more about me, which I was getting increasingly uncomfortable with because she wasn't texting me, she was texting my husband. My husband acknowledged this and has just started to show them to me and ask what I want him to do. I just told him to ignore them. When I announced I was having a baby shower and sent out the invites, I received a text from Sam. She said something along the lines of wanting to host my baby shower and set it up. I told her politely that my mom was planning on hosting it with the help of my sister and that it was a special moment for them and I wouldn't want to take that away. Well, Sam ignored that message, because the next day, she came over and insisted we start working out arrangements for the venue. I told her once again my mom and sister were hosting it, and she told me that she should take her advice and let her plan it because she'd ensure that the baby shower would be better if she planned it, particularly because she'd be working on the menu. Whether it was pregnancy hormones or just bottled up rage, I told her that the jabs she'd been making at me behind my back about my diet during this pregnancy to my husband are really annoying, that no, she cannot host this shower, and from now on her unsolicited advice was not appreciated, especially if she can't say it to my face. That night my husband's phone blew up with messages from Sam saying that he had had no right to show her those messages, and they were supposed to just be health tips because Sam was studying nutritional science and only wanted to help her best friend and ensure a happy baby in life. Honestly, I don't know. I know she had somewhat good intentions and she's been a good friend to my husband and to me, so Ida for telling my eels I won't let my husband's stepbrother stay with us once he said no. My husband 30 meters has a stepbrother 31 meters and they do not get along. They never did. They also don't consider each other family, brothers or anything of the sort. His stepbrother will occasionally, from what I know, try the whole we're brothers thing when he wants something, but my husband has never and will never consider that man is family, and if his mom and stepdad divorced tomorrow or if his mom were to die, he would never have another thing to do with his stepbrother and would not feel the need to stand by him if both his mom and stepdad were to die and they were the last of the family. He was always clear with me on that. He did not invite his stepbrother to our wedding and told his mom that she didn't have to come either if she was unhappy with his choice. There has been absolutely zero contact for 4 years now. My husband's stepbrother lived in another state and didn't come back to visit his dad, my husband's stepdad, which was the only contact either had in their adult years. Now he's returning to be closer to his dad, or has returned, and he was looking for a temporary place to stay while apartment hunting. Right now he's with my eels, but he has a big commute to work, according to the three of them. And Mill asked if my husband and I would let him stay with us for a few weeks until he gets a place figured out. My husband said no, told his mom and stepdad not to offer money or another incentive because he does not want his stepbrother here, and that's final. So Mill and Phil called me up and asked me if I would say yes and get my husband to accept it. They told me it would mean so much and maybe the two of them could finally bond and act like brothers. Mill told me it would be for max 9 weeks and that he would behave and wouldn't fight with my husband. I told her none of that mattered because my husband said no, and that was what mattered to me. She told me to think of family and our future kids and having an uncle. I told her again it didn't make a difference to me. Phil told me as my husband's wife I could help influence him in a positive way. When I still reiterated that my answer was no and I stood by my husband's answer, they told me I should be helping, not encouraging this BS. Ida for telling my mom that she should back off and respect my sister's wedding plans after she demanded a wedding. I read it. I see a lot of wedding drama posts on here, so it gives me hope that you all can weigh in here. I will be changing everyone's name out of privacy concerns, but buckle up and sorry it's long. I 23F have an older sister named C29F who just got engaged to her fiancé F30M less than a week ago. The entire family is incredibly happy for them and we think they are perfect for each other, but here's where everything is going to shit. C and F are adamant about not having a wedding and have said outright that they would like to elope. They would rather take the money for a wedding and use it to travel to Japan for their honeymoon, which me and my other siblings are fully supportive of. However, our mother found that totally unacceptable. She became incredibly agitated and confronted me and my other siblings and told us that we needed to convince C to have a wedding. We asked her why she couldn't just accept and respect that it wasn't her relationship, that it's not her wedding to plan, and that they're only days into their engagement and should just be enjoying their time together, but she refused to listen. I told C that her mom was demanding to know her wedding plans and demanding that they have a ceremony, so she texted our mom privately and told her that there was no timeline and that if any wedding plans changed, C would let her mom know herself. Now for some background, my mom got pregnant with C at 19 and never got to have a wedding because she was paying for custody battles with her biological father. She had a civil ceremony with no witnesses at the courthouse with my dad. She frequently laments about not having a proper wedding. Now, here is where I have a problem. When we asked her why she was demanding a wedding, she said, word for word, she took away my opportunity to have my own wedding. She owes me this wedding and I will not have her take it away from me twice. She believes that, because she got pregnant with C and had to pay for custody battles, it's C's fault she never had a wedding. We were utterly horrified. C never asked to be born. Our mom made the decision to keep her, though we love that she did keep her, and it wasn't her fault that our mom and her biological dad split. We think it's completely insane and out of line to demand a wedding from C based on her own life decisions. We got into a huge argument because I told her that she needs to back off and stop meddling in the wedding planning. Ida, do I need to be more understanding that she didn't get to have a wedding? Ida for telling my parents it's unfair to blame me for not saying my new sister's name correctly. I 16 meters have speech issues. I have a stutter and I also have trouble making certain sounds as well. I did speech therapy when I was younger and I'm better than I was, but still can't say some things correctly. I was my parents' only child until now. My mom is pregnant with my baby sister and they chose her name, which is something I can't say correctly. The name is Michelle. I have a lot of trouble with the Chell part and I don't say words like shell right either. My parents are really frustrated by it and they are saying I'm doing it intentionally because I don't like the fact it's a traditional name. They use the fact I want to change my name to say I'm being intentionally difficult. It hurts. They know I always struggled with this, but now it's a great big issue. My stutter got worse because of the stress of my parents, and now the name sounds even worse out of my mouth, which angers them more. But I'm not doing it intentionally. I worked so hard for so long on the sounds. My maternal grandparents spoke in my defense, but mom told them to shut up and said they were encouraging me. She was already pissed because they offered to pay for me to change my name. My mom said it was so wrong, and this was just another way for them to undermine her and my dad as my parents. This led to me telling my parents it's unfair for them to blame me for saying the name wrong. I said it when they got on me again for how I was saying the name. They keep making me repeat it so I get it right, but I get worse because the pressure makes my stutter so bad. My parents told me I shouldn't talk to them about fair when I keep shitting on the names they love, which I don't. I never said anything about Michelle, and I regret telling them I hate my name and want something different. My name is Richard. Ida for telling my parents to ask their foster children for help instead of me. My 34M life could have been okay growing up, except that my parents wanted to be good people, so they became foster parents. I think that was noble of them. Those kids needed help. The downside was that I got ignored. I got less attention than those kids because I was independent and didn't need the help. Gifts from my grandparents became gifts for the family. My grandparents put a stop to that by not buying me gifts but taking me out for instead. I got to go see movies and taken out for meals and weekend trips with my grandparents. My dad's folks took me to Disneyland, and my mom's mom and dad took me to NYC. My parents tried to get the money for this stuff given to me them instead. I begged my grandparents spot to do that. I left the house when I was 17. I graduated early and got into a trade. My grandfather was in the union and he got me in. I've been at it for 17 years now and I'm doing okay. My parents are not. They ran themselves ragged taking in all those kids. Even the money they got wasn't enough to make up for their sacrifices. They asked me for help and I said no. I know that if I give them money they will just waste it on the kids they took in after I left. I told them that they had a plethora of foster kids that they could ask for money. My mom said she was disappointed in me and that she thought she had raised me better. I said I raised myself from about 8 years old onward. My grandparents are tapped out too. My parents already owe them so much money. My wife says she understands how I feel but thinks I'm being mean. My mom thinks I am holding a grudge from childhood. I refuse to speak with my father, but I assume he is still giving my old things to the new kids. Ida for telling my sil to mind her damn business after she called me selfish for donating only $25 to charity. I 39M am married to my wife 39F and she has a sister 36F. Yesterday when we were at the store, Sil doesn't drive, so we have to take her to do her shopping. At checkout, we got the normal "would you like to donate" thing, and I said yes. My donation was roughly $25. My sil, who's big on donating, scrunched her nose and said that's it. She knows I make a pretty good amount of money, as well as my wife, and she said it was gross that I donated so little in comparison to how much I make. Sil doesn't know my income, so I don't get her point. I told her I don't give a damn what she has to say and to mind her damn business and worry about her own finances. Ida, my wife, told me that's over the top and my sil gave me a real nasty look when we dropped her off. Ida for telling my sil to stay home from a family 4th of July gathering if her dog hates fireworks. Every year my family gets together at our lake property for 4th of July. This year, my brother and his wife are driving here from out of state. They haven't joined us for a 4th since before the pandemic. Brother and Sil don't have kids, but Sil has a dog that she calls her baby. Yes, she refers to herself as a dog mom. Earlier this week, Sil sent a message to our family group chat telling us that she would prefer if no one bought fireworks for this weekend since her dog is afraid of loud noises. I'm not disagreeing with anything regarding the dog. Our dog doesn't like fireworks either, and he's a hunting dog who has been around gunshots his entire life. And since fireworks are expensive, we don't usually buy anything big. We'll usually get the small stuff that just stays on the ground for the kids to enjoy. However, the city that the lake is on goes all out on a big fireworks display. We also have zero control over what anyone else on the lake does for fireworks. The past few years our neighbors on both sides have developed kind of a rivalry to see who can get the best fireworks. I don't mind because we get to enjoy the show without spending any money. And they are also respectful about not doing fireworks late at night. Once it hits 10:30 p.m., they shut it down for the night. I responded to Sil's message with this information, basically telling her that we don't buy a lot of big fireworks, but our neighbors do, and we have zero control over that. She asked if it would be possible to talk to them about it before they arrive to see if they are willing to tone things down this year. I told her I would not be doing that, since they have always been respectful about their fireworks use. She started to list off all the things that happens to her dog when it's around loud noises, and instead of addressing all of those things, I told her that maybe it would be best if they boarded the dog for the weekend, found someone else to take care of it, or one of them stay home. This resulted in Sil starting a separate group chat with just her, me, and my brother. She started trying to bargain with me to get me to talk to our neighbors, saying things like, what if it was one of your kids that hated fireworks, would you talk to them then? I told her that even if I talked to the neighbors, the city still does a huge show and we're close enough to see and hear everything, and there's no way they are going to cancel a show because her dog is afraid of loud noises. I told her that she is just going to have to find a way to keep her dog inside or drive the dog to somewhere else away from the fireworks until people are done. Sil accused me of being a bad host and for not being considerate of them as guests. My brother sent me a separate message telling me to talk to the neighbors just to see what they say so that I can tell Sil I at least tried. I told him I'm not doing that, but Sil is free to try when she arrives. AITA for telling my sister I hate taking care of my baby brothers. Context: 3 weeks ago, my 15F parents 41F, 53M welcomed 41F, 53M welcomed into the world my twin baby brothers Jonah and Isaac. They are the sweetest bundles of joy, but were absolutely oops babies, on account of my parents' ages. This is the situation ever since the birth. My mom has been out of the house when the twins have needed something, in the bathroom, or too busy with whatever she's doing to come and tend to their needs. I know it's not work because she's a som. My dad's never home, and my sister, Navia, 17F is too busy planning her wedding in a state of mania and breaking down mentally because I don't think she even loves the guy she's engaged to help me with anything. This leaves the babies to me. It was fine the first few days it happened. I get that healing from birth sucks and postpartum depression is a thing, but it doesn't feel fair that these responsibilities keep falling to me. This Sunday, at 6 in the morning while we were all getting ready for church, it fell to me to wake the twins, feed them, wash them, change them, and get them dressed. I also had to load them into the car. I hardly had time to get myself ready while my family was yelling for me to hurry up and get in the damn car. Libby, thanks, Dad. I am 15. I also have marching band responsibilities. I do not have the mental bandwidth to deal with this. This leads to today. My sister and I were having lunch while talking about wedding planning. She's getting married to our pastor's son 19M, so it's kinda a big deal. We were bantering and debating floral arrangements. She was having one of her better mental health days, when all of a sudden we heard the twins start crying. They screamed and cried, and I just sat flipping through magazines before I noticed my sister staring at me. The interaction went something like this: me what? Navia, a bit annoyed. Aren't you gonna get that? Me get what? Navia, the twins. Duh. I don't know what came over me, but I groaned and yelled that I hated being the boys' live a nanny instead of their sister, and that I couldn't understand why mom can't take care of them herself. I ranted for a while. I said I hated not being able to get sleep, or even take care of my own needs because I had to watch out for the boys first. Navia got a nasty look on her face and told me I was an ass for trying to make mom's life harder than it needs to be, and that I should be overjoyed that our parents have bestowed me the blessing of taking care of our brothers and being able to bond with them while they're still young. I asked her that if it was such a blessing, why couldn't she help out? This made her just get pissy with me and walk away. It's been a few hours, and my sister still hasn't talked to me. It's very clear to me that she's been avoiding me. So am I really that much of an asshole for not wanting to take care of my brothers? AITA for telling my sister-in-law that she is an idiot for expecting her family to be as generous with gifts for her marriage as they were for mine. When I married my husband we had a smallish wedding, 150 guests. Trust me, that's small for our families. We paid for everything ourselves. Altogether we spent about $25,000. It was in our budget and we had saved up for it. And that included everything: my dress, the wedding party's dresses and tux rentals, catering, you name it. We paid and came in under budget. Our guests were family and close friends, the way it should be. And they were generous with gifts, both from our registry and cash in envelopes. When everything was said and done, our house was filled with great stuff we needed. And our savings were several $1,000s over where we started before we paid for the wedding. My husband's sister just eloped in February, and nobody found out about it until early April when she sent out links to her wedding registry. Not too many people have bought anything off of it yet, and she is getting upset about that. All she talks about whenever we speak is how cheap everyone is. Every conversation leads back to the same topic. After more than a month of this I have had enough. I asked her if she understood why we got gifts when I married her brother, like at our physical wedding that took place at a church and then a reception at a rented ballroom. She said I was treating her like an idiot, and that she understood the difference between our weddings. I asked her why she would expect the exact same treatment for two very different events. I said that only an idiot would think the outcome would be the same in both situations. She is mad at me. My husband said he was also frustrated with her stupidity, but that I should apologize for calling her an idiot. Ida for telling my sister nobody needs to give her anything for Mother's Day. My 27F sister 25F had a miscarriage 6 or 7 months ago. It was very early. She had a positive pregnancy test, but then a couple days later tested negative and had her period. My husband 29M and I just had our first baby, who is now 3 weeks old. For Mother's Day, we all went to my parents' house to celebrate. My sister and I both brought our mom gifts, and my mom also got me flowers and chocolate to celebrate my first Mother's Day. I think it's also worth noting that I had an ectopic pregnancy that ended up rupturing 3 years ago, and we've been trying to have a baby ever since. I lost a fallopian tube and basically nearly died. I've had 2 other miscarriages since then as well. This was a very special first true Mother's Day. I was in the hospital recovering from the surgery for my ectopic pregnancy over Mother's Day 3 years ago, and my family brought me flowers and balloons to help me feel better about going through something so traumatic so close to Mother's Day. I think this is why my sister may have felt the way she did. My mom didn't get my sister anything for Mother's Day. As a result, my sister ended up throwing a fit and was yelling at us, calling us names, and I ended up yelling back that nobody owed her a Mother's Day gift because she's not a mother yet. My parents were understanding but said I should have been less harsh. Am I the asshole? Ida for telling my sister not to bring both her husband and their side piece to Thanksgiving. I 44 meters have a sister named Tiffany 33F, who is married to a man named Paul 35 meters. She has recently announced that the two of them are dating a woman named Sadie, and that they would like to bring her to Thanksgiving to meet the family. We have some more conservative people in our family, and while I myself am not homophobic by any means, it's a unique dynamic that I'm not sure how to handle appropriately. My sister has never said that she is bisexual or polyamorous, so I'm not sure how to understand their relationship. After all, Paul and Tiffany are married, and Sadie's. I don't know. I tried to bring my concerns up to her while we were out to dinner, but she dismissed me, saying I just didn't understand her love. I brought up the time she got drunk at my daughter's bat mitzvah and was grinding her husband on the dance floor in front of the children, stating I'm pretty sure I knew what her love was like. I might have hurt Tiffany's feelings by telling her I don't want Sadie at our Thanksgiving dinner, but I still agree with my point. Ida for telling my sister she's the fat one, not me. I 17F and my sister 21F got into a random argument about her not wanting to leave my room. Her room was so messy she didn't have where to sit, so she crashed into my room. We talked and laughed, but after a time, I really wanted to go back to my movie. I nicely asked her to leave, only for her to tell me I don't have any right to speak to her that way. I was very nice the first 6 times, yes I counted, when I asked her to leave, but she simply won't go. I started my movie again cause I wasn't really looking for a fight, and she turned her phone to the max, looking at TikToks. That annoyed me and I told her to leave. Apparently I woke Thanos because she started to insult me, my room, my friends, basically everything that was related to me. That is the usual when she wants to fight with someone. But she said something about my grades, which are good but not the first in class, and I told her that she'll need to find better arguments for us. And she did. She then said that's why you're so alone, because you're fat. I'm aware I'm no model. I'm 5 feet 2 inches and 150, but trying to lose weight, and she's 5 feet 1 inch and 250. That comment really hurt me, and I told her that between the two of us, she's the one that should watch what she eats. Now she won't talk to me, saying I made her have depression. So, Ida for telling my sister that she cannot hold my baby. I 27M told my sister 25F that she cannot hold my 3-month-old daughter. Over the past 4 years my sister has a history of manic and explosive behavior and seizures. Doctors have notified her that her use of alcohol and marijuana causes issues with the prescription drugs they prescribed. They help reduce the seizures and manic episodes. The substances ultimately renders the prescriptions she takes useless. She doesn't listen to the doctors. She was due to visit my newborn at a family gathering that I was hosting last month. I had a phone call with her prior to the event. I explained that due to the safety hazard of her having seizures, I asked that if she would be okay to sit while holding my baby and to not be intoxicated while holding my baby. If she does drink or smoke, I would like her to not hold the baby. She did not see an issue with it, said that I am being a good dad, and agreed. Event comes around now, and before we went to brunch she smoked pot. During brunch, she drank 2 sangrias. A family member was holding the baby and wasn't aware we had this agreement in place. They asked my sister if she wanted to hold the baby. She agreed, stood up, and held my baby. Due to the risk of causing an uproar, I just kindly asked her if she would sit. She said no, and I had to tell her that I thought it would be a good idea to sit. She sat down, got a picture, and we continued to play past the baby. The next day they came back to my house. I made light about how we used to get in trouble with our own mom, and then how mom would have to follow through on punishment. She laughed and said how much we needed it. I then told her that I feel like my rules were not respected, and she put my baby in danger by breaking our agreement. I said that I feel like I need to protect my baby from those situations, and before I could finish my sentence, she proceeded to get very upset, screaming and throwing things in my house. The baby was only 5 feet away in someone else's arms. After removing my baby from the area, I got the situation diffused, and then she left my house. Now I will see her next weekend for another family gathering. I felt that I cannot trust her to hold my baby. I had to call to tell her that even though I know she is and will be a very loving aunt, I do not feel comfortable with her holding my baby right now. I cannot trust that she will not respect my rules of holding my child to keep my baby safe. I would really like to see changes in her actions around my baby before I feel comfortable with her holding the baby again. She exploded at me on the phone. I'm very nervous to see her again. Ida for telling my sister the reason I don't want to be an involved uncle. I 36 meters spent a lot of time basically raising my brother and sister. When I was 9, our parents separated for 8 months. Our mother spiraled during it. She pretty much just slept when she wasn't working. My siblings at the time were 2 and 3 and I spent a lot of time with them, made sandwiches for us at dinner time, got them to bed, tucked them in, and always waking mom up or calling dad to come take care of them. They got back together, but when I was 13 dad died. Mom spiraled worse than before. She worked, slept, and was gone most the night, especially on weekends. I did everything for my siblings at that point, and when I was 15 I was able to work some weekends just to help pay for extras for us. It went on like that until I was 18 and left right after graduating high school. That seemed to be the kick in the ass. Mom needed to get her shit together. I have since done therapy and mended my relationship with her, but aftermath is I just really don't want anything to do with kids now. The thought mentally drains me. My siblings have kids now and have wanted me to be involved since the first nibbling was born 6 years ago. I don't ignore them, I show up for their parties, and I'm nice when talking to them, but I don't draw out interacting with them. I don't act fake excited and I don't want to go to their events. I don't have them over my house despite them and the rest of my family always suggesting I do because they're convinced I'd be a fun uncle. Recently I was picking up my camping gear for my sisters and my nephew asked to go with me and I told him no, but definitely when he's older. When I was leaving, my sister said I should take the kids sometimes because they're always asking about me and my stuff and suggested that she and Bill come too if it'd help. I told her no thanks. She asked why I refused to be more present in my nibblings life, because she remembers I was a lot of fun with her and our brother. I told her it might have been fun for her, but I was doing what needed to be done to keep them happy, but it's okay if they remember it differently because they were so young. It's just after that I don't want to be around young kids. She dropped it. Earlier today our nan texted to tell me no one would be upset if I skipped our cookout next week so I didn't get stressed out around all the kids. Was I wrong for telling her why I don't get more involved? Update: just got off the phone with nan after I texted her earlier. It was a polite disinvite due to my sister telling her I don't want to be more involved with the kids because I am kitted out after raising them. Per nan, it's selfish to be full of piss and vinegar overdoing for family, and that's not family name way. Your nieces and nephews need you like sister and brother did. If you can't put the bad aside, you don't need to be around the kids for now. We don't always want to show up for family for whatever reason, but we do it. I'm going to talk to my siblings, especially sis, this weekend to clear this up. Ida for telling my sister there were consequences to not helping out our mom. So my mom and my sister live a state over. Around a year ago my mom's home flooded and she needed a place to stay until the insurance fixed it all. My sister lives near mom 30 minutes away and mom went to her first for a place to stay. She refused and basically told her to kick rocks. They had a good relationship before this. She won't even let mom stay for a few days so one of us could pick her up. I drove 7 hours to pick mom up and she stayed with me for 2 months until her home was good. The family was pissed at my sister and it resulted in a discussion about how she never helps anyone out. Everyone has experienced it at some point where she didn't care enough to help out. My biggest example that pertains to me is when my car broke down and my sister refused to pick me up, so I had to walk home and hitch a ride home. This was before Uber took off. I got home and she was on phone dead scrolling. Everyone in the family has examples. We all decided to not help my sister anymore. This is the issue now. She needs a place to stay since she is moving to a new city and her lease on her home ended. So about a month to stay with someone before she can move into her new apartment in the city. Everyone has turned her down. She called me and asked if she could stay with me. I told her no and she started crying why the family won't help her out. I told her that there are consequences to not helping out our mom when she needed it. She called me heartless and hung up. Ida for telling my son's birth mom that she's more like a sister. I adopted my son when he was born. It was an open adoption, but the birth mom Beth was so greatly ashamed of being a teen mom that she didn't follow up on any contact, which was fine because I had no intention of involving her too much. The truth is that Ethan grew up with 2 dads and 3 older brothers. We always try to have him spend time with girls. A couple of years ago when Ethan was 9, Beth reached out to see how he was doing. I think she spent the last 9 years being an overachiever so she'd feel worthy of having a relationship with Ethan. Ivy League, married a hedge fund dude, yoga, etc. Ethan is incredibly self-aware and intellectual. You cannot bullshit him, so he and I enjoy a very open relationship. I told him his mom reached out to me and asked about him. I emphasized that she didn't forget him, but she had to go away to work on herself. I asked how'd he feel about talking with her and he said he was open to it. They have a good relationship and spend time together. He's met her husband. It's been a good thing to know his bio family. Ethan is starting 6th grade and he has to pick an elective class. There has been arguments about what that class will be. Anyways, he told Beth about it and she fucked up by getting involved with the matter. She said, what's the big deal about his doing yearbook? He should do what he wants to do. It's his class. I was like, you got me fucked up. I said, girl, you are not his mom. You're more like a siblings, and siblings don't get a say in parenting decisions. You take a backseat. You're a seat filler in the life of Ethan. Just don't forget your place. She didn't say anything and went radio silent. I was the bigger person and reached out. I said, I've been raising that kid for 11 years, so it was triggering for you to give your 2 parenting cents. You need to understand that. He understands that, so you should too. I guess she's waiting for me to apologize for something she did. I will not. Once you do that, then everything goes bad. Ida for telling my stepdaughter I don't want to watch any fucking kids, and that includes yours. I have never wanted kids. I was forced to watch my younger siblings, 4 of them, until I left at the age of 16. I greatly dislike babysitting and never had my own children. Never have been comfortable around young kids after that. My husband has 3 children. I met and married him when his kids were in their 20s. I am not a mother figure to them at all. Just their dad's wife. Overall, I got along well with the 3 adults. The problem started when my Kelly became pregnant. Everyone was excited for the first baby in the family. I made it clear I didn't want to babysit, and when grandkids were around, my husband was to be the main caretaker. My husband agreed. The first 2 years went great. My husband is an awesome grandpa and I am fine being the relative that brings toys and other fun stuff once in a while. Kelly has been pushing hard for me to take up a more traditional grandma role. Her mill isn't involved, she lives a few states over. Kelly has gotten in her head that I should be doing the babysitting instead of her father. We have talked to her multiple times. My husband is on a work trip and will be back next week. Usually he babysits on Monday, but he informed her that he won't be there, so it was cancelled. She stopped over and was dropping her kids off. I asked what she was doing since her dad wasn't here. She told me that I need to step up and babysit. That she doesn't care if her dad isn't here. I am present. I told her no. This went in circles for a bit and got more heated the longer we went. I told her I don't want to watch any fixing kids, and that includes yours. She is pissed. My husband is fine with what I did, but his other children are on his ass. So Ida for telling my uncle prison isn't a flex, so stop talking about it in front of my kids. I have this uncle Jimmy 50s who went to prison for 15 years and made his entire personality. He's been out for 2 years and keeps talking about his time in prison and how it shaped him. He's not even successful by any means and is a cook at a fast food restaurant. I finally got sick of hearing it at a family gathering this weekend, and he was talking about his prison name and how he got them. I told him I don't think going to prison a flex and stop talking about it around my kids because they will get the wrong impression about how prison is cool or something. My whole family thinks I'm an ass, but I don't think going to prison for so long is flex, and it's sad that he does this. My family and I was uninvited from the family 4th celebration tomorrow because they'd rather side with my uncle who is a felon than spend time with me and my family. I'm not backing down because I want a better example for my own kids ages 6-11 than their great uncle teaching them prison is cool. Ida for telling the waiter that I want the dish redone because it had onions in it. So yesterday I went to a Vietnamese restaurant and ordered a traditional Vietnamese noodle called pho. I specifically asked them not to put any spring onion in the dishes. I can't not eat them. It's not an allergic or something. I just hate the taste of onions so much. My mom had tried to train me to eat spring onions when I was about 10 years old because she didn't want me to be a picky eater, which resulted in me throwing up every time she kept trying to feed me onions. But when the food was served, there were spring onions in it. This already happened the last time I went to the restaurant and I picked the onions out myself that time, but the noodle just kind of absorbed the broth and was so soggy when I started to eat it. So yesterday, I called the waitress and explained that I asked for no onions in my viand. She brought the bowl back in the kitchen and told me please wait. I thanked her for that. But my sister immediately complained about me being so annoying for doing that as the restaurant was already so busy. She said why can't I just eat that instead of causing more problems for other people and wasting food, as a little bit of onion wouldn't hurt that much. Our dinner was awkward after that. I personally don't think I was wrong, but her words kinda haunted me. I just had a tough week, so I'm worried that may affect me and my attitude. So I just wanna ask for you guys' opinions. Was I being too difficult? Ida for thinking my mill is becoming a little possessive of my unborn baby. This is my first pregnancy and my mill has been overly excited. She has been waiting for grandchildren since her kids were 22. My in-laws live 20 minutes away from us, and she has never wanted to leave her home until she was told I was pregnant. They are deciding to build a house next door to us to be closer to my baby. This house will be complete by the end of this year. She will be watching the baby when I return to work, as my mother has not yet retired. She informed me yesterday that she will be setting up a room for the baby when their house is complete. I asked what the purpose of the room was for. She said for much crib at anything I buy for the baby. They are calling it a playroom. She tried to give us her 34-year-old crib and I was adamant with my husband I didn't want it due to safety reasons. After a back and forth he finally said okay and told his mom. She is still planning on using this crib for herself. She knows I'm not comfortable with this crib and I am also not comfortable with her building what I believe is a nursery for my child at her house. My husband's side of the family is extremely close to the point where I have been told by my husband his mother comes before me. I again asked him to speak with her about her not using the 34-year-old crib, as I don't believe I should be the one to say anything, due to the family dynamic. Ida for being too dramatic with this situation. Ida for threatening to call the police after my older sister stole my dog. I 22, have wanted a German Shepherd since I was a little girl. My mother was very adopt don't shop, which was amazing for her. Not so nice for little me when I wanted such a specific breed. I've lived with high school sweetheart long-term boyfriend for about 3 years now, and a few months ago we came to the conclusion we were going to buy a GSD. We found a reputable breeder, and bought a little female puppy for a hell of a price. I named her Constance, and she's my pride and joy. 2 weeks ago, me and my boyfriend needed to go out of town for 3 days so we could visit his dying grandmother. I asked my older sister 28 to visit the dog daily, for $15 a day. All she would need to do is feed her, water her and take her outside. Obviously we expected accidents, but we're going to try and stop it for the most part. When we returned, after having checked in with my sister daily and being under the guise we'd be seeing our puppy, we found that she was gone. Immediately, I called my sister and she immediately broke down and said she had taken the puppy. I asked her what her plan was, and she told me she was going to sell her and that we were negligent owners. My heart broke. I've never lost all my trust in someone. Anyway, I drove to my mom's house, as that's who my older sister is staying with, and got Constance back. I told my older sister I would call the police on her if she ever showed up at my house again, and I didn't want contact with her. I'm uncertain what she told my mother and father, and my younger teenage brother, but both my parents think I'm a total asshole for threatening to call the police on her. I didn't truly mean it, but I genuinely don't think I will ever get over this. My younger brother is mostly indifferent, but thinks I overreacted. I don't even know what to say. My boyfriend and friends are on my side, but my family means a lot to me, so I need unbiased opinions. Ida for tricking my wife's ex-husband into showing he's a liar. This one is a doozy. My wife's extended family and her ex and their extended family are all deeply religious people. I believe they are more concerned with appearing to do the right thing than actually doing it, but that's a whole other Ida post. My wife is in a nasty custody battle. It's nasty in litigation, but my wife and her family are adamant about being the better party, and being the bigger person. Well, her ex hit her with the latest low blow. During a discovery, he sent his income, and his income said he went from making $80,000 a year to making $35,000 a year at the business he owns. Because of this, my wife actually needs to start paying him child support because of the new disparity of income. Well, in his deposition, my wife's lawyer asked him, "Do you ever take jobs for cash?" He said no. She said, "You never take cash?" He said, "Maybe for a small $100 job. Nothing sizable." I said, "Okay, let's see." I did not tell my wife about what I am about to tell you, and that's so she had plausible and honest deniability. Let's say this man is a carpenter. I called up and asked if they wanted some cabinets redone. They said sure. I explained what I needed. 3 weeks later I have a video of the ex-husband counting out $1,800 in $100 bills and text messages of him saying cash is fine, no issue. The Pi even got it in writing that he paid cash and made sure that there was a mention of no receipt on the video. I provided the video to my wife so she could give it to the attorney. Her mom and sister found out and they basically went off the deep end. Who do you think you are? You think this is your case? You're going to make your wife look like an evil or petty person. My wife seems unmoved by all this. Even though the attorney said this basically destroys his credibility as a witness, at a minimum this could be perjury if he doesn't change his answer at trial and is financial dishonesty at best. This will help your case. But I feel as though I've helped my wife's case and made an enemy of her immediate family, and my wife seems not displeased, but I feel like she thinks I am doing much. I am simply trying to help. AITA for trying to get my husband to recover from his surgery at his parents' house instead of helping him myself. 1 week ago I had a traumatic delivery. After pushing for over 6 hours I had to have an emergency C-section and delivered our first baby. A couple days before my due date he fractured his ankle at a softball game and got surgery for it yesterday. I'm in so much pain from tits to toes, and since I didn't have as much help from him I was forced to do a lot way too quickly, which hindered my own recovery. It's hard enough having a newborn rely on me, which I've been managing fine. But having my husband whine about how much pain his ankle is in and having to cater to him would not be good for my own mental health, and I think he will heal way quicker if he just toughs out his hardest days with his parents so his mom can take care of him. The baby doesn't rely on him right now, and it doesn't matter to the baby that he won't be here, even though I know he misses the baby and I understand why he wants to be here. I know that it's my job as his wife to care for him, and I wish I had more sympathy for what he's going through. But the lack of support I felt during my pregnancy and delivery and postpartum has just made me kind of numb to it all. That sounds horrible, but this whole thing has just been very hard on me, and I'm sure it hasn't been fun for him either, but these are just the cards that I've been dealt with, and I'm trying to do what's best for me so that I can do what's best for our baby, and the quicker I can recover the quicker I will be able to be there to help him. AITA for unilaterally downsizing our vacation rental when people didn't give me their share. A group of 12 of us were going on a vacation together this summer. Everyone was supposed to give me money so I could rent a huge house where we were going. When I tried to collect, a few people paid immediately, but some said they would get me later or ignored me. The house we were originally going to rent got scooped up by someone else because I didn't put a deposit down. I found another house with similar amenities, but it would only sleep like 8. I booked it since that was the money I had. In the next weeks the other 4 people said they were ready to pay. I told them that the house we had looked at was gone, but that we had rented a smaller house and we could get some inflatable mattresses or something for them. They said if they were paying full price they wanted a room. I said okay, we are all paying full price, so we all deserve a room. However, there aren't that many rooms to go around. 2 canceled and 2 got a room together at a hotel about 30 minutes away from the house. All of them are upset that I changed the plans without consulting with them. The other 7 are happy with the arrangements. AITA for outing on careless whisper when my flatmate had a girl over. I 20F live with 2 guys 24 and 29 in a shared flat for about 6 months now. We have ground rules about noise after 11 p.m. as we all either work or study. So one of them, 29 million, shares a wall with me, and we've had problems about noise before. He'd wake me up in the middle of the night or just like let me not sleep in general. Tonight, he had a girl over. I saw her before going to bed myself at around midnight. I managed to get around 30 minutes of sleep before I started hearing everything. It was 00:50 at the time. I was kinda baffled cause my other flatmate 24M had told me about the previous girlfriend and how the girl that was in my room before me 24F would hear them all the time. Anyways, it was getting around 1:20 a.m. and I was getting sick of not being able to sleep. With the endless support of my friend whom I was texting through this whole ordeal, I did the unthinkable. I put on Careless Whisper at max volume. It's almost 2 a.m. now and they are silent. I don't exactly regret it, but I feel bad for ruining his night. But I also had a terrible day and I really didn't want to continue listening to them like that. And also now I can't go to sleep and I hate that too. AITA for vlogging about how my daughter took my car on a joyride and crashed it. I own a car repair shop that is doing quite well, and I have a YouTube channel where I regularly post about fixes and different projects. In a recent video I made where I was giving advice on reliable cars to buy, I mentioned as a hypothetical example something to the sort of, you need a car for your teenage daughter. My daughter saw this and got upset at me for saying that, and called me sexist and said I should have just said child. However, I just said what came to my mind. She then went on a long rant about something else that happened 4 years ago and called me a jerk for vlogging about it. 4 years ago, I had bought an older sports car, nothing fancy, just a Honda Prelude, and while me and My wife went out to get some food. She took it on a joyride without my permission and crashed it. The car was totaled and she ended up off-road and hit the back on a pole. I was very upset, but luckily she was okay. I vlogged about the incident and showed the damage to the car on my channel and mentioned that my daughter crashed it, and in the video mentioned that she is not a very good driver. My intent was just content for my channel. However, she did not want me to do this and claimed it was humiliating. I never mentioned her by name and only people who know us and watch the channel could figure it out. She does still get teased about it, but only from family and friends, and it will not really harm her in say job interviews and stuff. Was I the off for doing this? Ida for walking out of my mom's house on Mother's Day even after she lost my sister not too long ago because she was disrespectful to my wife. My sister died 6 months ago, so yesterday was my mom's first Mother's Day after the loss of one of her kids. And the kid who made her a mom at that. I 24 meters wanted to make it special for mom, and my wife was more than happy to help me, even though Mother's Day is rough for her because she was not given a good or even a tries her best mother. So the day is a painful reminder that my wife didn't ever have a healthy maternal figure in her life. Father's Day is similar, but she never knew her father and never had a good father figure either. My wife still wanted to help make mom's first Mother's Day without my sister special. We went around getting all my mom's favorite things: favorite flowers, ice cream, chocolate, a reservation for her favorite restaurant, a scarf in her favorite color because scarves are her favorite thing ever. We also compiled a little video of my sister. Mom talked about Mother's Day being more difficult without her and wanting to watch some home movies of her, so we did something special with that. My wife also helped me recreate a dance I did for my mom on Mother's Day when I was a kid because she talked about that a lot. Basically, it was just meant to show how much we love her and help her through this not so easy Mother's Day. My wife played a very big role. She even suggested bringing breakfast to her and serving her breakfast in bed. Yesterday morning came. We made her favorite breakfast and bought it to mom at her and dad's. After she came out of her room is when things went to shit. Mom saw my wife and asked what she was doing there and didn't look like she wanted my wife there. It surprised me because my wife was with us last year too. Mom was grumbling and hostile to my wife. I told mom that we'd planned some special things for her. This didn't change anything and she told me she didn't want my wife there. Then she told my wife she had no right to intrude and why would she want her there. My wife said she was sorry. She hadn't wanted to upset her. I told mom that she was being rude and it wasn't right to take her sadness out on my wife. Mom said she just wanted us to spend Mother's Day as a family, and I told her my wife is family. My mother grumbled and dad asked me to lay off. My wife said it was fine. But then mom started on my wife a few minutes later, and after she'd opened most of her gifts, and she said she was tired of her being here and her own mother hadn't even wanted her, so why did she think she'd be welcome? That was too much for me. I told mom I should have left earlier, but I wanted to be understanding and supportive, but she had crossed a line and I was done. That she could celebrate Mother's Day without us. My wife and I left. She felt bad and I told her not to, and I apologized for not leaving sooner. She told me I didn't need to leave and I told her I did. Mom and dad both texted me countless times yesterday saying I should go back and how could I abandon mom after she lost my sister. Ida for wanting my roommate's boyfriend to stop eating my groceries, even though he pays for them. So, I 27M live with my roommate Sarah 26F. Things have been good, except for one thing: her boyfriend, Sean 28M. Sean stays over a lot, like several nights a week. Honestly, it wouldn't be a huge deal, except for the food situation. This dude has a serious appetite, and he seems to think the fridge is a free-for-all. Here's the twist: whenever he eats something of mine, he immediately Venmos me the money, every single time, and usually for a little more than it's worth. Last week, he devoured half my carton of almond milk, my morning coffee essential, and instantly sent me $5. It's kind of annoying, but hey, at least he's paying me back, right? Here's the problem: it disrupts my grocery planning. The constant need to replace food throws off my schedule. Plus, it's just inconsiderate. Like, shouldn't he at least ask before polishing off my favorite yogurt? The other day, I got a Venmo payment for $50 and came home to find Sean cooking a giant lunch spread with all the ingredients I just bought. I calmly explained that while I appreciate him paying me back, I'd prefer him to ask before grabbing my stuff. He apologized. Sarah seemed a little miffed, and the tension was thick. Now, Sarah thinks I'm being petty because Sean always reimburses me right away and with interest. Ida for wanting some respect for my groceries, even if I get paid back. Ida for wearing a bra and underwear in my own bedroom. Hi, I'm a 17F and I'm turning 18 on July 9th. May be relevant later. For some context, I live with my mother, her boyfriend, and my 3 siblings: Mark 15M, James 8M, and Lily 2F. I live in Indiana, so the weather gets really hot here due to the humidity. My parents don't like to put on too much air conditioning because we live in a decent-sized house. And they are cheap, so naturally, it gets really hot upstairs where my and my two brothers' bedrooms are. Because of this, sometimes, if I'm sitting in my bedroom, I will chill in only a sports bra and my underwear, usually boy shorts or normal underwear, never thongs or anything like that. I do not have a bedroom door as my mom's boyfriend took it off after I called them abusive and slammed it while they were bad-mouthing my dead father, but that's another story for another time. Although I do not have a door, my room is in an L shape at the end of the hallway, so you cannot see into my room at all. I often sit in my desk in my closet to work on my schoolwork as I am a summer college student, and there is a door to my closet that I often crack, but not latch in case I am called for. Well, just now I was sitting in my closet working on schoolwork when my mother calls for me. I tell her to give me a second because I am in a bra and underwear and that I need to put on clothes. It takes me a second because they're kicking me out on my 18th birthday and most of my clothes are packed up. Since I take a second and she expects me to drop everything and do as she says, she starts shaming me that I'm always naked and there's no need for it, that there's no way the house is that hot, that I'm being dramatic, etc. I have POTS, so if I get too hot, it can be severely damaging to my health. Once I go downstairs, she still gives me flack for having to put on clothes, and I tell her that I'm not exposing myself, that I'm in the privacy of my own bedroom, and that it gets really hot up there. Her and her BF never ever come upstairs, so they wouldn't know. Her boyfriend pipes up that I don't pay the mortgage and that it's actually their bedroom and that if I were in there, I would need to have clothes on. He yells at me and asks me if I pay the mortgage. I don't respond, and my mom gets in my face and tells me I am being spoken to and I need to respond. I snap and told them I am going to be in my bra and underwear as long as I am in my own bedroom, that you cannot see me, and that I am doing nothing wrong. My mom says that I'm such a bitch and I say you've been telling me that for 18 years. I think I get it by now. She has had a problem with calling me names whenever I do anything since I was a child. Well, now I'm wondering if I'm TA for being in a bra and underwear in my own bedroom. Ida added the reason she's mad I'm wearing bra underwear is because I can't come down immediately when she calls and I take 2 extra minutes to throw on clothes. She isn't worried about me exposing myself. Added 2 not a lacy cute lingerie style bra and underwear. A sports bra. Added 3 I am not a door slammer. This was the only time I have ever slammed my door because I had it. My dad is a strict no in conversations with them because they can't seem to ever say anything nice about him and he's not alive to defend himself. Ida for wearing pajamas to work. So I 20F was called into work last Saturday, my day off, by the manager that day to come in and help him with dough. I asked him if I had to come in uniform, black slacks and company t-shirt, and can I come in wearing my shorts. He said I didn't have to wear the uniform and didn't care if I wore shorts. I changed out of my tank top I was wearing and into a t-shirt that read I'm a Buckeye girl. I suppose I could be quieter, but it's highly unlikely. Threw on some shoes and left. Mind you, I wasn't working in any area that would put me in direct contact with a customer, and only went out into the front to clock in about 30 seconds of me being seen. When I come in on Monday for my shift, the manager working asked if I came to work in my pajamas. I explained that I was just wearing a t-shirt and some black shorts to help out with dough. She wasn't mad, just surprised that another coworker would say I was in PJs. Now I'm frustrated because not only did they not come to the manager on Saturday and ask why I wasn't in uniform, but they went behind my back to lie to another manager. Added it was 80 degrees outside and even hotter inside the building and I really didn't want to be wearing slacks. Ida for yelling at my baby sister. For context, me 18M and my sister 5F have a very complicated relationship. We have a very big age gap, 14 years, so we don't have much in common, so we're not especially close. Our parents prioritize her a lot, causes her to be very spoiled. For instance, for my 16th birthday, we were all going to go to the water park and I had been looking forward to it for a long time, but my sister threw a tantrum and wouldn't stop crying and my parents decided it would be best if we didn't go and I was heartbroken. Tiny things like this over the years has made me grow some secret resentment towards my sister. Last week I told my parents that I had saved up enough from my job and was going to backpack Europe on my own. My sister immediately started screaming and crying and saying that if she couldn't go I couldn't either. My parents rushed to console her and said to me that it would be unfair to go on a trip without my sister and to maybe put the money towards collage or a car. I then started yelling at my sister and called and selfish and some other nasty things and stormed out. I woke up the next morning to have messages from my parents and other members of the family telling me to apologize to my sister. I feel bad because I should have had yelled, but I am tired of giving up my life for her and she needs to learn that I'm going to have my own things. I am going on the trip with or without my family's support because it is my own money, but however I do feel terrible because she is so young and conditioned to feel this way. Be honest, Ida? Ida, if I only take one child to an amusement park and not the one that everyone else favorites. I 29F have two nephews CM 10M and CK 9M that my mother their grandmother 51F has custody of, we'll call her SR. CM gets favorited by their grandma and can do no wrong in her eyes and is neurotypical, while CK is autistic and is often left behind and can do no right in her eyes. Backstory: this past weekend SR took CM camping but left CK home with his grandfather. When I asked why she didn't take CK, she said that he didn't want to go, to which he interrupts saying he wanted to but SR wouldn't let him. When questioned, she admitted that that was true. I again asked her why she took CM and not CK and she said because CK doesn't like to do the same things as her at the camp and that he's too difficult, and that she enjoyed the one time with CM. So I asked when her one time with CK is going to be, to which she replied that they are all going next week and that there isn't going to be just the two of them, that she will only do one with CM. CK is very upset that he is being left out. So I have decided that once school lets out that I'm going to take just CK to an amusement park so he gets some special time that's just for him. SR is calling me the off for not wanting to take both kids and leaving out CM. Wibta if I only take CK so he finally gets one time and favorited for once and not taking CM. Add on once a month, I'd do a game night with both boys together. Ida if I tell my family to stay out of my yard without permission. I live next door to my parents. They live in the house I inherited from my grandma. They live there rent-free because they babysit my daughter during the day. They also watch the nephew during the day too, but here lately the nephew is spending the night there all the time, like 6-7 days a week. My husband is getting frustrated with it because anytime he sees us outside playing in our yard with our daughter, he comes out without being invited to our yard. He's the older of the two children and he expects our daughter to do what he wants. My husband is frustrated because he says we're missing out on time with our daughter and playing with her outside because he always has to invite himself out and take the attention. He wants me to say something about him always imposing himself upon us to my family, but I don't want to make my family mad by saying he needs to be invited over to play on our stuff. But also don't want my husband to be mad every time it happens either. He's mentioned that he was more okay with it back when the nephew was only there a couple nights a week, but here lately he's basically living there. So Ida if I tell my parents to keep the nephew at their house since they are the ones agreeing to watch him, all of the large outdoor toys are ours, we bought them. So up there he just has simple basic toys to play with, or do I just keep telling my husband to get over it that things will change eventually? Ida my boyfriend who is temporarily living with me allows his sister to visit during 11 p.m. 3 a.m. Last week Sunday she comes to see her brother around 1 a.m. and stayed until about 2-3 a.m. I was pissed, but tried not to be confrontational, so I let it slide. On Monday I'm out of town. He meets up with his sister and her boyfriend who I've never met before and looks sketchy. Invites them both into the house around 12 a.m. Then gets in the shower while up with me and they're left unattended. I finally expressed my concerns and told them both she needed to leave and come during the day to visit because these hours are unacceptable. She got upset and disrespectful but went to sit back on my couch and wait for their ride. I yelled at my boyfriend to remove them from my home or I was calling the cops. As she's leaving she's on my Ring camera threatening me. Meanwhile he let all this happen and never confronted her for being disrespectful. He texted me this morning stating he loved me. I simply responded he had till the end of this month to find a new living arrangement and in the meantime his family wasn't allowed in my house. Am I being controlling? Am I in the wrong? Ida my family went on a cruise without me. My sister called about 2 weeks ago and said on the phone she had something she was excited about coming up but she couldn't tell me. I'm not the type to pry, so I moved on without much question. A day or two later I check her SC story and she is on a cruise and I didn't think much of it. On a call with my mother shortly after she informed me she was on a cruise with my dad, uncle, and 3 of my cousins. For context, my parents are divorced. Everyone on the cruise lives in GA and I live in FL where I am in college. A few days later my sister calls me after docking on the Virgin Islands where she got service and the first thing she says is that my dad won't tell her what he knows about me being gay. I came out to my dad recently, but my sister has known for years. After a bit of small talk I ask her why I wasn't invited on the cruise and she essentially says she didn't think I could afford it. I told her it wasn't her place to assume my financial situation and that it would have at least been polite to invite me. I later learned she told everyone including my close friends and told them not to inform me. She said the cruise was $3,000 a person. I also asked her why they decided to go on a 9-day cruise without me when we have been talking about going on a deep sea fishing trip for years now. Since I moved to Florida especially, it's very reasonable as I live on the coast and there are charters walking distance from my home for $300 with all equipment provided. This was a trip I had invited the whole family on, and something I had been wanting to do to ideally work on repairing mine and my father's already damaged relationship. She told me they would still come on the fishing trip, to which I responded I no longer wanted to go on with them, and that if I went they were no longer invited. She then said she still wanted to come visit me in Florida, and I said that if she came to Florida to find a hotel because she was not welcome at my place. They all got back a few days ago and she hasn't called me but has reached out to my mom to ask if I was still mad at her and my dad. It's frustrating to me because in the past I have always been the person to come up and visit for the holidays, and when I have come up to visit around Christmas she spends more time at her boyfriend's place or her friends' houses than prioritizing spending time with me. Sometimes I would go and the only time I would see her was when she would pick me up at the airport, and the time we would spend together she doesn't plan any activity or have any meaningful conversation with me. I'm done going out of my way to visit them. I'm also not welcoming them into my home on the off chance they decide to come visit me either. I've been living out of state for 4 years now and living in Florida for 1 and haven't had them visit me once, but I've been there for every major holiday. Am I the asshole for being upset, not wanting them to visit or no longer visit them? Ida not wanting to use the women's bathroom and leaving my brother and his friends without a ride. My brother 22 meters, his friends 22 meters, 21 meters and I 19 meters along with my friends 19F and 20F went to the beach last weekend to fish and just have fun at the Habers shopping center and see the aquarium. At some point during the day me and the girls needed to go to the bathroom. We finally found one, but the line to the men's was long. The girls got in and out pretty quick so everyone was waiting on me. My brother's friends were getting impatient and one told me to just go to the fucking girls' room. You look like one anyway. My looks is something I'm pretty insecure about. I get mistaken for a teen girl like 70 of the time and it's frustrating as fuck. I refused to use the women's and that made my brother and his friends leave because they didn't want to wait. After all that, me and my friends went home leaving them there. Since my friend was the one who drove most of us there, my brother and his friends are saying me and my friends overreacted and made a big deal out of nothing. Ida nurses wrote on the back of my car, got mad at them. This is a little hard to explain, but my dad is in the hospital, not in good shape. The parking garage is right next to a big college. I do go to this school and I am 19. I assume a lot of college students might use the parking garage to park because there is no parking downtown. I exit my car and start walking towards the hospital, but I forgot halfway through about the clothes I was supposed to bring to my dad. I head back and I see 2 girls in scrubs riding on the back of my car with their fingers through dust on the back windshield. They wrote, "This is not student parking. We have been watching you." They were drawing a huge ass creepy smiley face. I'm super confused why they are touching my car and I ask them, "What are you doing?" They begin to scold me and tell me they were calling a tow truck without even me explaining myself. I was pretty mad and I cut her off and said something along the lines of, "Mind your own fucking business. My dad's in the hospital." She does not apologize and I guess did not believe me, just stood there. She then thought I was leaving as I got into my car to grab the laundry and started guilting me that people are dying in the hospital and I'm taking up parking spots. Keep in mind this parking garage is empty. There are about 50-ish spots still open. Lol. I grabbed the laundry and said, "I am bringing this to my dad. Can you shut the fuck up, and if my car gets towed I'm getting you fired." They were probably around 20 and assuming they are entering there. One of them started crying. Still did not apologize. I think they were panicked trying to call off a tow truck and I just walked away. I just don't know if I was an asshole because they are nurses and working in a hospital must suck and they were trying to do a good thing, I guess. I had a pretty angry tone when I said all of that, and I feel a little bad now that I made her cry. Do you think my reaction was justified? Ida old friend reached out after cutting me out after her child died. I asked for her to acknowledge that cutting me out hurt. Long story short, one of my very close friends lost her infant son. It was catastrophic, and I can't begin to imagine how horrific it was as for her. I did my best to be there for her and her family during that time. Meal trains, being available to listen and support through such a traumatic time. She completely cut me out of her life for after the death with no reason why. It was heartbreaking for me, but I came to accept it and worked through that pain. It's been several years and she recently reached out, simply asking me to hang out. I responded but hesitantly, asking why she has decided to reach out now. She said she is separating from her husband and needs friends. No acknowledgement of cutting me out, or for what reason. I mentioned that I'm sorry about the separation, but it really hurt to be cut out from her life. I was hoping for some kind of acknowledgement about this, and how it hurt. Her response was basically that she wasn't willing to acknowledge my feelings, that her child died and she doesn't need to be accountable for anything because of that. Although I love her, I feel like this is wrong. and it feels like asking her to acknowledge the gap of time and the reason for cutting me out isn't unfounded. I feel really torn about this. Am I the asshole for trying to ask her for some accountability? Ida telling my uncle to get fucked after telling me I can't wear pink. I 18 meters love the color pink. Always have. I've never cared, it's a girl's color, and I guess I was lucky to have a mom who didn't care either and would buy me and my siblings things regardless of color or gendering without all the weird "no, it's for girls boys" some other parents do. It's been really cold lately, so I've been wearing this really warm hoodie I have that happens to be pink. It's nice and fluffy and oversized. I love the thing. Anyways, my uncle came over yesterday and he can be a bit of a prick. He was immediately taking the piss out of my hoodie and eventually told me to take it off, that I shouldn't be wearing pink. To that I told him to get fucked. After that he got huffy and left 10 minutes later calling me an ass. Ida took abandoned furniture now being threatened. Someone left a few pieces of furniture in the lobby of our building for about 2 weeks. People do this occasionally. Either they're moving out and there's a 1-2 day delay, or it's free up for grabs by anybody. As regular apartment building people do, everyone respected its presence for 72 hours before someone, presuming it was free up for grabs, took one of the side tables. The next day, whomever owned the furniture wrote a note that said, "This is not free. Bring back the table that you stole," which was kinda weird. Why is it just sitting in the lobby then? But whoever took the table returned it. About a week later, management caught wind that there was all this furniture in the lobby, texted that they had from Friday until Monday to remove the furniture or it was getting thrown out by management. Sunday night at like 9 p.m. everything was still there, so I took a bookshelf. It was pretty obvious to me that nobody was going to actually take the furniture. Today, whoever owned it posted a note on the front door saying to WHO stole the bookshelf that was being picked up yesterday. You have until tonight to return it before I call the cops and inform the landlord it was stolen. You are on camera. Ignoring the fact that none of the cameras actually work and that it was abandoned furniture management was going to throw out. 12 hours later, I'm still feeling a little guilty, but if you're going to leave it for 2 weeks and then argue you were just about to pick it up at, what, 10 p.m. on a Sunday night, should I bring it back? What if they leave it in the lobby for another week? Ida for excluding my ex-wife's kids. Made a Reddit account specifically to ask this question because it's been bothering me. A little background information. My wife and I separated a few years ago. It was a bit tumultuous because she was pregnant with our second child at the time and the pregnancy was causing a lot of issues. I had endured her mood swings during the first pregnancy, but this time was different. She friggin' hated me, and we'd get into fights in front of our firstborn, who was 4 at the time. It got to the point where I couldn't even go home without getting into some kind of confrontation, so I got us counseling, which didn't help in spite of how expensive it was. We separated shortly after. Once the second baby arrived, we were able to peacefully divorce and I ended up with split custody. My ex and I have been rotating weeks with the kids ever since, and it's honestly worked out okay. Until recently, that is. She's since had 2 more kids with her new partner. And the other day I was on the phone with her to arrange pickup because it's my week, and she asked if I could also watch her 2 other kids cause I guess her boyfriend is going on a hunting trip or something. She has to work and there's no one else who can do it. I said no and we got into yet another fight. First fight in years. She started yelling at me over the phone about how her 2 youngest get sad when their big brothers leave for the week, and how they feel like they're missing out, and how I'm selfish for not accommodating them, and how it's not their fault and blah blah blah. I didn't give a reason as to why I wasn't going to watch her 2 youngest, I just said no, and that was that. Anyway, I feel guilty now. She had some good points. Her 2 youngest didn't ask to be born. All the stuff their mother and I went through isn't their fault, and they deserve to be safe and happy just like all other kids, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I'm sure I could, but I'm picturing all 4 boys sitting in my living room, and I'm thinking about how seeing those 2 kids who aren't mine sitting there in my home would be a crushing reminder of everything that went wrong between myself, the person I thought I'd be spending the rest of my life with. It hurts just thinking about it. Anyway, am I being a selfish bastard? Ada for leaving my smashed cake on the ground. So today after work, I F16 was preparing a cake for my F12 sister. I spent hours preparing everything. The color was perfect. Red velvet. The texture was soft and nicely risen. Sadly, my mom walked in, and while in a rush to tidy the kitchen side note, she's continuously frantically tidying. My family speculates she has OCD. I have a similar feeling. I don't think OCD, but it's more related to germs than tidiness. When she's sorting the fridge out, she accidentally dropped my cake on floor. I froze, kind of waiting for her reaction, as in that moment it determined mine in a way. I hoped maybe she'd say sorry or something. Instead, she started shouting about how I'm stupid and careless, and called my other 3 siblings stupid. I have no idea why. I kind of lost it, and ran to the bathroom to cry. It's so dumb and childish. I haven't done that in years lol, but it felt good. While I was there, my mom continued shouting from the kitchen. When my two older siblings went to try and explain to her a different perspective, she said it was my fault for causing her to make the mistake. When pressed harder, she yelled, "So is this my fault?" And I felt guilty here because her voice cracked slightly with some emotion. And then she was shouting her, "I'm lucky it was her who made the mistake, cause anyone else would have left the mess." I know she'll never apologize, and sadly that's all I wanted so bad, but she's never said sorry to me my whole 16 years of life. I feel like the offer just abandoning the situation and leaving my cake. She was gonna go to her room to sleep but had to tidy up by herself instead. Maybe that's why she was more angry. Ada for leaving my dropped cake on the floor. Ada for not driving 10 hours and taking off work to help my dad. With the recent bad weather in northern Florida, my dad had a tree get uprooted and crashed into the back of his house. He texted me, and of course I was thankful he was safe and unharmed. However, he is expecting me to take time off work and drive down to help him clean and make repairs. I told him that just wasn't gonna be in the cards. I am a single father with a 16-year-old who is about to finish the school year, and there are all kinds of events coming up this week, and I have a doctor's appointment at the end of the week for a reoccurring problem I have been having. He totally blasted me, telling me how he would have done it for his dad and how ungrateful I am. Like, WTF? Am I seriously in the wrong here? Ada for not giving up my bedroom at a vacation home for my brother's stepkids. Apologies for how long this is in advance. I 20FM on vacation with some of my family at my mom's vacation home. The family pertaining to this story includes myself, my mom, my brother, my brother's wife, my niece 11F, and my brother's two stepsons 6 meters and 8 meters. They also have an infant together, so 4 children total. Infant is staying in brother and Sil room. Sil's sons are difficult children. They are mouthy, do not listen, and she does not make an effort to control them. They also have intentionally hurt my dog, pulling her fur, pinching her, etc. But that's besides the point. My mom's cabin has 4 bedrooms total. The master, my mom's room, downstairs bedroom 1, my room, downstairs bedroom 2, brother and his wife's room, and then a smaller bedroom that adjoins to the bedrooms my brother is in, where the kids are staying. The adjoining bedroom has a futon that my niece is sleeping on, and an air mattress that belongs to my mom that Sil's sons are sleeping on. Arrangement worked fine for the first week we were here, but yesterday, I walked past the room the kids are in and saw the 2 boys jumping on the air mattress and trying to launch each other. I popped my head in and was like, "Hey, don't do that, you'll break it." They ignored me. Later that day, the 2 boys come running into the living room saying the air mattress had a hole in it. What a surprise. Obviously the mattress deflated and is now unusable. I figured the kids would all share the futon, or assumed their mom would figure it out, since her sons were the ones that broke the mattress in the first place. I overheard my Sil talking to my brother saying that I should have offered to give up my room for her boys. She said I could easily sleep with my mom, and now her sons have nowhere to sleep because I was selfish and rude. I'm genuinely shocked. Nobody asked for my bedroom. Was I supposed to read her mind? And no part of me wants to share a bed with my mom because her children are out of control and can't listen. Why should I have to? I said nothing and acted like I never overheard the conversation. The 3 kids ended up all staying on the futon. Zero issues, and they seemed fine doing that. I stayed in my room. The mood is just soured now, even though Sil doesn't know I heard her saying that. She's acting rude towards me. DLDR, my brother's stepsons busted the air they were sleeping on at my mom's vacation home. My Sil got pissed at me because I did not offer my bedroom to them. So, Ada for not offering to give my bedroom to the 2 boys. Ada for refusing to attend my wife's bestie's wedding. My wife had an affair several years ago. I found out because her phone data use suddenly skyrocketed. I investigated, saw the number on the bill, and figured out it was her ex. She denied it, of course, which eventually led to me snooping in her phone. She had tried to cover her tracks, but she didn't delete text messages to her best friend describing everything, bragging about it, etc. Her friend was supportive, at times even encouraging her to continue the affair. We've reconciled since then, and things are pretty okay between us, but I still hold a lot of anger towards her friend, partly for encouraging her to do what she did, instead of telling her to do the right thing, and I think partly because her messages with her friend were the vehicle that delivered so much pain and torment to me. Even now, seeing her friend or hearing her name makes me think of the affair. Her friend is getting married in a few months and she is the mo. I have been dealing with a lot of anxiety surrounding the thought of having to attend. Finally, I decided that I needed to protect myself. I would be miserable the entire time, and the idea of celebrating the marriage of a person who, at the very least, severely disrespected mine, feels disgusting. When I told my wife that I had decided I wouldn't go, she became pretty upset. She said she was hurt, but it felt more like anger to me. She basically shut down after that, and hasn't talked to me. I explained my reasoning, my feelings, etc., but she kind of blew me off. I don't feel like the villain. For one, I didn't ask to feel this way, her actions put me here. 2. She is the one who implicated her friend in the affair. If she hadn't done that, it wouldn't even be an issue. Also, I didn't imply that she couldn't or shouldn't go. I even encouraged her to attend and be a part of it, and offered to drive her to and from. Am I the asshole? Ida Wibta for confronting my cat sitter after catching her speaking negatively about me on our baby monitor. Wibta for confronting my cat sitter after catching her talking negatively about me on camera. I 32F recently asked my husband's friend colleague who lives in our building, 30M, to take care of our cat while we were away for a week. We also watch his cat when they are out of town. I have a monitor set up in my baby's nursery. My cat frequents the nursery and usually takes a nap or two a day in our baby's room. I occasionally use the monitor to talk check-in on my cat when we're away, mostly because I miss him. One day I hadn't seen him all day and was really worried, so my husband asked for the sitter to check on him. I went to bed waiting for a response. At around midnight I woke up and I got an audio notification from the monitor app and opened it, hoping to hear my cat or get confirmation that someone was checking on him. Our sitter's sister was in our apartment with a man, assuming it was a date, which I was fine with, and we had agreed previously to give her access to the apartment if our friend was busy. To my shock, I discovered she was speaking negatively about me and giving a tour of our apartment. Her date asked about our family and said, "What's the wife like? Is she cool?" She responded very clearly with, "She is a plain Jane. She doesn't work, ever." I couldn't make out the rest but heard the words housewife. It was hurtful to hear these things. For a bit of background, I am a stay-at-home to a beautiful 11-month-old baby boy. I quit my job to take care of him because it didn't make financial sense for me to continue working. I live in NYC where daycare nanny prices are through the roof and we would be losing money for me to work. My husband works in finance and I was working in fashion design. We are well off and I could work if I wanted to, but I would rather stay home with our baby. But to be honest, taking care of a baby full-time is the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't have anything else going on. I am constantly tired and have let my appearance go. I have met this girl once or twice since having my baby. My husband says I shouldn't have been listening. I can't stop thinking about it. I am thinking about sending her a thank you gift, vanilla scented candle with a note signed plain Jane. Is that an asshole move? Am I an asshole for listening in? Wibta if I refuse to pay for an extra room in a holiday let for my sister's baby? Wibta if I refuse to pay for an extra room in a holiday let for my sister's baby. Basically my whole family is going away to celebrate a big birthday for my dad. The groups are me and my partner, my sister and Bill and their 1-year-old and my parents. The thing is, my sister and partner have insisted that we stay somewhere with an extra bedroom for their baby. This is really hiking the cost up for all of us as we are splitting the cost 3 ways. We are only going for 3 nights and their kid is a great sleeper, so I'm not sure why they can't just put a travel cot up in their room tbh. All the rooms are doubles with in-suites and there is plenty of room downstairs so they can put him to bed and then come down and socialize until adult bedtime. He was literally in their room at home until 2 months ago anyway. Failing that, I think they should pay the cost of the extra bedroom. Works out at about £200 over 3 nights. They have quite a bit more disposable income than we do and my partner and I are desperately trying to save money as I will be off on unpaid leave for an operation in a few months. So Wibta if I refuse to pay? Wibta if I eloped because my siblings had parents-only weddings? I have 29 and my fiancé am 32 are getting married later this year. We have been engaged for almost 2 years now. We were waiting to get married until we were both in a good financial situation and we finally feel like it's time. Originally I wanted a wedding with all our immediate families, invited parents, siblings, and grandparents, but over the past 2 years, 2 of my siblings got married and only parents were invited. My siblings and I are very close. We hang out every week, talk all the time, and generally get along amazingly well. One of my siblings, M27, got married to a woman that most of my family doesn't like. We all treat her well and keep our thoughts to ourselves. To be honest, none of us see their relationship lasting longer than 5 years, but we'll never say that to them. They wanted a small wedding with just parents on both sides, but when asked why, they couldn't give a reason. It kind of hurt that we the siblings weren't allowed to be there, but we moved on. My other siblings felt the same way I did. The other one of my siblings that got married, M25, had a pretty decent reason to wanting just parents. His spouse has a toxic family that treats her horribly, so she only wanted to invite her parents and one of her siblings originally. But if my brother invited his parents and siblings, we would outnumber her guests quite a bit and he didn't want her to be upset about it. She is a very sweet girl and my family adores her. We know they didn't do it to be petty, but it still sucked that we missed out on another wedding. Here's my dilemma. I know I'm being petty, but I'm still upset that for a family as close as ours is, the siblings weren't invited. So I have honestly been debating eloping in Vegas with my fiancé and having a more expensive honeymoon instead of having an actual wedding ceremony as we originally planned here in our hometown. I have always thought the idea of being married by Elvis in Vegas was fun. I know it's cheesy, but I love it and my fiancé thinks it would be funny, so he's down for it. We would pay for our parents to come to Vegas with us and be part of the wedding, but no one else would be invited. I know my siblings would be upset, but I would tell them the truth behind why we decided to elope instead. So, Wibta if I eloped because my siblings had parents-only weddings?